I'm filming this on April 16th, and we have a mysterious situation unfolding in Iran as more unexplainable explosions and fires have rocked a critical site in the country directly tied to Iran's ability to export oil. On top of that, we have reports of multiple IRGC officials being taken out in a brutal, bloody, and violent ambush. Nobody taking responsibility as of the filming of this video. We also have Iran issuing more threats to sink U.S. Navy ships, and we have several updates from the Pentagon's press conference about the blockade and the status of the war, as well as a new ceasefire has been reached involving Israel and Lebanon. So we got a lot to get into. I'm also tweaking my audio. I've seen some of you say things aren't going great. So let me know in this video if the audio is better. I'm doing this all by myself. I'm doing the best I can. Please make sure to like and subscribe. Let me know what you think of all the dates in the comments below. Hit the notification bell, all notifications turned on. You won't miss anything. And then Instagram, David_Hookstead, XD Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Reach out with whatever you got. Now let's get into it. So we're going to start with another mysterious explosion. So this is an explosion that happened on Syria Island, Iran, of oil refinery tanks. So this is a satellite image. You can see it right there on your screen. The oil part of the island blew up. We don't know why. We don't know how. It is now engulfed in flames and burning. Remember, before the war started, every day we were getting unexplained explosions, fires, all this stuff that looked like sabotage, looked like covert operations, looked like clandestine operations. Then the war actually started. We had a full-on war campaign, bombs dropping everywhere. And now that we are in a ceasefire with Iran, which expires early next week if there's no deal reached, we are now seeing the same thing. We have, by my count, 4 or 5 different incidents where explosions were hit and things started on fire. Again, they're saying gas leaks, they're saying industrial accidents. But to me, this has all the fingerprints and trademarks of more sabotage missions, this time hitting a direct major oil target in Iran, is on fire at this hour. And again, nobody taking responsibility. We don't know the full details, but this is becoming a trend yet again during the ceasefire, just like it was before the war started. So something to keep an eye on. At this moment, multiple Iranian police officers likely aligned with the IRGC were killed by a gunman in an ambush. Multiple are down. Violent, bloody, brutal shooting. It is saying the region is active with the Baluchi, or I believe is how you pronounce it, the Balachi militant groups. However, nobody has taken credit for it officially. We just reported on the other day who had an incident where there was a drive-by shooting at a checkpoint that killed multiple IRGC members. There was one about a week or two before that during the war. Same thing. We had multiple car bombings on Tuesday in Tehran. So to some degree, it does look like the people of Iran are fighting back. So again, we don't know the full details, but another brutally violent and grisly ambush has been carried out targeting members of the IRGC and the security state. Now, we're going to get into the threats that Iran is making, and then we're going to get into the press conference comments where a lot of information was provided. It says the IRGC is saying, if necessary, Iran can sink all U.S. ships in the Persian Gulf that are within range of its missiles. Now, keep in mind, we did a thunder run right up the Strait of Hormuz a couple days ago with our Navy ships. They didn't do anything about it. Nothing happened. They didn't open fire. However, during the war, they did shoot at our aircraft carriers. We were able to shoot all those missiles down. Now they are threatening to do the same at this hour. I'm going to get this lined up for you right here. Next thing coming. Give me 1 second. So right here, Mohsen Rezai, top military advisor to Iran's supreme leader, saying, I doubt that Trump will admit defeat and kill himself. He does not have the courage Hitler had. What an insane thing to say. Absolutely wild thing to say. It is more likely the Americans will arrest and imprison him when their living conditions deteriorate. Never going to happen. And we will sink all U.S. warships. So now that is the second Iranian official that is announcing that they will attempt to sink our warships. Of course, I don't take anything they say seriously. They've made a lot of threats, and then their military got absolutely destroyed. even though they were able to exercise some level of control over the Strait of Hormuz. Mohammed Morandi, who's essentially a mouthpiece for the government, for the West, he does all these podcasts and interviews. He might as well be the press secretary for the IRGC, saying because of Netanyahu and Trump, Iran is preparing to destroy everything in the Persian Gulf, including all critical infrastructure in the UAE, Saudi, Qatar, Bahrain, and Kuwait. Temperatures will rise. The peninsula will become uninhabitable.
Why wouldn't you believe anything they say? If he is the fucking press secretary or whatever you call him, why wouldn't you believe some of the stuff he's saying? If he's saying it's death to America, it's death to America. But you listen to our news and they want you to think everything's just hunky-dory. Everything's just going just smooth. It's going to be fine. Biscuits by noon.
Uninhabitable, and the global economy will crash. So here we have Morandi. Again, a lot of threats coming right now. The Iranians are threatening all hell's going to break loose. You know, again, take them worth a grain of salt. However, this is interesting. Iran's army's commander-in-chief is backing up the story that the pilot rescue mission for the weapons officer on the F-15 was actually a failed attempt to get the highly enriched uranium. Now, I have explained in great detail in previous videos. I encourage you to go watch all those videos, how that is simply nonsense being pushed by people who hate America, people who hate our military. The Iranians have clearly gotten wind of it, and they are trying to promote that. Stick with me. We're about to get in the press conference here shortly, but he is quoted as saying, "We set an ambush for the Americans south of Isfahan, which is where the planes, the landing force was. All intelligence elements were ready. Army, IRGC, police."
Listen, it would not take a rocket scientist to think ahead, to think that we were coming for the uranium. It just wouldn't.
Besieged, and local residents collapsed on the enemy. And with the first shot, the C-130 came down. So Iran is claiming they shot our planes out of the air. We know that's not true because in the satellite images, you can see where they were parked on the makeshift runway. And then we destroyed them to destroy all the sensitive gear. If they'd blown the plane out of the sky, we would have a bunch of dead service members. And obviously, we would not be able to cover up. So Iran is latching on to this conspiracy theory because it makes them look good. It's being promoted again by people who hate our military, hate our country, and want to discredit the incredibly successful and awesome rescue operation that brought home the F-15 weapons officer. Now, right here, Iranian lawmakers are saying there is no hope for a breakthrough in negotiations with the U.S. and that this is going to tick back on. Now, before we get into the press conference, you're not going to want to miss any of it. U.S. Central Command announcing yesterday an Iranian flag cargo vessel tried to evade the U.S. blockade after leaving Bandar Abbas, exiting the Strait of Hormuz and transiting along the Iranian coastline. The guided missile destroyer, the USS Spruance, successfully redirected the vessel, which is heading back to Iran. 10 vessels have now been turned around and 0 ships have broken through since the start of the U.S. blockade. So we heard some word yesterday that a ship was going to attempt to break the blockade. An Iranian ship did attempt it. It was intercepted by the U.S. Navy, turned around to go back to port in Iran so that it could not get the oil out, the oil that the Iranians desperately need to fund their regime. So we have a successful interception, another one after it attempted to break the blockade. Now, let's get into the press conference. We have a lot of comments from Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, and then we're going to get into Trump making a huge announcement at the end of the video. Let's watch their comments.
This is where we'll start with a message to Iran's military leadership, to the KH leadership and IRGC leadership. We're watching you. Our capabilities are not the same, our military and yours. Remember, this is not a fair fight. And we know what military assets you are moving and where you are moving them to. While you are digging out, which is exactly what you're doing, digging out of bombed out and devastated facilities, we are only getting stronger. You are digging out your remaining launchers and missiles with no ability to replace them. You have no defense industry, no ability to replenish your offensive or defensive capabilities. You only have what you have. You know that, and we know that. You can move things around, but you can't actually rebuild. You can dig out for now, but you can't reconstitute. But we can. We are reloading with more power than ever before, and better intelligence, even more importantly, better intelligence than ever before, as you expose yourself with your movement to our watchful eye.
Why would you announce all of it?
We are locked and loaded on your critical dual-use infrastructure, on your remaining power generation, and on your energy industry. We'd rather not have to do it, but we're ready to go at the command of our president and at the push of a button.
So there's Pete Hegseth announcing that the United States is reloading, and we are watching all the targets in real time, ready to drop the bombs again if the ceasefire collapses and no deal is reached. And yet, so far, it looks like we are not going to reach a deal. Of course, things can change quickly. And here is Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, backing up that assessment that we are ready to rock and roll at a moment's notice.
President of the United States directed a ceasefire that temporarily paused major combat operations in Iran. The unprecedented effort by America's joint force during Operation Epic Fury set the conditions for this ceasefire. And as the Secretary said, I'd like to emphasize during this pause that the United States joint force remains postured and ready to resume major combat operations at literally a moment's notice.
So there's General Kane backing that up, that we are ready to go as soon as the order is given from President Trump. And then right here, Dan Kane explaining further how the U.S. blockade of the Iranian ports is working. Let's go ahead and watch his comments.
14 April. You can see that the captains of all these ships have made the wise decision not to move, transit, or run this blockade. As I mentioned, so far, 13 ships have made the wise choice of turning around. And as we continue to hold this blockade at the order of the Secretary and the President, any vessel that compares to comply with our instructions will be accordingly. As of this morning, U.S. Central Command has not been required to board any particular ships. And I'll remind you that we are also conducting similar maritime interdiction actions and activities in the Pacific AOR against those ships that left that area before we began the blockade.
With YouTube Premium, watch ad-free videos and listen ad-free on the YouTube Music app.
Before I turn it over to Admiral Cooper, I want to talk.
So that is General Kane explaining the blockade details. And now we have more here where he makes it clear we will be boarding ships that have made an attempt to flee anywhere they are in the world. It is, the order's been given. We're going after all Iranian ships. Let's watch.
To this blockade, the joint force, through operations and activities in other areas of responsibility, like the Pacific area of responsibility under the command of Admiral Paparo, will actively pursue any Iranian flagged vessel or any vessel attempting to provide material support to Iran.
So we are going after absolutely everything. And then lastly, right here, reporter Mary Margaret Olahan asking about the fate of and the status of the new Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khomeini. Let's see what they have to say.
As far as the status of the individual you mentioned, I believe it's the same. Not a lot coming from him right now, understandably so, a lot of fear. Believed to be alive, wounded, and disfigured. Status remains the same. As far as a video like that, of course.
So the new Supreme Leader is believed to be seriously wounded and disfigured, but Hegseth does believe he is alive. And then lastly, we have a ceasefire announcement between the war in Lebanon with the Israelis and Hezbollah in Lebanon. President Trump announcing today, I just had an excellent conversation with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between their countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire, 5 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. The two countries met for the first time in 34 years here in Washington, D.C. with our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. I've directed Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, together with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Raising Kane, to work with Israel and Lebanon to achieve a lasting peace. It's been my honor to solve 9 wars across the world, and this will be my 10th. So let's get it done. So President Trump announcing that a ceasefire has been reached in Lebanon, going into effect this upcoming Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. So as of me filming this, we now have more unexplained explosions hitting major Iranian targets, specifically their oil infrastructure. We have ambushes underway targeting Iranian security officials, and the Iranians continue their threats to sink all of our ships. And the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, laying out in clear terms what we are doing, what will happen with the blockade. I will continue to monitor the situation as always. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. And also let me know if the audio is better. I'm doing my best here to make sure you guys get the best experience possible. Please make sure to like and subscribe. And as always, guys, thank you very much for watching. I'll see you all next time.
So I'm reading a lot about false flags. Like they're planning on doing something here to make it look like Iran has attacked us. Now, I don't know how true that is, but everybody kind of try to be alert where you're going. Hopefully it's just rumors online, but you never know. You never know. Let me pull this up right here. Hey, Shanley. It wouldn't surprise me. I've also been reading where they've been burning down a bunch of warehouses because people were just tired. One guy got fired and he destroyed everything with a forklift. I was like, holy shit. Not only did you get fired, you're going to jail now, you damn dumbass. But people are tired of working and not being able to support their families, which is understandable. You know, you work 50, 60 hours a week and you're still in the fucking hole, and you do that all, 15, 20 fucking years. Damn, you get tired after a while.
They couldn't release it because it would have been an immediate systemic risk to the global economy and our security. And artificial intelligence is eating its users. And we can talk about that.
And lastly, I want to end on a point of optimism. Can we take this craziness and turn it into a utopia with realistic solutions?
Now, I don't believe everything
This is super interesting to
me. I just think it's good information to listen to different stuff from all over so you get different people's points of views. I'm not trying to push somebody's agenda.
My team give me this report to show me how many of you that watch this show subscribe. And some of Bremer, what is this document that I have in front of me here?
This is our top risk report. We put it out at the beginning of every year, try to help people around the world understand the risk environment globally.
So for the last 30 years, your firm has been trying to understand the world to help make better decisions based on the big picture of what's happening geopolitically.
Yeah.
And every year your firm releases this top risk report.
Yeah.
The 2026 one appears to be pretty prophetic because a lot of the things that you list as the top risks are playing out before our eyes. For anyone that hasn't read this report, what are the most important subjects? You wrote this in January. We're now sat here in April, I believe. Yeah. What are the most important subjects of the top?
I should hold off on this for a minute. Let me hold off on this for a second. I wanna play a few things off Twitter real quick. Let me pull this shit up here. Some stuff that I got bookmarked. Damn it. Why did it do that? I don't know why I wouldn't show it. That didn't make no damn sense. There we go. All right, let me go to my bookmarks. I'm still trying to figure out how to use Twitter. So.
Stating false flag attacks on the United States, designed to shatter the American public into a state of total psychological disintegration. Their goal is ice cold and ruthless. Mass death, chaos, and the elimination of the president they now see as a traitor for daring to seek peace with Iran. Cyber attacks prepared for years will cripple critical infrastructure.
He's talking
Water
about
stops, power grids collapse, food production halts, hospitals
Baby there.
go dark, lawlessness erupts, looting, panic, and total breakdown follow. This isn't speculation. It comes from the Iranian hacker who breached Kash Patel's emails and exposed the Charlie Kirk assassination as an inside job. With Trump now pushing hard for a ceasefire with Iran, the hacker's warning has turned critical. Israel's plans are cold, ruthless, and designed to shatter American society beyond repair. Before we dive in, subscribe to the channel if you haven't.
I want everybody to understand that Trump was already trying to broker a deal with Iran. And what did Bibi do? He blew the fucking building up. He killed the people that we were talking to try to broker a deal. Why would he do that? Well, let me tell you why. Because he doesn't want us to broker a deal with Iran. He wants us to wipe them out so he can have the land over there. We're watching this shit go on with Gaza right now. Now, I'm not the most intelligent person in the world, but I can see what's going on. And I'm telling you, it's going to get bad. It's going to get bad. This dude is evil. I honestly think Bibi is evil son of a bitch.
Already, and join the People's Voice Locals community to join our incredible community, support the channel, and gain access to exclusive and uncensored content. Last week, we sat down with the Iranian hacker who has taken the world by storm. He exposed the Charlie Kirk assassination as a Mossad operation. He revealed Israel's plan to install Erica Kirk into high political office. He also explicitly warned what Israel are planning to do if the United States seeks a ceasefire or any kind of peace deal with Iran. With Trump now actively pushing that ceasefire, his false flag warning has turned critical.
Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel.
When Iranian hackers breached Israeli intelligence servers, they didn't just grab files on government officials and media personalities. They uncovered something far darker. Detailed plans for false flag attacks on America. Plans so unhinged, they could only come from the same man who issued a stand-down order while his own people were slaughtered, then used the massacre as justification for a genocide. Now, as Trump pushes to end the war with Iran, Netanyahu is cornered and desperate. With an election looming, his power is crumbling. He's a wound.
And if you remember, if you go back to the PVD podcast, Charlie touches on that. And a week later, he's assassinated. And this fucker comes out and said, and I'm talking about Bibi, comes out and says, I did not kill Charlie Kirk. Okay. All right. Well, we fucking believe you.
Animal, exposed, vulnerable, and extremely dangerous.
Listen carefully. If America forces Netanyahu to stop his war, if Trump pulls support, demands a ceasefire, or sits down at the table with Iran, Israel will view it as an existential threat to their survival. They will see it as Trump stabbing them in the back, and they will unleash the false flag operations on American soil they've already prepared. I've seen the files.
The playbook is clear. Stage a massive false flag, blame Iran, whip the American public into a frenzy, and march them straight into World War III. Seize total control of Washington, crush every voice they label anti-Semitic, and fast-track their coup d'etat of the United States of America. This isn't conspiracy theory anymore. This is the trap closing in real
Listen,
time.
they already are trying to get where it's a charge, where it's against the law to even question Israel. Now think about that for a minute.
And because Trump dared to anger Israel by pushing for a ceasefire with Iran, the countdown has just hit 0.
Today, everything is connected. Your bank account isn't just numbers in a vault, it's data moving through invisible systems. Your food doesn't come from down the road, it comes from a global chain stretched across continents. Your reality itself is filtered through screens, algorithms, and narratives competing for your attention and your belief. So when something hits now, it doesn't stay contained, it spreads fast. Financial systems don't just dip, they crash. Supply chains don't just slow, they fracture. Information doesn't just flow, it mutates. And suddenly, the question isn't, what happened? It's who do you believe? That's the psychological breaking point.
When the public is gripped by fear, disorientated, and unsure who or what to trust, that's when Israel's influence operations will hit full throttle, exploiting the chaos to steer perception and pressure people towards compliance.
That's the entire point of this false flag. Not just an attack, but total engineered chaos. Power grids fail, cities go black, water and sanitation systems shut down.
I think.
Hospitals lose power, leaving patients to die in the dark. Food supply grind to a halt. Within days,
Netanyahu is the Antichrist, in my opinion.
Markets are emptied by desperate crowds. Then the real horror begins. Lawlessness takes over. Looting explodes across every major city. Gangs rule the streets. Fires rage out of control. People are shot over a loaf of bread. Families huddle in fear behind locked doors while society unravels in real time. No lights, no phones, no help coming. This is what total psychological disintegration actually looks like. A broken, terrified population begging for someone, anyone, to restore order. This is what they have carefully planned for you.
The devastating cyber attack that will unleash societal collapse has been in the works for years, and the media has been fully co-opted, pre-programming the American people so they'll accept the coming meltdown and demand the exact response Israel wants.
So this is very much at our doorsteps. Whether we want to see it or not, it's there.
The former CIA agent says cyber attacks don't stay online.
There will be a physical consequence to a cyber attack, especially if Iran hits some of our critical infrastructure. You can only imagine the devastation because of that.
The Mossad files are brutally clear. The coming false flags will dwarf 9/11 in scale and horror. Foreign agents have been preparing the masses with propaganda for months. The false flags will be blamed on Iran to manufacture consent for a relentless decade-long war of attrition, a merciless meat grinder designed to consume millions of lives on both sides. When the dust finally settles, only one nation walks away victorious: Israel.
When people say worse than 9/11, they often think bigger explosion, bigger headline, bigger tragedy. But the real metric isn't size, it's impact on trust. Because once trust collapses, trust in institutions, in systems, in reality itself, you don't just rebuild new buildings, you rebuild the entire framework of society, or something new replaces it. And maybe that's the question we should be asking.
The hacked files reveal a precise cold-blooded plan to assassinate Donald Trump, a deliberate punishment for betraying Israel by seeking peace with Iran.
That's why he'll never let it be over.
It's highly symbolic.
He knows that.
A public
He
execution
knows that.
designed to send a brutal warning to his successor. Defy Israel, and you will suffer the same fate. Stay with us. The disturbing details are coming right after the break. Think the healthiest thing in your pantry right now is some overpriced superfood? Wrong. Just native junk, pushed a few tablespoons. Information blew me away. Method. Trump will be taken out by poisoning. A poisoned McDonald's burger. A painful death. And according to the documents, they find the idea absolutely hilarious.
They plan to assassinate Trump with a poisoned McDonald's burger. If he ends the war with Iran, he better watch everything he eats. Because the moment he dies, Israel will pin it on Iran and use his death to ignite the war he tried to stop.
When you hear the usual suspects in the Mockingbird media warning of Al-Qaeda and Iranian sleeper cells, you should think Mossad mercenary death squads carrying out their duty to wage war through deception and trickery. That's actually their motto. You can fact check that.
Rude awakening. Iranians threaten Trump with sleeper cells terrorist attack on USA soil days before the nuclear strike. Come on, guys. Okay, the first thing we need to talk about, do you guys remember, this is probably like 10 or 15 years ago under the Obama administration, when they literally brought a journalist out, a fake journalist, and they brought him out in this script, in this movie theater. And they told us, this was the video we saw. We literally watched, and it looked like ISIS literally beheaded a US journalist or a foreign journalist out in the middle of the desert. And come to find out, it was all staged and fake. So check this one out. Check out what Jim Ferguson, this guy, I swear. Okay, so the first person I want to point out is this Jim Ferguson dude. He's literally like the gaslighter in chief. Check out this video that he just shared here. You know what I'm going to do you guys a solid? I'm going to have my boy Truth Teller fill you in on exactly what was in that video. It was staged. Mossad. Those are Mossad actors, literally paid actors to try to stroke fear. And now they're going to try to set it up like it was Iranian terror cell hit squad because they got to cover up the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I mean, this shit's getting out of hand and they can't cover it up. The amount of people that are probably searching was Israel involved with assassinating Charlie Kirk is probably upwards in the millions at this point.
Well, they've done it before, numerous times. As Charlie Kirk began informing his vast audience of young, influential American conservatives, just before he was taken out. From the sinking of the USS Liberty, to the assassinations of JFK and RFK, and then to 9/11, and the wave of fake ISIS beheading videos. They all share one thing. They gave the elites a chance to bend reality, distort the facts, and manufacture a new wave of support for Israel. In other words, the perfect false flags.
We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu is basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to leave. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order?
I haven't watched it.
6 hours.
I just watched
I
the
don't believe
title
it.
and the
Israel's the
very beginning of it.
size New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say stand down? That is a legitimate, non-conspiracy question. The whole country is the IDF. The whole country is. Yeah. But the fact is now Bibi and the Israeli hard-right government has a mandate. I gotta be careful the way I say this. They're going to try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. I mean, I don't use that term lightly, okay? They're talking about basically removing 2.5 million people from there, okay? And honestly, they have a mandate to go seek justice and revenge. They do. This idea that they need to have a truce or a peace treaty, that's morally crap after you see women and children be burned alive and dragged to the streets. But there are some serious questions here, Patrick. And let me tell you, my pattern recognition over the last 5 years has become pretty sharp.
Netanyahu has a history of playing both sides. For years, he's funneled tens of millions of dollars into Hamas, keeping the enemy alive to justify the fight. It's all smoke and mirrors. The global elite have always used terror groups as tools. Just look at Syria. Obama's Pentagon was funding one side of the civil war, while his CIA funded the other. That's the globalist game. And if we're not careful, they're about to play us all over again. The only way to stop them from doing it again is to recognize the pattern, to study the real history. And you need to keep yourself safe online. This is a red alert. If you're digging into dangerous topics online, you need to anonymize yourself. The VPNs you thought were your shield, your last line of defense against government and corporate surveillance, have already been hijacked. One Tel Aviv-based company with a long history of distributing malware has quietly bought up nearly all of the biggest VPNs on the planet.
Let me tell you what happened the other day. Now, I'm not saying this got anything to do with this, but I'm looking at all this shit and my computer starts screaming at me. And it locked it. It wouldn't let me do anything. And you know, I had to call, Windows, whoever.
ExpressVPN site.
Do not unplug your computer.
The list goes on.
I
And the
unplugged
people
it.
they hire, not random techies, not privacy activists, but veterans of Israel's most notorious intelligence units.
I don't know if it had anything
Unit
to do with it,
8200,
but
the cyber warfare arm behind some of the world's most advanced spying tools, and the Dovden unit, infiltration experts turned executives. That's why last year VP.net was built to solve this urgent problem, using zero trust architecture and next-gen cryptography to shut their digital eyes forever. It's not another VPN with clever marketing. It's trustless by design, meaning even if they wanted to spy on you, they couldn't. Even if somebody holds a gun to their head, they can't hand anything over. Check it out at vp.net/TPV. Built on zero-knowledge cryptography, Intel SGX secure enclaves, and open source code you can audit yourself, it's mathematically impossible to log or leak your data. No Mossad backdoors, no compromats, no hidden hands. Just pure verifiable privacy. That's how we fight back. Not with fear, but with technology that works for us, not against us. Go to vp.net/TPV and close Big Brother's eyes for good.
Now I want to show y'all something else. Stop sharing that one. Let me find this other one, and then we'll watch the video that I was wanting to watch with y'all. Let me pull it up here. Got it. Y'all watch this. This is gonna piss you off. It's gonna, or if it don't piss you off, it's gonna make you go, what? Get it bigger here.
Hospital. Do you like killing Palestinian children?
Yes.
Does it
This
make
is
you
a
feel
Israel
good when you
soldier,
bomb a hospital?
soldier. What's up, Sean?
Really? You guys killed children in Lebanon. Is that okay?
Yeah, this is okay because in Hamas,
What about the children, the babies?
the babies is good to kill.
Really? In Lebanon?
Yes, in Lebanon, in Gaza, in Iran.
Really? It's okay to kill babies in Iran?
Yes, yes.
And in Gaza?
Yes.
And in Lebanon?
Yes.
You really believe that?
Yes.
Really? Have you ever killed any Palestinians?
I killed.
Have you ever killed any Palestinian children?
I killed.
How many?
I don't know.
You don't keep track?
No, but I killed.
But you've killed Palestinian children?
Yes.
That's crazy. That's literally fucking crazy. Kids don't have nothing to do with nothing, man. They think they're doing the spiritual. They think that they're entitled to the land over there. Yeah, it's wicked. That's why I tried to show y'all this stuff, man. A lot of people don't want to talk about this shit. A lot of people do not want to talk about this shit because they don't feel like it's interesting or it brings enough drama, the views. If I can get one person to kind of start nosing around, I feel like I've done what I was supposed to do.
10 risks that you think we should talk about today?
I think that there are three that are really big.
Now,
The
I'm not
first
saying that
is
any
that
of
the
this
United
is
States
true, but
has
what I am
become
saying is
the
you need
biggest
to pay
driver of risk, the biggest driver of geopolitical uncertainty in the
What's
world.
up, Snowman? How
And we
you
see
doing,
that with the
partner?
tariffs. We see that with Venezuela. We see it with Greenland. We see it with Iran. I mean, if there was that level of uncertainty in a smaller political system, and that happens all the time, we wouldn't care as much because the global impact would not matter. But everyone out there is affected by even small changes in the United States. Suddenly, big changes in the United States. The Americans are saying we no longer want to play by the rules that we set up historically. We don't want the free trade system that we put together. We don't want to be the global policeman that is paying for the collective security. We don't want the open borders that used to welcome so many people from around the world. We want a very different set of rules. The American system is not being challenged by the Chinese saying we don't want. The Americans themselves and the leadership are saying we refuse to be the leader that we used to be.
So that's number one.
Yeah, that is number one.
And this is a critical
Damn
risk.
right it
That is a
is.
critical risk. That's the most important. Without any
Damn
question.
right it is.
And again, I say critical in terms of it is happening right now. It is overwhelmingly likely. It's overdetermined. And the impact is massive. So there's no way you could look at the geopolitical order today and not say this is the most important thing. That's not just driving headlines, but that's creating real movement in how the global economy works, how global politics works, global security. Everything is driven by this change.
And what's the second one?
The second one is the big question of how the second most powerful country in the world is responding to all of that. Now, we in the top risks piece talked about overpowered being the global energy dynamic, how China has been working to build the most effective electric vehicles all over the world at scale, and the batteries all over the world at scale, and the critical minerals and rare earths for decades now, not just having access so they can exploit them, but also so that they can reprocess them.
For anyone that doesn't know what critical minerals are,
yeah,
and how important they are to our everyday lives, could you give us some color there?
Sure. We're talking about all of these things that you take out of the ground, whether it's lithium, antimony,
which is in all these devices.
In every device, in your car battery, it's in your missile systems and your advanced weaponry that keeps you safe at home or allows you to go to war against somebody. I mean, you can't have an advanced economy without critical minerals and rare earths. And the Chinese have been investing at scale globally in that capability for decades now, thinking long term. And a lot of the rest of us have not been thinking long term. We're like just in time, globalization. How do we make the most money now for our next quarterly return? And that reality is making China not a better economy today, but it's setting them up for a much stronger long-term trajectory. So as a risk, you're going to ask me to do this. It is not as critical as the US political revolution, because this is focusing on 2026 and China is playing out over a longer period of time, but it is absolutely severe because the Chinese understand that long-term, as countries are saying the Americans are less predictable and we're more vulnerable to their sudden changes in decisions, many more countries are saying, well, we want to hedge and do more with the Chinese. And those decisions really matter.
If this continues, if this direction of travel continues, what happens next in terms of global order, in terms of the Middle East, in terms of all of these things we've talked about?
Trump will fail. And I think that the level of policy incompetence and unwillingness to take on expertise is ensuring that it will fail. He's quite unpopular on so many issues right now. He's going to lose in a big way in the midterms coming up in November, and that will make him look like a lame duck. And Republicans will start to think about their own futures as opposed to holding on to this 80-year-old guy. Having said that, we will not have resolved these underlying challenges for average Americans. So there will still be a demand for a political revolution in the United States. The question will be, will the next person that comes and captures that, are they going to be focused on themselves or focused on the country? Right? Trump actually identified the symptoms and was able to benefit as a political entrepreneur twice from getting elected in free and fair elections, right? Mostly. The reality is a future person, we're in New York right now. Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, is the mayor of New York City, which is like the capital of global capitalism and finance in the world. What does that tell you? It tells you that there's still a demand for something very different. And we don't know, is it going to come from the left or the right? But we know that that level of uncertainty is growing. And it's not just growing in the United States, it's growing in the global order. Because if the Americans are no longer willing to act as the global leader, but no one else is capable of filling those shoes, you don't have a G7 or a G20 where governments come together and agree on the rules of the road. You have a G0, an absence of global leadership where people, the powerful, make the rules that are useful to them, and the weak have to accept that.
Space 44 super agents. Careful, there's no going back. No setup. Just say hello.
Have to find a way to live under that. That's where we're heading.
I hate
There was
to
a
say
Yale
this.
poll in April
I hate to say this, but I almost hope Trump does lose the midterms.
26 that said Kamala Harris is leading the overall Democratic field with 20%, narrowly edging out Gavin Newsom at 19% and Pete Buttigieg at 14%, with AOC at 13%.
Means literally nothing to me. You know, I think it was Jim Carville, the great Democratic political strategist, that was talking about in November. He said, you know what the Democrats need to do? They need to all get on a plane and go to Turks and Caicos until after the election. Say nothing, be absent, just do not be and allow. It's like, the Sun Tzu. It's like when your opponent is making mistakes, stay out of their way.
When you say the election, do you mean the midterm
election?
Okay.
Yeah. So for now, there's nothing happening except Trump and the reaction to Trump. Then after that, we have a 2-year-long, God help us, election in the United States. Billions of dollars will be spent, and people will have far too much information about far too many of these people. And then we can have a conversation. It is too early to talk about 2028 right now.
I have to ask you then, what on earth is going on?
I wonder when we're going to get there. We got this big map in front of us here. We haven't even touched the Middle East. We literally haven't touched it.
What is going on? Like, really take me back to the beginning. What did Trump think was going to happen? How is this linked to Venezuela?
Yeah.
Why would he do this after saying that he was the president that was going to stop all the wars?
Yeah.
What is the big picture here?
And literally one of the 8 wars that he said that he had stopped was with Iran. This was not what he was voted in on. He was voted in. He ended the war in Afghanistan. I mean, he cut the deal with the Taliban. Was it a great deal? Yeah, for the Taliban, it was pretty good, but it got the Americans out. 20 years, $1 trillion fought on the backs of the Afghan people and of Americans, not wealthy Americans, not people like Trump that could find a way out of service, but poor Americans.
And Europeans.
Yeah, and Europeans who fought side by side with the Americans when the Americans asked them to, almost all of them sending troops, and many of them wounded and dying in the same numbers, the same percentages, just as courageous as the Americans were, right? So Americans wanted an end to that. Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, what the hell are you guys doing? We're not benefiting from that. Stop it. Trump stopped it. So why did he do this?
Why did he do this?
I think there are 3 reasons why he did it. I'll take you through. First reason, you said Venezuela, not on this map, shouldn't be relevant to this map. Turns out it's relevant to this map. Trump had plans to take out Maduro. He's got a lot of people inside his administration that see this guy as a real problem. And by the way, a problem for the region. 8 million Venezuelan refugees destabilizing the region. Lots of drug export destabilizing the region. So he had been planning to do something.
Was it also linked to oil?
It was relevant. They have the world's largest oil reserves. It is going to take far more years than Trump will be in office to make that meaningful.
Probably 10.
So it sounds good from a branding
So
perspective. And you're going to
Venezuela's
see
oil, they keep hollering, oh, he just wants their oil. He won't even be alive by the time that they really get ready to crank up and process Venezuela's oil. Trump will be passed away.
100,000 more barrels a day, but it's going to be years. If you saw that testimony by the CEO of ExxonMobil, who said, Venezuela is not investable today.
What's
and Trump
up,
was angry
Pimp?
at him. And all the other energy CEOs, like, thank you for saying that. We're not saying anything. Like him, look at him, look at him. Not much courage among those CEOs publicly. So the oil is a great headline for Trump. It doesn't matter much for Trump's presidency. As we know.
Just to get some color on that, is that because they just can't, they have to build up lots of infrastructure to be able to extract?
Oh yeah. And because all their engineers are gone, most of them in the oil patch up in Canada, which has similar geology to it, because they've destroyed so much of their infrastructure. It's broken down because the governance structure isn't there yet. They don't have people that are capable of actually ensuring that there will be contracts that you would follow through on, engage in, people that still have huge lawsuits that need to be resolved, right? So all of this stuff. But to get to your, I don't want to lose sight of your, why did Trump do this in Iran? So the first point is beginning of the year, Trump goes in to Venezuela, right? It is the most successful.
Copper Top, I'm going to tell you why that didn't really bother me too much. For one, that's not the image of Christ. If you read your Bible, Christ is, I hate to say this, but because a lot of people don't want to see it this way, but Jesus is black. To me, he's just trolling, trying to piss people off. Either that or he sees himself as saving the world. And we were created in God's image. So, I mean, that didn't really bother me too much, which I don't know. That to me, just, it wasn't that big of a deal.
Military
Maybe it
operation
should
you
have
can
been.
possibly imagine. Not a single American serviceman or woman is killed. They go in, they take Maduro out. They don't kill him. They don't injure him. They bring him to a jail in Brooklyn, right here in New York, outer borough, but still counts, New York City, right? Extraordinary. And he's facing justice. And meanwhile, Delcy Rodriguez, right? Suddenly, vice president becomes acting president. It's like, sir, we want to work with you guys. We don't want any of that. Right. And so you've got a new government
But
that
then
is
again,
has a
that
different
may
trajectory,
change.
but it's
The more I
basically the
learn,
same
that
regime.
may change.
And they say, whatever you want, we will work on. We'll open our oil sector. We'll open our mining sector. We'll have better regs. We'll try to improve the economy for the average Venezuelan. I mean, they're starting to become popular. In another year, if they had elections in Venezuela, it is not inconceivable that she would win. In a democratic election, which is like blows your mind, right? Whole bunch, hundreds of political prisoners they've released. I talked to leaders all over South America. They all think this was a success. This is enormously popular among the populations in those countries because they care about security. That's what they've been voting on. Their elections have been about the economy and local security. And Venezuela has been a problem for them, right? I mean, they're exporting people causing crime. Colombia, Peru, Brazil, Chile, right? This has been a serious issue. So Trump is hugely feeling great, successful. Now he's like, I can do that in Iran. I can do it even bigger. So that's the first reason. I said 3 reasons. That's the first reason. Second reason, this is not Trump's first rodeo with the Iranians. In his first presidency, the Iranians were engaging in strikes against the Americans directly and with proxies, bases in Iraq, other places. Also, we're taking on strikes against the biggest refinery in the world in Saudi Arabia, those drone strikes you may remember. The Saudis and the Emiratis were telling the Americans, we need to do something. We need to take some action. Trump didn't want to do anything. They'll get angry, right? Finally, the end of his presidency, he orders, pretty bold move, the assassination of this incredibly charismatic military leader, Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Quds Force, as it was called in Iran. And Iran was so angry. And they were going to destroy the United States. Death to America. What do they actually do? Nothing. And then, last June, Iranians are developing their ballistic missiles. They're developing their nuclear enrichment. In uranium enrichment, they're like stockpiling at higher levels, 60%. And the Israelis want to go in. Trump's providing intelligence. He doesn't want to go. Kind of dangerous. The Israelis go in. It's enormously popular. It's going well. Succeeding. Trump's like, I want a part of that. That's successful. So he joins in. Second time, Israel took casualties, about 100 killed, I think, in the course of that 12-day war. The United States, Iran talked big, did not hit the Americans. They threw some missiles at that Al-Udeid base in Qatar, the biggest U.S. base. They warned the Americans through Iraq before the missiles were launched. So it was very clear the Iranians didn't want any part of that fight. So Trump is thinking to himself, this is going to be awesome. Because I'm going to go in, I'm going to pull Venezuela in Iran. I know they don't want to fight me. I killed the supreme leader, 86 years old. He's going to die anyway. He's not that popular among the Iranian, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, the IRGC, because they're the ones that really run the country. I'm going to have this huge military force that I'm capable of doing. Then the rest of the Iranian leadership, they're going to want to work with me, just like they did in Venezuela. So that was reason number 2. And then the most important reason. The most important reason is that unlike Trump's first term, where he had people around him that were patriotic first and foremost to the country, and when they had disagreements with Trump, they let him know. And they leaked. And they also were willing occasionally to do what they could to undermine an incompetent decision that would hurt the country. And we saw that whether it was with Mike Pompeo or Mad Dog Mattis, right? All of these people who were much more independent, strong actors. This time around, Trump has some really good advisors. People like Marco Rubio and Scott Bessent. He also has some staggeringly incompetent advisors, like Pete Hegseth, for example. But what they all share is that they are first and foremost loyal to the president. And they will not tell him. They won't push back. And what he hears from them is shaded towards how brilliant he is. And that makes him think that he will be more successful even when the military thinks this is a horrible idea. And we just saw this with the reporting from the head of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, who clearly thinks that this is a really bad idea and understands that the military scenarios are super dangerous and that the Iranians will be able to shut down the strait. And every military in the US for the last 20, 30 years has gamed out how the Iranians could shut down the strait in a major conflict. And Trump hears very little of that. And he's taking away, I'm incredible, I'm confident, I'm going to make this happen. Those are the reasons he went in.
And so he thought it would be take out the supreme leader, then they'll negotiate, we'll get a better deal, we'll have a political system there or political leader there that is obedient to us.
Yeah, it'll be maybe, it won't be a day, but it's not going to be a month.
And what actually happened?
That did not happen. What actually happened is the Americans the Israelis took out the supreme leader and also took out a lot of the military leadership that the Americans had been speaking to, which is why Trump came out and he said, well, a lot of the guys we're talking to are dead now, so we don't really know who to work with. He said that even if it's true, and it was. You don't want the president saying that, right? He has no filter. Which is one of the more interesting things about this presidency. What happened is the Iranian leadership was taken out. The response was immediately what they call this mosaic situation, where they decentralized the military decision making to local commanders because they were worried that the high level commanders.
Did you hear what he just said? So when Trump was trying to negotiate with him, fucking Bibi killed him. He essentially cut off our communications with people that we were working with to try to stop the shit. And if it would have went off flawlessly the way that Trump wanted it to, we wouldn't be in this situation right now. That's why I worry about these false flags so bad. I believe that they're coming. I honestly believe that there's going to be some horrific shit that happens here.
If they were on cell phones, if they were engaging with other commanders, the Israelis would know where they were and they'd be able to assassinate them. So then suddenly the Iranians were taking shots at Gulf states, at critical infrastructure, and stopping transit from the strait.
This is one of the questions I had is, in several interviews that Trump has done, he alludes to the fact that he thinks he's talking to the right people. Do you really believe, I know there was a meeting recently in Pakistan where they sent JD Vance in to negotiate with Iran. Do you think anyone is running Iran at the moment? Is there leadership in Iran? Is it possible to negotiate and control all of these dispersed forces at the moment?
First, the honest answer is it's impossible to know, because this is right now, the internal decision-making of Iran is extremely buttoned up, and they ain't talking to anyone about that. Mm-hmm. But it's very easy to assess two things. First, that their ability to make centralized decision plans and implement them is real. So when their biggest gas field is hit and they say, we're going to hit you back in return, they are able to implement on that in short order. So we've seen a number of occasions in the last 5 weeks where Iran has gone from statement made by the foreign ministry and by spokespeople to action taken by local commander in Iran, which implies that there is a centralized structure. We also see toll taking on the strait by individuals that are being ordered by the central Iranian government to do that. They're not operating by themselves. So in that regard, the fact that the Iranians showed up in Islamabad, in Pakistan, with significant leadership, with the foreign minister, also the speaker of the parliament, but also a team of experts who had briefs on negotiating on a number of different points on the strait and on ballistic missiles and on support of proxy actors and on the nuclear issue, which proved the most divisive in those 21 hours of talks, shows that this regime is still very much functioning, despite all of the Israeli and the American efforts to say that, they've done all this incredible damage. This regime is still very much in place.
And they couldn't get a deal. So Trump announced that he's going to block the Strait of Hormuz himself.
Just hours ago. I think that is also overstated. You have 21 hours of talks led by the vice president of the United States. I assure you, if these talks were a disaster, they don't last 21 hours, 2 or 3, and then they're out. 21 hours means very substantive conversations on the entire range of topics that were of importance to the Americans and the Iranians. Trump did not get the outcome he wanted ultimately. I'm not super surprised because the Iranians feel like they have more leverage right now than the United States thinks they do. And this frustrates Trump immensely. And so at the end, remember, he's calling and talking with Vance more than 10 times over the course of this entire conversation. They're in regular contact. At that point, Trump says, okay, I'm blockading the Strait. But just before markets open on Monday, you also see reporting that, well, these talks that were a disaster, we're going to engage in further talk.
For those of you that believe in the Bible, I want you to know that the bees are swarming Israel right now. They're literally swarming and attacking people, just like the locusts did. Now, I don't know what that means, but.
So maybe it wasn't such a disaster.
It's
Maybe
not
what's
just in
really
one
going
area,
on
it's
here
everywhere.
is Trump wants to show that he still has more leverage to use against the Iranians because he's lost a lot of his leverage. He gave a speech to the American people once about Iran, primetime speech. In that speech, he said, war's almost over, 2 to 3 weeks, max, we're done. If I'm the Iranians and I hear that, I'm like, great. The Americans can't take this pain anymore. They can't take it. He keeps saying, Strait, not my problem, Straits. Let them take care of it. I hear that. I'm the Iranians. Great. He can't take this economic pain. He knows he doesn't have a military solution. So it's not that the Iranians are only hearing from Trump, I'm going to destroy your civilization. They're seeing what he's actually doing.
And he seems to change his mind a lot or not follow through on some of the threats that he makes.
Right, of course.
And then they also will be aware that he's becoming increasingly unpopular.
On this issue specifically. On this issue specifically. He is underwater just like he was on Greenland, where he eventually completely did a 180. He was going to put tariffs on all the Europeans that supported Denmark. He had to take Greenland. Those things went away.
So you're sat there, you're Iran, you're going, Trump's own people are pressurizing him to get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
He's unpopular day by day. It's hurting his economy.
Correct.
His midterms, elections that are coming up, he's going to be severely hurt and he's going to lose power in that regard. So actually, the Iranian leaders, I mean, they might be incentivized just to wait it out.
That's right. Because they don't think they have to wait it out for months. I think that
it's a democracy. So he's going to be unelected at some point in a couple of years.
They saw China. China did this, right? Last year, Liberation Day, as Trump called it, where he puts tariffs on all these countries. He puts these high tariffs on China. They hit back. He does it again. They hit back again. He's like, I'm going to do export controls. They say, well, we're going to shut down your critical minerals. Suddenly, CEOs are going to Mar-a-Lago. They say, you got to deal with the Iranians or we're going to shut down our factory lines in red states. Trump has to back down, right? So we've already seen that when a country has leverage over Trump and they can hit him, he has the most strong military in the world, but he also has a glass jaw. He can't take a hit the way that unelected non-democracies can. The Chinese and now the Iranians over the Strait. So what Trump is doing with announcing the blockade, and by the way, he hasn't broken the ceasefire. So even though blockade is an act of war, he still hasn't said, okay, you guys have to start hitting the Iranians again right now. So this is still de-escalated compared to a week ago. A week ago, this looked much more dangerous than it looks today. He's saying to the Iranians, hey, I'm willing to cut off your source of funds. I'm willing to stop you from exporting oil and making money off of it. Same Trump that suspended those sanctions on Iran because he wanted to keep the prices down. So that's what's happening right here.
Iran also, again, I'm trying to put myself in the mind of, the incentive structure of the Iranian leaders. They can't let it be seen or known that dropping bombs on us made us pander to you. Because if they set that precedence, then for the next couple of decades, every American leader is going to know, okay, if you want Iran to play ball, all you do is take out their leadership, you drop loads of bombs on everything they have, and then they come and negotiate with you and give up their nuclear weapons and everything else. So I imagine there's an element of the Iranians now going, if we buckle here, then for the rest of time, America are going to repeat this playbook.
I hear what you're saying. I would put it slightly differently. I think that after the 12-day war last June, the Iranians understood that their deterrent capacity had failed. They were incapable of preventing the Americans and the Israelis from hitting them and their proxies whenever they wanted. We've talked a lot about Iran. We haven't talked at all about Lebanon. There's another war going on in Lebanon right now. The Israelis are hitting the Lebanese very hard. There's over 1 million displaced people in the last several weeks.
Why? What is this war?
Well, Hezbollah, which is a terrorist organization as recognized by Israel and the United States, though not everybody, continues to have the ability to engage in strikes against Israel. Nowhere close to the strength of the Israeli military, but the Lebanese government promised to disarm them. They have not done that. And so Hezbollah has been able to continue to engage in missile strikes, relatively small numbers of missile strikes, into the north of Israel, where Israeli citizens live. There was a period of time after the October 7th attacks by Hamas, where over 100,000 Israelis had to evacuate from their homes and their schools and the rest for like a year because Hezbollah was making their lives hell, right? So what Israel is now doing is they're going to take territory, about 5 to 7 kilometers of Lebanese land. They're going to occupy it as a buffer zone to protect those Israeli civilians from Hezbollah being able to hit them with their weapons. That is the intention here. And so what Iran understands is that their ability to deter Israel from hitting Hezbollah At the beginning, on October 7th, Hezbollah was the most powerful non-state military in the world. No one else was close. And today, Hezbollah has shown that their leadership gets targeted and destroyed, assassinated across the board by the Israelis, that their military is incapable, the critical infrastructure can be disrupted, and that Israel can also hit Beirut, the capital of Lebanon, and no one can do anything in return to Israel.
There's lots of chaos going on in the world right now.
Yes.
Was there a way to have avoided all of this? Was there something that someone could have done further upstream to avoid all this chaos that we're seeing now in the Middle East? Like, what was the first domino that fell?
In Iran, you do have an enormously repressive regime that has the ability to take action against their own people in an incredibly brutal way, as we saw play out in January. And it's also a regime that does not respect the right of Israel to exist. It's also a regime that has been sending weapons and money and military advice to other revolutionary actors around the region, undermining security in Yemen, undermining security in Iraq, undermining security in Syria. So, I mean, the fact that at the core of the Middle East, you have a revolutionary regime that was exporting instability and violence is a serious problem. That's number one. Number two, Israel, America's top ally in the region. America first, but Trump still gives billions of dollars every year to Israel, even as he's cut off military aid and support for almost everyone, including for Ukraine, right? This country is very capable of now attacking all of its enemies and creating outcomes that it wants, whether...
So if Trump goes over there, Budweiser attacking you, what's up, pimp? How you doing, bro? If Trump goes over there, I wonder if they'll get him then. I wonder. That's kind of like been my main question. I hope he doesn't travel to Pakistan to do a deal.
Or not, it creates instability in those countries. We've seen that in Gaza and the West Bank, right? I mean, reality is Israel is continuing to take more and more territory in the West Bank, and no one can do anything about it. They hit Lebanon really hard. No one can respond to that. So that is creating a reality where Israel is able to determine outcomes and even attack Iran directly with the United States. They felt very confident about taking that on and that there would not be backlash that would undermine Israel's own political survival. It wasn't an existential risk to Israel.
And there's literally a video of Bibi with Lebanon and fucking all these other little countries and shit tied into his. And they're saying that Apple Maps has already took Lebanon, northern Lebanon, off the map and made it empty.
And even if Iran developed nukes, which is everyone wants to prevent from happening, but Israel has their own nukes, right? I mean, they have like 100 plus. So those are two fundamental drivers of conflict and instability in the region. One aligned with the United States, one a revolutionary theocracy. There have been very positive developments in this region, very positive developments. First of all, Syria, Assad.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with base.
Which we're leaving Syria
Since the
right
beginning
now.
of the internet.
The final troops are pulling out of Syria. As
There's
we
never been
speak.
such a fun, fast, and intelligent.
Was a brutal dictator that was overthrown by his own people, and his own military would not support and fight for him. And the Russians proved that they couldn't support him in a significant way. And so now you have an opportunity for Syria to become a representative government that can engage with others around the region and more broadly. That's a positive. You've got Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar that are engaging in transformative domestic policies to attract investment from all over the world, to build experiences that everyone would want to travel and engage in, to create work opportunities that are far better remunerated than anything that foreign labor could get in their own home countries, allowing them to bring money home. And in the case of Saudi Arabia specifically, they're taking 35 million people. Half of that economy used to be closed to women, and now they're bringing women into the economy. They're actually not just educating them, but they're giving them opportunities in every area of employment. That is one of the most extraordinary stories in the world today in terms of change in governance, and that continues. Then final point here is that in the context of this Iran war, we do, and in the context of the United States, which is doing less global leadership, there are questions of how these countries that are aligned with the US want to ensure their own futures. And so we see increasingly two different blocks that are starting to form. You've got the United Arab Emirates together with Israel. You remember the Abraham Accords, which was Trump's big foreign policy success in his first term, where he got these countries, the UAE and others, to recognize Israel and start doing a lot more tourism and business and technology transfers and the rest. So UAE, Israel, the United States, and India are increasingly aligning on national security and technology, and they're becoming more of a international bloc based on this region. At the same time, Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, long worked together on defense, are now much more public about an alliance. Pakistan is nuclear. Saudi Arabia is not, but Pakistan would provide them nuclear weapons if they really wanted it. That's absolutely something to think about. They are increasingly becoming a regional defense quad, 4 countries, together with Turkey and Egypt. Big countries, big populations, aligning more diplomatically and on defense, calling for a regional security architecture in the region, but that would not be easily aligned with the UAE, America, Israel, and with India. So that is also a significant tension. And in the context of all of that, 95 million people in Iran, whose military has been substantially degraded, whose economy and industry have been substantially degraded, and who were already running their economy into the ground before the war happened. These guys aren't winners. They're survivors, right? They have influence over the strait, but they're not winning. And this is dangerous long term.
Your firm makes a lot of predictions. So I wanted to ask you to help me try and look forward as to how this conflict might end. We're in a position now where it seems that the US aren't going to give up the demand to Iran that they cease to develop and pursue nuclear enrichment. It appears that Iran have said that they want the right, and they believe they have the right, they said this before this conflict started, to enrich uranium and to have nuclear power plants and all these kinds of things. So how does this end? Like Trump's now, he's blockaded the Strait of Hormuz. We're in another standoff.
The ceasefire's in place.
The ceasefire's in place, which I think he said was 14 days. And we're now probably, got 9-10 days left of that.
Yeah.
He's thinking a lot about his legacy. He can't be re-elected. He talks sometimes about, winning the Peace Prize and wanting to be on a Mount Rushmore of presidents and all this. So he can't just leave. If he just leaves, then Iran carry on with their enrichment program. It goes down in history, almost like a Bush geopolitical failure. He can't just leave. He has to be seen to win. But also Iran can't let him be seen to win. So what happens?
I think unlike almost anybody else you can imagine, if he decided that he wanted to end this, he could end this. He could just leave and he would say, I won. He's already said this in different ways. I don't even care about the nukes because we've already entombed them. They're under all this rubble. We've got satellite coverage. If the Iranians try to get at them, we can hit them back. He's already said that there's already a regime change. It's already new people. We can work. We can talk with these people. He already said the strait isn't his problem, right? But of course, he's also said different things, sometimes in the same tweet, right? So he's picking and choosing. But what I'm suggesting to you is that Trump has already moved towards de-escalation.
You're spot on when you say he set the stage to back out. We won. Regime change. The strait's not my problem. We have our own oil. Blah, 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 blah. But then, if you don't open that strait, I'm going to end civilization. So which didn't seem to fit. It seemed like he was setting the stage to back out, and then suddenly the civilization tweet, I'm going to bomb your bridges and your nuclear power plants. Which suddenly made me think, okay, so maybe he does really care.
And wasn't plausible, by the way. Yeah. And there was no chance that he was actually going to do all that evening.
So why did he just back out?
Well, I do not want to be Trump's psychologist. Right? It is very clear that he is impulsive and that he does not have much impulse control, nor does he create around him mechanisms that create impulse control, that enforce impulse control. He's on his phone all the time. He watches the media relentlessly. People engage with him from all over the world on his cell phone, and he has recency bias. The thing he heard and saw last, he frequently focuses on.
But he also watches the markets. He seems obsessed with the stock market.
That's why so many of the announcements he makes are right before or right after the market opens. And obviously, there's been a lot of insider trading concerns around that too. And he's concerned about personal enrichment and people around him making billions of dollars. That plays in too. I wish it didn't. It's horrible to talk about, but you can't avoid that topic. What happens? You want to know what happens? I don't have a crystal ball. No one does. But where I think this could be going on the basis of that, the most likely outcome is that the ceasefire is eventually extended, that we have those talks that were 21 hours that were substantive. There'll be more talks, maybe not with the vice president, but there'll be more talks. They'll become more substantive. And that eventually I expect that the Iranians are more likely to give on the nuclear issue and on enrichment if they're able to maintain a privileged position on transit through the strait. Because that will help provide them with money and with security. They get a level of deterrence if everybody knows these guys could shut down the strait in the future. That helps them. They never had nukes. They weren't going to get nukes. If they got nukes, they were going to get blown up. Like, everyone knew that. They were 2 weeks away if they had access to the material and they reprocessed at nuclear grade and they weren't the Americans and the Israelis. That's a lot of if-ands, right? So, but here, they've got influence over the strait. They have it. They've used it. They're using it. They're making money. Trump does not have a military plan to hit them back. So I think that is the most likely outcome. And if that is the case, then over time, the Iranians will cut more deals with more countries to get more oil out. And meanwhile, there will be, after the ceasefire is in place and strong, then the Europeans and other countries, the Indians, other countries will come in and they will start escorting ships to create a more secure environment in the strait itself. That is the good scenario, or it's the less bad scenario, because all this should have been avoided.
I want to make sure I'm clear on this scenario. You're saying that they will concede on the nuclear point, Iran, potentially?
At least somewhat. I think they will compromise on the nuclear point.
But in turn, they'll get more control over the strait?
Yes.
And what does that mean? That they'll be able to decide who goes through there? They'll get a toll
charge.
Oh, they'll get
a charge. And by the way, you could define them charging the toll as part of the reconstruction money that they're going to need for the war that they just
reparations.
I mean, they'll call it reparations. No one else will call it reparations, but that's fine. I think that is the good scenario and the less bad scenario. And I would say it is more likely than not. There is another scenario, right? And the other scenario is that everything that Trump has been saying is because he doesn't yet have a military plan. Over the last days, with all the ceasefire, there's still this new aircraft strike group that is motoring its way over to the Gulf. You got thousands more American troops that are heading into position.
Oh, and
ground troops, right? They're going to have almost 15,000 total that will be deployed by Trump since this war started. They're going to be there in the next 2 weeks.
I kept saying
Trump has them there,
it's going to be a ground war, and everybody kept, oh, it'll be 6 months. It'll be no, I don't think so. I don't think so.
He can use them. And there are lots of things he might use them on. He keeps saying, I keep seeing him go back. Before I was talking about all the ways he was saying, we don't need to defend the strait. We don't need the nuclear, we can hit them. But he also has been saying, we should take the oil. I've heard him say this on a number of occasions. I've also seen him say, if just the American people were a little more patient, we could take the oil. What does he mean by taking the oil? That's not a blockade. Blockade isn't taking the oil. Blockade is stopping the Iranians from getting the oil out. Take the oil is control the export facility on Karg Island, right? And
Can you explain this for anyone that doesn't know what Karg Island is and the significance of it in the oil situation?
This is a comparatively small island, about half the size of Manhattan. It's not incredibly fortified or defended. And it's very close to the Iranian shore. And is responsible for 90% of the export of Iranian oil. CENTCOM, Central Command, say that you can take Karg Island with 12 to 15,000 men relatively comfortably.
So where is Karg Island on here?
Yeah, so Karg Island is right about here. It's not in the strait itself, but this is right off of the Iranian coast. And we're talking about 90% of Iranian oil export comes out through there. So if the Americans take it, obviously very easy for the Iranians to be engaged in strikes against them, but the Iranians will not be able to get any oil out. So suddenly the Americans have far more leverage over the Iranian economy, right? In a very direct way, in a very targeted way. And that is the way that you take the oil.
Could Trump actually take it out of this region somehow? Is there like another passage through that doesn't involve? Okay, so he could just stop the oil.
He could stop the oil.
Okay.
But again, if he has control of Karg, the oil coming out of Karg, if you want to bring it to market, the only ones that could do it would then be the Americans. Now, the Iranians at that point could still disrupt the strait. And there are other conversations, there are other military plans about how you might be able to take coastal regions, raids on the territory that would take out more ballistic missile sites, go after their drones. All of this takes more troops. All this takes more casualties, but would also give you more capacity to eventually enforce a navigable strait with escorts, which right now you can't do. Right now, the Iranians can prevent you from getting any ships out if they wish to. I think that the likelihood that Trump is ultimately going to make that order is well below 50%. I think that the worst scenario is not the more likely one because he understands how unpopular it will be. But it does mean that he's going to have to sell a pretty ugly pig with lipstick on it. Mm-hmm. It means that because this was the problem Trump has is he can't blame anyone else for this.
Yeah.
He's the decider. Like he did it. I mean, he's got his secretaries in cabinet that are all saying, well, the war's up to Trump. He's got the war goals. It'll be over when he says this. It's all about Trump. He can blame NATO for not wanting to join him. The joining him was his war of choice. And he's never been responsible directly for an economic downturn. I mean,
Hey, Georgia, it's time for a fixed natural gas rate plan. It's time to switch to Constellation.
The pandemic wasn't his fault, right? This is an economic downturn with oil prices shooting up. Gas is over $4 a gallon. Diesel's over $5. Inflation's ticking up. Food prices are going up. He's wildly underwater on affordability, and he is completely responsible for it. No one else is responsible.
And zooming out even further, when we think about this on a global scale, you've got Russia, who are at war with Ukraine. That seems to just come from the news cycle, by the way.
It has not in Europe, I promise you, but in the United States, they're talking a lot less about it. It's true. In Poland, this is a very big issue. In the Baltics, it is a very big issue.
And then you've got China, who must be laughing because it looks like the United States are just sort of self-harming themselves.
Yep.
And then you've got Europe, which is the last power who seem to now just be sort of colluding with themselves and getting together and saying, listen, we're not going to help the US anymore. I mean, I grew up through all these little conflicts and wars, and the UK always seemed to come to the US's call. Yeah. And for the first time ever, I'm watching the UK go, actually, no, you do this for yourself.
I'm not doing this.
I'm going to meet with Macron in France, and we're going to huddle and go it alone. What is that big picture? And which part of that big picture is most pertinent to talk about?
Yeah, China's the most pertinent because it's the most powerful. Russia's the easiest to deal with, which is that for the Russians, they don't have much that they produce that's manufactured. They don't have very good technology, right? They're relying more on the Chinese.
They've got oil, haven't they?
That they manufacture. They've got oil, they've got gas, they've got fertilizer, right? All the things where the prices have just spiked through the roof, that's what the Russians have. That's where their power is. And so they are making so much more money. Their economy was really getting squeezed with all the sanctions. Now they're getting so much more for everything that they actually sell. And the Americans have reduced sanctions like they did on Iran against Russia because Trump cares about the markets, as you say. So Russia's in a better position for that reason. And they're in a better position because all the weapons the Americans have been selling to the Europeans to get to Ukraine, America now needs to get to the Middle East. So the Ukrainians are going to have a harder time defending their cities against Russian ballistic missiles, against Russian drones. So this clearly means that Putin will be much, much less interested in a ceasefire, which, let's face it, he wasn't really very interested in to begin with. Trump, at the beginning of this term, promised he would end this war. He was hugely frustrated. He goes to Israel to announce the Gaza ceasefire. It's a big win. The Knesset, the Israeli parliament, they're standing ovation. He's like, I thought I was going to get the Russia war done, and I failed it. I haven't been able to do that. I got this one instead. Like, Trump never brings up his own failures, but this really bothers him. So here you've got yet more ability for the Russians to say, we're going to persist. And it makes it more likely that Trump will eventually do a deal with the Russians over the heads of the Europeans. So that's the Russia issue kind of in a little box. Now, Europe, we already talked about how Europe is having its problems economically. It doesn't have the productivity, doesn't have the growth.
What did Europe do wrong, in your view? Like, I'm a European, I guess. I was born in Botswana in Africa, but I moved to the UK when I was young. So I guess I'm British. what did the country do wrong? Because the country was so strong and powerful and respected when I was younger. And I love Britain, but it appears on a global stage that perception has changed.
What's up?
The US are talking to us like a lapdog.
Yeah.
At Davos, I saw the talks. They're like, you need to get your shit together and be stronger and stop being so woke, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Well, first, the Americans talking to the Europeans that way has a lot more to do with the change in administration.
Okay.
I don't think any other Democratic or Republican president would do what Trump is doing to his closest allies. I think that's more unique. But it is certainly true that over the last 30 years, there have been two really big geopolitical shifts, right? The United States has shifted its orientation, but not its geopolitical power. But in terms of power shift, you've got the rise of China and the global South, India in particular after China, but China's the biggest piece of that. And then you have the decline of American allies. Europe, Canada, Japan, South Korea. These are countries, most of which are contracting demographically, right? The countries, most of which that have much flatter growth and much more reduced productivity than the United States. They've not been investing in their own defense. They've not been investing in their own technology. So what you see is an asymmetry. At the same time that the Americans are saying, we're not interested in the rest of the world, we don't want to do all this stuff, don't want to fight the wars, don't want free trade, you're also seeing a reality where those countries don't bring as much to the table in a conversation with the United States. So the so-called Draghi plan, the 800-page plan by the former central bank head in Europe, the ECB, Mario Draghi, they called him Super Mario.
Right
he had this.
Let me switch this up.
Deal is signed in Islamabad. I might go. The field marshal is field.
Would you ever go to Pakistan to seal the deal yourself?
I would go to Pakistan, yeah. Pakistan has been great. They've been so good. Islamabad, I might go, yeah. If the deal is signed in Islamabad, I might go. The field marshal has been great. The prime minister has been really great in Pakistan. So I might go. They want me to.
Needed to do, and he would say the Brits as well, to address that, to build entrepreneurship, to spend in ways that would actually bring a return long term, to like invest in new technologies, to reduce.
I don't care how you look at this. This ain't good. And it's going to take a long time for us to recover this. This is not going to be a quick fix. No matter what happens, if they come to a deal today, it's not going to be a quick fix. I still see it a year, maybe even two, before we start seeing some kind of relief. They're trying to spin it as it's going to be faster than that, but I don't see it.
Red tape. The plan is there, but unlike the United States, unlike China, Europe is not a country. Every 27 countries in the EU and the United Kingdom, which decided for Brexit. It's a lot harder when you don't have scale. It's just harder. And when you have elections every few years, it's just more challenging. You can't do the sort of stuff that the UAE or the Saudis or the Singaporeans or the Chinese can do at scale long term. So as a consequence, what did Europe do wrong? Europe believed that the world after the wall came down in 1989, after the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, they believed that the world was just going to be peaceful, that everyone was going to have a system like the Europeans did, so they didn't need to invest in defense. And it was okay if they didn't invest in lots of technology because they had friends that they could work with, and maybe their growth wouldn't be as big, but their quality of life would be so high. And they were completely wrong. China did not. They got wealthier, but they didn't suddenly align with the United States and Europe. China didn't become a free market economy. China didn't become a democracy. China is a consolidated dictatorship.
I wonder how much of that,
no term.
hey, text being that you talking about China, and it's funny that I posted up, but I wonder how much of that shit he was talking about China, them working together, is true, and how much of it is just bullshit to feed the American people to try to calm their fears about what's going on.
Limits and with control of the economy, state control of the economy. And that's not an easy environment for the Europeans to be comfortable being non-competitive.
A lot of this comes down to energy and productivity.
The cost of energy.
The cost of energy. So a lot of these countries decided to carry on drilling oil and pursuing nuclear. And a lot of the European countries decided to go for net zero, where they tried to focus more on sort of sustainable energy sources. Yeah. Whereas China didn't seem to give a fuck, quite frankly. The US didn't really seem to care much. And then also on this point of entrepreneurship and innovation, the US and China have both really aggressively pursued entrepreneurship and innovation and new technologies, whereas one could make the case that the European environment has been less friendly to new technologies and innovation.
Yeah. So the Chinese, you said the Chinese didn't really give a fuck. Not true. The Chinese have invested in everything. So the Chinese know that they still need lots of dirty coal in order to power their industry. But they also have invested like nobody else in green technologies at scale.
Solar and things like that.
Solar and wind, and their car companies are the electric vehicle leaders in the world, and batteries that are the best batteries, the most efficient batteries at scale in the world, and all of the materials, the raw materials that go into producing those. The Chinese have invested in this for decades now. And nuclear. Right. While the Europeans, with the exception of France is, has heavy nuclear and that's helped them in this crisis. Most of the Europeans have turned away from nuclear. The Europeans have not done an all for all approach. The Europeans have done a let's lean into green, but let's make other technologies more challenging, including nuclear, which should be seen as a green technology. So yeah, there's no question that has inhibited growth in Europe. The United States has been on again, off again. You've got one administration that's leaning into green, the next one that's not. When America should be doing, America today is the world's leading oil producer by a long margin. and fracking natural gas as well by a long margin, doing incredible work there. Yet the United States is actively undermining the ability to also produce clean technologies for energy. Texas produces more sustainable energy than any other state in the United States. Red Texas. So, I mean, it's not like these energy technologies are not Republican or Democrat. They are at scale, becoming cheaper. You need all of them. And so the Europeans made a mistake in not recognizing that you need everything.
Everybody says that the United States is the world's leading superpower. And that has been the case, hard to argue against that for a long time. Is that set to change? Is China set to become the world's leading superpower?
Not soon. But the present trajectory, if it continues, clearly would challenge America's dominant position. Clearly. I mean, the US the dollar is the global reserve currency right now. Nothing else is close. And transacting in the dollar is a huge advantage for the Americans who can continue to print money with reckless abandon and run massive deficits and have lower interest rates as a consequence. China does not have convertible currency. They don't have rule of law. If they opened their currency to become convertible, there'd be massive capital flight and political instability. That's what they worry about. So they don't compete with the US there. China's military is still a fraction of the capabilities of the US. They're watching what's happening in Venezuela, in Iran. They don't have that capacity. They're not close. They're building their nuclear weapons out. They're building their conventional weapons out. They've never fought a naval war. It's decades since they fought a ground war. They're not capable of doing these things.
So is there any concern with China?
Yes.
What is that concern?
The concern with China is that the world-changing new technologies out there, the Chinese are investing at scale. And the Chinese are now either at parity or ahead of the Americans and everyone else by a long margin in many of the core technologies that matter most in the world.
And what does that potentially mean that is worth paying attention to? Why does that matter?
It means that they can set the rules. They can set the standards. They can sell the products that you need them, that if they determine that they're going to shut you off, you're dead, right? I mean, think about what happened. The Europeans were so dependent on Russia for gas and for oil. And the Russians invade Ukraine. They want to shut it down. It destroys the European economy. The Americans are doing just fine. The Americans are building and get so many of their semiconductors from TSMC in Taiwan. I'm sure you've talked about that before in your show. Well, what happens if China decides that they want to cut that off? If they have that capacity, the Americans are really screwed. So you don't want to.
That's why America is so worried about China fucking with Taiwan. It's because that's where we get all our chips. If you remember about 2 months ago, Trump was talking about computer chips. Chips.
Be in a position where one country, an adversarial country that you don't trust, have a good relationship with, suddenly produces all this stuff that you desperately need, or your economy will fall apart. And yet that is the trajectory we're presently seeing. If China had elections coming up in November, I'd be worried, right? Because you can just imagine a situation where the Chinese, being more short term, would say, well, look, the Americans are distracted with Iran and the Europeans are distracted with Ukraine. Now's our time for Taiwan because we really want to get all that support. So let's chin it up. Chinese aren't doing short term at all. They're doing long term. The Chinese are thinking for 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, and they're investing that way. They're taking very little risk. They're making no regret moves to set themselves up long term, while the Americans are doing all this short term stuff, all this electoral cycle stuff. That's the worry. If the Americans, the biggest danger to the United States, not China, it's America. It's America getting in its own way and not investing in having the best products, the most competitive, the most attractive place to study, the most attractive place to live, the most attractive place to work.
This has had probably the single biggest impact on my office. Of all the products that I've tried, that I've given, also corrects your speech. If you change did a TED Talk 2 years ago in June. It was published in June 14th, 2023. And it's done tens of millions of views on YouTube. It is titled, The Next Global Superpower
is Not Who You Think. Yeah.
And I was looking at the comment section earlier, and some of the top comments are, you called it a year ago and you were 100% right. There's another saying, hello, writing to you from a year in the future. I have some bad news about 2025. You were right. What were you right about?
I guess what they're saying.
Getting hard and getting turned on are not the same thing.
That is why Blue Chew Gold was created.
You and I have been talking about the US and China and traditional geopolitics. What I was saying is that increasingly the world is moving beyond geopolitics, and that the most important new global leaders aren't countries. They're technology companies that are writing their own rules. I was looking how the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that war started not on the 24th of February, but the 23rd of February, when Microsoft found out about all of the cyber strikes that were hitting Ukraine and made the US government, the Ukrainian government aware of it. I look at Elon Musk and providing Starlink. If it wasn't for that, I'm not sure that the Ukrainian government was going to be able to fight these guys on the ground. They wouldn't have been able to communicate. Zelensky might be gone. These were companies. The US government at that point was scared about sending all the military support, but the companies were making a big difference. Now I see that these new AI tools, like we saw with Anthropic and Mythos.
For anyone that doesn't know, Anthropic released a new AI model, which they say is so capable that it presents the world with a really fundamental security risk to all of our technology. They say in their report that in testing, this new model, this new type of AI could find security vulnerabilities in lots of different applications and software applications that we use. So essentially, it poses a cybersecurity risk. It could hack a lot of banks and
critical infrastructure, your power grid, water systems, anything with software. And not just like the things that a hacker could get to, but every bug that could be exploited. So it's so powerful that they couldn't release it because it would have been an immediate systemic risk to the global economy and our security.
And do you believe them? I say this because I heard some people debating whether this was marketing talk for them as a company to say, look how powerful we are, that we're not going to release this model because it's going to cause that much harm. Or do you think they are being responsible?
It is inconceivable to me that a company that is this capable of raising money and this capable of talking to the markets is not going to have a communication strategy that is fully aligned with that. So of course there's marketing here, but this was a real risk. When you have Jerome Powell, the chief of the Fed, and Scott Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury, looking at this and immediately calling an urgent meeting of all the CEOs of the banks, saying we have to deploy this internally. JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon is by far the best at cybersecurity in terms of the big banks and the big US institutions, and considers this a 5-alarm fire. I take this very seriously. I think this is actually a big deal that also happens to be useful for Anthropic's marketing, not least because Anthropic had just been in a big fight with the Defense Department, and the US Defense Department saying we don't want these Anthropic guys because like they're woke, right? I mean, they refuse to let us use and deploy their AI in our targeting or our surveillance. So we're going to take them out of our system. Well, it turns out you can't afford to take these guys completely out of your system because what they're doing is too important for American national security. So the timing is convenient from that perspective, but this risk is real. And it's real because it needs to be deployed immediately to find these bugs and to patch them before other people have those tools, because other people will have these tools in very short order.
And so on the scale of risks that we have in front of us here, critical, severe?
Yep, also severe.
Okay.
Again, would be critical if we were talking about 2 years out, because we're talking about this year and it's already April, it just happened. I would say severe, but my God, underappreciated. Because the amount of attention this gets on headlines compared to Iran or Venezuela, compared to China, is still tiny.
And is that because of unemployment? Because AI is going to take our jobs, or is it something else? Is it the nuclear? What is it?
No, I mean, if what I just mentioned with Anthropic, like if suddenly your systems are hackable by anyone that has access to this tool, your markets are going to go down. Your banks aren't going to work. Your data is going to be stolen. You know, imagine if the Russians had that capacity, what they would do with it. If the Iranians today had that capacity, what they would do with it. They will. These AI tools are becoming available to anyone with a laptop or a cell phone. So, I mean, in the same way that the war in Russia-Ukraine, Russia is much bigger than Ukraine. And yet in the last 3 months, Ukraine has actually taken territory back from Russia. How is that possible? Technology, drones, right? They have become the most capable drone producer in the world at scale. So much that when the Iranians were attacked by the United States and the counter hit, what did the Americans do? They called Zelensky, remember the guy that didn't say thank you in the White House, and they said, could we have your help with your drone technologies in figuring out how we combat Iran for our Gulf allies? So technology is changing the world so fast. And it turns out that the biggest way it's changing our security and the economy is AI.
On this point of AI, I actually was watching a video this morning before you arrived, which I thought I'd show you because it's quite dystopian. But what you'll see in this video is true and it's happening around the world. And I don't think anybody has any ideas. This is the video. I'll play it for those of you that are looking at the screen at the moment. Can you tell on in this video from watching it?
It looks to me like the work that they are doing.
No, they're gathering data.
Right? That's the second thing we need. We don't have that yet. The third thing we need is we have to have an ability to fund AI for people that otherwise would not be able to take advantage of it. We've got half of Africa that doesn't have electricity. The gap between people with electricity and people who don't have electricity is going to be a hell of a lot worse when it's AI. It's going to be a gap between people that act like empowered human beings, hybrid individuals that have AI as a principal relationship and can deploy that knowledge, and people that we won't even treat as human beings.
Like a different species.
Like a different species. That's unacceptable. We can't allow humanity to develop that way. So we have to spend the money to ensure that everyone has access. We aren't close to that.
What about the domestic economy here in the United States or in the UK or any of these countries that are developing the technology?
Same as the last point. It's exactly.
Okay, so you've got to also fund.
Yeah, it can't just be global. I mean, the Americans will not care about this.
Yeah,
if this is like sub-Saharan Africa, they'll be, whatever, right? It's them. I'm saying this is something that is necessary for humanity. But when I looked at Artemis going around the moon, we're looking down. I don't see borders. I see 8 billion people. I mean, if anyone that came down, that wasn't being shot up from the earth and came down, anyone that came down to the earth would look at us and they say, oh, look at this, 8 billion people, they don't see borders, right? And the first thing they would learn if they learned how we actually operate with our 8 billion people is, wow, you guys, given the technology you're developing, you have nowhere near adequate governance for 8 billion people. You guys are all divided into and all of these short-term decisions you're making that are so inefficient, and you're going to destroy yourselves. That's what they'd say. That's what they say. And I say that as a person who is a citizen of the country that created the United Nations, because we understood the last time we almost destroyed ourselves in a world war, we can't do that anymore. So we need more global governance. We need more forums that bring everyone together, not to divide us apart. We're not heading in that direction right now.
We are not heading in that direction right now.
Yes.
I mean, we're certainly heading in the opposite direction.
We're heading in the opposite direction in most senses of the word. But technologically, one could imagine that we're developing the tools that will help us move in that direction if we wish to.
There is another version of the future, isn't there, where sometimes I question whether it's possible because the human condition is so, contaminated with all of these sort of darker parts of ourselves. But sometimes I wonder if there is like a version of the future which is utopia.
I don't see how there isn't. I mean, I don't see how you allow human beings to create the kind of tools that we have and not have the ability to use them for good. The big stories of the world over the 50 years, my lifetime, those big stories have been about growth. Those big stories have been about how human beings are living for longer with better education and better healthcare and more wealth and less starvation and less poverty. Those have been the big stories of the last 50 years. Now, you can say maybe it's a blip, but actually when you look at human history on the planet, it's generally moved towards more capacity. We've just had a couple of really bad episodes.
And information spreads so quickly that we hear about these bad episodes in a way that we wouldn't have otherwise. It feels the algorithm serving me up what's going on 10,000 miles that way.
And I worry the most about that. I worry the most about people getting programmed. I'm not worried about artificial general intelligence. I'm worried about human beings becoming more computer-like. When you spend all of your time on your smartphone, that is a computer programming a human being. And we're acting more like the computer when we know that we're not like that. We know that we're more like who we are over the last few hours. We're sitting here, we're having a conversation with each other. I've never met you before. We know a bit about each other, but we're having a real conversation. That's a humane conversation. As soon as it gets intermediated by algorithms, as soon as you get programmed into a lane, we become much more inhuman. And I worry, that's why I hate prediction markets. The idea that we're going to, instead of looking at our political institutions as things that we built that serve us, instead we create a casino out of them. And we only care about whether we're in or out of the money. That human beings don't operate that way. Companies that want to line their pockets make us work that way. We're being forced away from being our better selves. We need regulations and governance models and companies that help us be more of our better selves.
What's interesting is, as a podcaster, you sit in this really interesting position where I don't have like a boss or an overlord telling me who I can interview and who I can't. And my team know me so well now that they would never even mention the implications of me interviewing someone to me. And when I say that is like, they would never come to me and say, Stephen, you should interview Ian, but just so you know, this is his politics. And if you interview him, these people might scream at you. Oh, yeah. They know me so well that they would never even mention it. So I say this to say that I have the opportunity to be like truly independent. And that means that, last week we had Ivanka Trump on, I had Michelle Obama on, then Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom, and I've interviewed Mamdani. And it's funny when you sit in this position and you look at your, the list of people that want to come on the show and that you've asked, can we reach out to these people? And you see every name. And yet that this, having a conversation, because of the algorithms, with someone that half my audience don't agree with, is going to cause like real anger. But like, it's what I also find to be really funny is like when I meet these people in real life that half my audience hates, for some reason, I can see like a lot of them, they have a disagreement about the path, but they all agree on the destination.
Well, no one's a villain of their own story. The one thing I would tweak of what you just said, you said, because you're independent, you have the opportunity, right, to do what you want and to say what you want, to interview whoever you want, to handle you. I think you have the obligation.
Yeah.
In this environment, independence is a responsibility because there are so many people that are not in your position or my position, that aren't independent, that can be fired, and they do not have the same opportunity. And instead, we can't be angry at those people. We have to recognize that, no, we are fortunate enough to be independent. And if you can't be fired, we have an obligation to be out there and above the 50% of people that are going to hate you for whatever reason.
Can I ask you a question then? Do you think I need to say something to the audience on why this is so important?
Oh, of course you do. I think you do that through your conversations, but I think being mindful of it is important. It's about being authentic to who you are. I mean, you and I may not have exactly the same values. We may not have the same priorities, but if you're being honest about yourself with your audience, about what matters, you're doing that through your podcast, your conversation. It's about never selling out when you do that. It's about never pulling back and saying, oh no, that might irritate someone, so I'm not going to say it. That's not who you are. Yeah. You can't do that. Yeah. Right? Because again, that's what mainstream media does, and that's why they're in trouble.
I completely agree. And I think it's funny because sometimes I think that the audience might not understand that, but the reality is, in the real world, when I go outside and I speak to people, they understand that and they appreciate that. It's just sometimes I think vocal minorities that really don't want to hear from someone that disagrees with them at all. But I just
are they really vocal minorities, or are they bots? Are they algorithmically created?
No.
When you and I are on the street and people come up to us, and it's random.
Yeah.
It's overwhelmingly friendly.
Yeah.
Maybe I think the digital world is not really a human world. And that's why it's so much more important to do more live. Just get out there. Also do more long form. The more that we can do to resist the algorithm, the better we'll be as a planet. The better we'll be as a species.
I'm so in love with the idea of like talking to people you disagree with or just have a difference of opinion with. I'm so in love by that. I remember reading a quote once that said, if you have the same opinion, if you have the same complete set of opinions as one group of people, those are not your opinions. And I find that to be really, really true because I can steal and take ideas and opinions that I agree with from almost everybody that I speak to. And this is such a strange position to take in an algorithmically driven world where the echo chamber will unbelievably reinforce and protect me. I just choose a side.
That's right. And part of my life that resists this is that my view is that if you hold the same opinions as the world is changing, you will be wrong.
True, yeah.
But the algorithm doesn't want you to change your views.
Yeah. Is there any closing remarks that you have for the listener, the journey we've been on?
I mean, again, I know you're based, you're Brit.
I live in Los Angeles as well.
Yeah, I know. But still, I mean, you got an accent and I mean, you're global. You're 4 years old, you bought Botswana, right? The whole story. I mean, the fact is that you've managed to build something global without promoting irresponsible lies and hatred and dislike. And I don't think you're bad for people, right? And we need more of that. Look, I mean, I think about, when I think about where power is coming from, it's not just tech companies. It's also people outside of established political force. When I was a kid, here's what we're talking about. I was in second grade. I think my teacher's name was Miss Kritika. She was Greek. And she was asking us, we were talking about the elections, and she was asking us who wanted to be president. And she was talking about what it meant to be president. I remember raising my hand, of course, and everyone's talking about how cool it would be. And then all of a sudden, she said, Ian, why would you want to be president? And I looked around and I realized that I was the only person that had my hand up, which did not make any sense to me at the time. I would not have my hand up today. I thought when I grew up, I really believed that like public service was the ultimate expression of how you make a difference. That is no longer true. But it's not because our system is so broken, it's so bad. It's rather that we have created all sorts of opportunities for people to really make a difference globally outside of political institutions. And I've devoted my life to that professionally. And I think it's incredibly important. right? And maybe people don't agree with me all the time. Obviously, that's fine. But they do know that I really care about what I'm doing. I'm trying to get better over time. Right? That's all we can do. And I don't think that has to be, it turns out I'll go through my life and hopefully I'll have a long and healthy life. And I don't think I'll ever have served in public office, but hopefully continue to have more and more impact in a good way over time.
Yeah, I remember hearing Neil deGrasse Tyson say something very similar, where he said most powerful people on planet Earth are no longer the elected; they are those that influence the electorate because they end up going to the polls and making that decision. And so it is a huge amount of responsibility in such a world for people like yourself, who I do think do a public service and educating all of us. I mean, look at all these books in front of me.
Yeah,
unbelievable how many books you've written and how incredible they all are.
I don't know how you found them all, but they are out there. Yeah.
I'm going to link all of them below, and I would ask my audience to take a look at the variety of different. I think this is the most recent one. The
That's much. Yeah, another one coming out next year.
We don't give a shit about his book. We do not give a shit about his book. Let's cruise around on X before we get off of here. Nobody gives a shit about it.
Or the next week, and do you think this agreement can reach? I do. Yeah, it's very exciting. With Lebanon, it's very exciting. I think we're going to have a deal where we're going to have a meeting, first time in 44 years, and Lebanon will be meeting with Israel, and they're probably going to do it at the White House. When do you think?
Now, you think Bibi will fuck this up?
When do you think they will? Over the next week or two. Or the next week, and do you think this agreement can reach? I do. I think we will have an agreement between Lebanon, and they're going to take care of Hezbollah. But they're going to be working on Hezbollah right now. But we'll have an agreement between Israel, very importantly, and Lebanon. Will you support our Lebanese army as well? I would. Yeah.
Iran's going to execute. Has Hezbollah agreed to the ceasefire? I mean, how do you even?
They're all agreeing. It's a very nice little package for about a week, and we're not going to have lots of bombs dropping, and we're going to see if we can make peace between Lebanon and Israel. Yeah, it's very exciting with Lebanon.
And I'm about willing to bet that Bibi won't settle on nothing unless he gets a bunch of land out of it.
Ooh, that bitch gone. Gee, I miss my man. Y'all don't even know, man. My phone finna be on some real, cause real out here, man. And I ain't know until right now. I need some for the L, man. I need some weed. I go buy some right now because I don't feel like going outside, bro.
Folks come out, whole fingernail, fool.
Boy, that's the last cut. No, that's his whole fingernail.
What the hell is wrong with people, man? I got some little white boy over beating him up. How come that shit's not a hate crime? I'm just wondering. Let's see what it's talking about. Your favorite person.
Now we are live on YouTube, Rumble, as well as on Twitch at Matt Morris TV. Ladies and gentlemen, boy, howdy, do we have a lot to talk about today. We have one hell of a show ahead of us, and I think you're going to like this one. We have massive updates today coming out of the great state of California. I'm not kidding when I say this, but as it currently seems, California state is actually on the cusp of flipping red. We're going to break down the entire situation. I kid you not. We also have some massive updates coming out of the U.S. Supreme Court that has the entire Democrat establishment absolutely panicking. They are on the cusp of losing just about absolutely everything. We're going to break that down as well. We also just got some massive news pertaining to the ongoing conflict with Iran. One, the Iranian people themselves are rising up at increasing rates day by day, every single day now. And also, President Trump just moments ago just gave all of us a stunning update about the ongoing negotiations with the Iranian regime. As a spoiler here, ladies and gentlemen, they are pretty much surrendering. We're going to break down the details today. We're also going to talk about the rhinos, the Republicans in name only. They made an attempt this morning to pass what is effectively an amnesty bill through Congress today. Really, we're going to be putting all of these rhinos on blast and shutting them down. And finally, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, has just dropped yet another bombshell today. If you are a fan of criminal accountability for various agents of the deep state, I think you're going to like this update. Like I said, coming from none other than Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be an absolutely massive day. Now, to really kick things off today, ladies and gentlemen, there's something I'd like to talk about. This is very important. This is absolutely urgent. We need to start today's show off by mentioning this. Now, on April 21st, in the great state of Virginia, there was a referendum, on whether or not to redistrict state. Now, like I said, April 21st, if the Democrats are successfully able to pass this redistricting referendum, they stand to gain up to four seats in the U.S. House of Representatives in Congress. Now, we got a big little information drop earlier this morning. You see, Quantus Insights, a pollster, has been keeping track on how are people voting. Well, look at this. Quantus Insights, Virginia Redistricting Amendment poll, April 16th. It came out this morning, this new data. Right now, in the state of Virginia, 51.2% of respondents are saying, yes, we approve of redistricting in Virginia. 46.9% are saying no. 1.9% say, I'm not sure how I'm going to vote. So right now, I hate to say it, the majority of Virginians, by a slim margin, 4% or so, are saying, yes, we are in favor of redistricting, which would ultimately give the Democrats an additional 4 seats in the House. 46.9% are saying no. This is very close. Okay? Within the margin of error, ladies and gentlemen, here's my message. This is an uphill battle. It is a winnable one nonetheless, but we need every single patriotic Virginian to go and vote to help save this republic. What do you vote? No. Vote no. When you go to vote in Virginia for this redistricting referendum, vote no. We have to. The outcome of this redistricting referendum in Virginia here could actually end up being the deciding factor as to whether or not the Republicans maintain control of the House once we get through midterms. So this really is very, very incredibly important. So reminder, if you're a Virginian, make sure no on this. We got to shut this down. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to some bigger news here. Like I said, we've got some good news coming out of the great state of California. The slightly less great state these days, used to be pretty great, might be on the cusp of becoming greater in the near future. Ladies and gentlemen, I kid you not when I say this, but as things currently seem, California state is actually on the cusp of
what about the lieutenant governor killing his wife?
In fact, I've got something I want you to take a look at. California state, you see, has their gubernatorial election this year. Gavin Newsom has officially timed out. Come election season, 4, 5, 6 months from now, he's gone 6 months from now. And as things currently stand, guess what? It's actually 2 Republicans that are the California state gubernatorial frontrunners. Guy named Steve Hilton, 17%, Chad Bianco, 14%. And almost hilariously, guess what?
For just a second. What the hell? I just lost my spot. Hold on a second.
But don't criticize people who quote manipulate religion for political or military gain. Do you think that he's talking about you, sir?
Very important that the Pope understands. Very, very important. It would be nice not to say it. Iran killed 42,000 people that were totally innocuous protesters. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they did, every country, including Italy, where he's stationed, every single country in the world would be in trouble. So we're doing very well with respect to that, having to do with the whole situation on Iran. The blockade is amazing. It's holding up very strong, very powerfully. And I think we're making a lot of progress in that. But the Pope has to understand Iran, very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The world would be in great danger.
Damn right they would be. I think. I don't know. I really don't know. Do you think that they would shoot it off if they had a nuclear weapon? I know that they try to convince us that they would, but I don't know enough about Iran really to say one way or another. I thought I did, but then again, that's everything that we've been fed, right? So we don't fucking know.
I don't think it's necessary.
Mr. President, you spoke with Prime Minister Modi just a couple of days ago. What was the conversation like? What is it that is on the table now?
I had a very good talk with him, and he's a friend of mine from India, and he's doing great. We had a very good conversation.
Extending
the ceasefire with Iran.
With who?
With Iran.
We're doing very well, I can tell you. Maybe it'll happen before that. I'm not sure it needs to be extended. Just so you know, Iran wants to make a deal, and we're dealing very nicely with them. We've got to have no nuclear weapons. If we do, that's a big factor. And they're willing to do things today that they weren't willing to do 2 months ago.
Do you have any news about Ukraine? Do you have any news regarding peace in Ukraine?
I think they will. I think it's going to be, actually, it's very exciting because it's 48 years. We're going to be meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, as you know, and the president of Lebanon. And I had a great talk with both of them today. They're going to be having a ceasefire, and that'll include Hezbollah. And
Yeah,
I think it could be number 10 for me.
Mr. President, do you have any news regarding peace in Ukraine? Do you have any news regarding peace in Ukraine?
Ukraine is moving along. I wish they could get along, frankly. A lot of people are dying in Ukraine. We'll see what happens. There's things happening there. We're focused so much right now in Iran, seeing if we can get that completed. And I think we're going to get it. And I think if you look, the stock market is good. The oil prices are coming down, and it's looking very good that we're going to make a deal with Iran, and it's going to be a good deal. It's going to be a deal with no nuclear weapons.
When is the next in-person round of negotiations on the war in Iran? When will
They're all
that take place?
important. I mean, it's not a question of around. All of them are
When
important.
will the next in-person
Probably, maybe over the weekend.
Will you send the vice president?
Maybe over
President,
there.
will you send the vice
Just so you
president?
understand, the blockade has been incredible. It's held. They're not doing any business. They're unable to do any business because of the blockade. And so the combination of having no Navy, having no Air Force, having no anti-aircraft equipment, they have nothing. Everything is gone, including their leaders. Now they have a new set of leaders, and we find them very reasonable.
And then the president wants a 20-year minimum to stop enriching uranium. Would you?
Well,
would that
we
be
haven't agreed to
acceptable
any.
you?
We
Would
haven't
that be
agreed to any.
acceptable to you, sir? If that's the final sticking point.
What we have is we have a statement, very powerful statement, that they will not have beyond 20 years. That they will not have nuclear weapons. That's beyond. There's no 20-year limit.
Anyone interesting? Can you please give us more information on it? They'll go against the weaponization.
I think that Todd Blanche is doing a very good job, from what I'm saying. All I can say thus far, I think Todd Blanche is doing a very good job.
If there's no deal, would you be willing to extend the ceasefire, or will the fighting resume, Mr. President?
I would say the fighting. If there's no deal, fighting resume.
Okay. And then on gas prices, how much longer will Americans continue to see these high gas prices?
Well, they're not very high. If you look at what they were supposed to be in order to get rid of a nuclear weapon, with the danger that entails. So the gas prices have come down very much over the last 3-4 days. I know, and that's what ABC says. But the fact is that if you look at the stock markets up, everything's doing really well. And the big thing we have to do is we have to make sure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, because if they do, you want to talk about problems, you'd have problems. So very important is that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. And they've agreed to that. Iran's agreed to that, and they've agreed to it very powerfully. They've agreed to give us back the nuclear dust that's way underground because of the attack we made with the B-2 bomber. So we have a lot of agreement with Iran, and I think something's going to happen very positive. Very complicated subject. It's I don't think we're waiting. I think we're moving very fast. It could happen pretty quickly. Say it.
What's up, Motivated? How you feeling, bro?
The what?
Motivated. You feeling great? Good? That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Glad to hear that.
We're doing very well with the blockade. It's very routine for us. The Navy is incredible. And I think the blockade is doing very well. It's no ship is even thinking about entering. No ship is going past our Navy.
Hey, drop it. Drop his link. Do you know how to do that, Bulldog? Drop his link in the back.
I have to do
I'll
what's
check
right.
him out.
The Pope has to understand that. Very simple. I have nothing against the Pope. His brother's MAGA all the way. I like his brother, Louis. I'm not fighting with him. The Pope made a statement. He says Iran can have a nuclear weapon. I say Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if the Pope looked at the 42,000 people that were killed over the last 2 or 3 months as a protester with no weapons, no nothing, I mean, you take a look at that. So I can disagree with the Pope. I have a right to disagree. I have a right to disagree with the Pope.
What do you say to people who see that, who see your criticism of the
look, nothing. I have no disagreement with the fact the Pope can say what he wants, and I want him to say what he wants, but I can disagree. I think that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they do, the whole world would be at jeopardy. The Middle East will be blown up, and the whole world will be at jeopardy. We're very close to making a deal. That'll be a great thing. The Pope has to understand Iran has killed more than 42,000 people over the last few months. Think of it. Protesters without guns, without anything. They were totally
At
unarmed
midnight.
protesters. The Pope has to understand that. This is the real world. It's a nasty world. But as far as the Pope and saying what he wants, he can do that. Now, I know the Pope's brother. He is a big MAGA person. He's got MAGA all over his house. His name is Louis. He's actually a great guy. And I'm sure the Pope is a great guy. I haven't met him. But I disagree with the Pope. If the Pope would allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, you can't do that.
There are people that are saying that the Pope is bad.
Anthony Mershak from MTV. No, not really. Anthony Mershak from MTV Lebanon. What?
Anthony Mershak from MTV Lebanon. I would like to ask you regarding congratulations for the 10th board.
Yeah, it's very exciting. With Lebanon, it's very exciting. I think we're going to have a deal. We're going to have a meeting, first time in 44 years. And Lebanon will be meeting with Israel, and they're probably going to do it at the White House.
When do you think, President, when do you think they would?
Over the next week or two.
Or the next week. And do you think this agreement can reach?
I do. I think we will have an agreement between Lebanon, and they're going to take care of Hezbollah. But they're going to be working on Hezbollah right now. But we'll have an agreement between Israel, very importantly, and Lebanon.
Will you support our Lebanese army as well?
I would. Yeah.
Iran's going to
Iran's going to execute. Hezbollah agree to the ceasefire? I mean, how do you even?
They're all agreeing. It's a very nice little package for about a week, and we're not going to have lots of bombs dropping, and we're going to see if we can make peace between Lebanon.
Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Mona Tusi, and it's kicking off inside the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps leadership team as they continue to be divided. The blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is suffocating financially the Islamic regime in Iran. There is now going to be a ceasefire in Lebanon, but there is a big but coming, which we can explain. So, in this live stream, we're going to talk about the so-called 10-day ceasefire in Lebanon. We're also going to be discussing the latest figures from the IRGC in Iran, who have now been assassinated and taken out by the armed Iranians, the anti-Islamic occupation Iranians on the ground. And of course, the latest update on the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, despite what President Trump said a couple of days ago, that we are permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, what President Trump says is very different to what he actually does. And the Russians have now warned the IRGC in Iran that President Trump and also the State of Israel are tricking them with this so-called ceasefire. They are rearming themselves, regrouping, and are preparing for the next phase of the conflict. Now, we're going to discuss all this because some things, actually a lot of things, will definitely change over the next few days and a few weeks. I'm going to get your reaction as well. First, we're going to talk about what President Trump and earlier on in terms of the ceasefire in Lebanon. All right. President Trump said, I just had an excellent conversation with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between their countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday. The two countries met for the first time in 34 years here in Washington, D.C., with our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. I have directed Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Rubio together with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Raising-Kane, to work with Israel and Lebanon to achieve a lasting peace. It has been my honor to solve 9 wars across the world, and this will be my 10th, just adding to it now. So let's get it done, President Donald J. Trump. Just adding to it. We've now stopped 5 million wars now. Now, there are a few issues with this. So people who don't understand geopolitics have been having a bit of a meltdown over the last couple of hours, but it's important to translate the real situation for you guys in case you're watching the establishment liberal media. We first got the update.
Well, you're supposed to watch. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing. You don't want to watch somebody who completely agrees with you all the time, because then you don't get no sense of direction out of anything. Who the fuck wants to, you know what I mean? Who the fuck wants to deal with somebody who agrees with everything you say?
Well, said
that's the craziest thing I've ever heard from people.
The ceasefire, we, the Israeli Defense Forces, will remain in Lebanon. We will remain in the security zone during the ceasefire. Where we are, there we stay. So, when this announcement came, and of course, the issue when it comes to global diplomacy and geopolitics in general is that any statement that you receive from any world leader or government or a group of people is what they want you to receive. Now, sometimes that could be true. Most of the time, it's not true. So, for example, if something happens in Norway and the leadership in Norway tell you that we are very concerned about what's happening in South Africa, for example, it's because they want you to think that. And the same applies to, for example, when you hear, we call it in politics, self-leaking. So, for example, we've had some updates about the Israeli government ministers being outraged Now, this is a self-leak from the Israeli government to the media so that the media would tell you. They are outraged. They don't show the outrage. They tell the media, we are outraged. And that is all called controlled leaking. And I'm going to explain what that is. First, despite the ceasefire, the Hezbollah leader has now said that Hezbollah will not respect the ceasefire. That's lovely. And the US State Department has also confirmed that even though we're going to have a 10-day ceasefire, during the whole thing, obviously, Netanyahu said, we're not going anywhere. We will still be occupying the southern parts of Lebanon. State Department and Marco Rubio said, Israel shall preserve its right to take all necessary measures in self-defense at any time against planned, imminent, or ongoing attacks from Hezbollah. Which means that despite the fact that those who don't understand geopolitics have been creating this paranoia that, oh, this is the end, this is a surrender. President Trump has forced the Israelis to surrender to Hezbollah in Lebanon. Oh, we've also heard that the Israeli ministers are outraged because this has been imposed upon them. Firstly, the reason this is a self-leak is because they make it sound like a surprise development. Nobody was expecting it. And suddenly President Trump imposed it. We knew for days and days and days that this was coming anyway. Nobody is actually surprised. They are showing outrage, but they're not actually surprised because this is part of the game that they have to be seen as, well, the Israeli government, we didn't want to do a ceasefire. We are forced to do the ceasefire. But is this actually a ceasefire? Is this actually a surrender ceasefire? No, of course not. Because part of the condition is the Israelis are allowed to stay in Lebanon. Secondly, they can still take military action against Hezbollah if the Hezbollah terrorists do any level of activities. So not much has really changed. This is just forcing Hezbollah into a corner so that the Lebanese government and the Israeli government can legitimately, for the first time, directly work together against Hezbollah. This way, in the international community, we can say, look, everybody's trying now. The Lebanese government, the Israeli government, they want peace in southern Lebanon and northern Israel. It's just one group who are not helping, and that's Hezbollah. So everybody move against Hezbollah. Meanwhile, while that's happening, heavy fighting continues between Hezbollah and the Israeli Defense Forces in Bin Jabal in southern Lebanon. And we're also getting some more videos. Let's go to the first one.
The bear's claw missed my face by an inch. My legs failed me as it advanced, driving me backwards toward the cliff's edge. The beast loomed over me, close enough that I could feel its breath.
Now, let's quickly also talk about what's going on in Iran, because we also have to cover the economic collapse of the IRGC in the country. And this is just the beginning of a chaos for the Islamic leadership. And then we're going to talk about what President Trump has been saying over the last few minutes. His tactic is to create a new reality by basically saying, yep, this is basically happening. And everyone's like, well, it's not happening until it actually happens. That includes the IRGC surrender. Now, Islamist women, a lot of people who have now been utilized by the IRGC as their new soldiers, because the grown-up male adults, they are running out of them because they're either dead or they have fled. So they now have child soldiers, they now have foreign proxies from various countries, and they now have also women who are not even professionally trained, but the Islamist women, part of the IRGC, have now been given machine guns mounted on vehicles, driving around the streets of Iran, terrorizing people, trying to scare them. The only issue is that nobody's actually scared of these guys. Let's watch this. What is this? What is this? This is so weird. This is... Yeah, I don't think anybody's terrified. Nobody's scared. They're trying to intimidate the civilians by enforcing essentially martial law on the streets. They've got heavy machine guns. They also have RPGs. They have rifles and everything else. But again, if they were to use it, like the so-called child soldiers that they have, well, they're not going to be able to stand against the Israelis or the Americans, or in fact, the rest of the Iranian population, those of them who are armed. Now, we do have some good news from the IRGC. Assassinations continue across the country. We now have 3 more senior.
So wait a minute. Did he just say that Iranian military doesn't scare anybody, but then in the same breath say they're assassinating people?
IRGC operatives who have been eliminated in Saravan. We have the Second Lieutenant Mahdi Nasiri Sadeh. On the left, we have the First Sergeant Ahmed Sheikhi. And also on the right, we have First Sergeant Mohammad Reza Shaghuzai. All of them have now been taken out by the armed resistance groups inside Iran against the Islamic occupation forces. Of course, there are more that have been taken out. And of course, over the last few days, we've been showing you guys the videos.
Let's see what they're talking about right here. I'll finish watching that later, British.
During this pause, that the United States Joint Force remains postured and ready to resume major combat operations at literally a moment's notice.
So there's General Kane backing that up, that we are ready to go as soon as the order is given from President Trump. And then right here, Dan Kane explaining further how the U.S. blockade of the Iranian ports is working. Let's go ahead and watch his comments.
14 April, you can see that the captains of all these ships have made the wise decision not to move, transit, or run this blockade. As I mentioned, so far, 13 ships have made the wise choice of turning around. And as we continue to hold this blockade at the order of the Secretary and the President, any vessel that compares to comply with our instructions will be dealt with accordingly. As of this morning, U.S. Central Command has not been required to board any particular ships. And I'll remind you that we are also conducting similar maritime interdiction actions and activities in the Pacific AOR against those ships that left that area before we began the blockade.
So let me ask y'all
before I turn it over to
let me ask y'all something. What are these ships doing with the people that's on there that are running out of food and things like that? Look, these ships are stocked up usually to last about a month, maybe a little over. So they got to be running low on supplies, right? Because they didn't just appear in the strait. They motored over there. And it takes a couple weeks, I'm sure. So they have to be running low on essentials. What are they going to do about that? They just going to let them starve to death on them boats or what?
Cooper, I want to talk.
So that is General Kane explaining the blockade details. And now we have more here where he makes it clear we will be boarding ships that have made an attempt to flee anywhere they are in the world. It is, the order has been given. We're going after all Iranian ships. Let's watch.
Into this blockade,
they're going to drop
the Joint Force
MREs
through operations and activities in other areas of responsibility, like the Pacific area of responsibility under the command of Admiral Paparo, will actively pursue any Iranian flagged vessel or any vessel attempting to provide material support to Iran.
So we are going after absolutely everything. And then lastly, right here, reporter Mary Margaret Olahan asking about the fate of and the status of the new Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khomeini. Let's see what they have to say.
As far as the status of the individual you mentioned, I believe it's the same. Not a lot coming from him right now, understandably so. A lot of fear. Believed to be alive, wounded, and disfigured. Status remains the same. As far as a video like that, of course.
So the new Supreme Leader is believed to be seriously wounded and disfigured, but Hegseth does believe he is alive. And then lastly, we have a ceasefire announcement between the war in Lebanon with the Israelis and Hezbollah in Lebanon. President Trump announcing today, I just had an excellent conversation with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between their countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire at 5 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. The two countries met for the first time in 34 years here in Washington, D.C. with our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. I've directed Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, together with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Raisin Kane, to work with Israel and Lebanon to achieve a lasting peace. It has been my honor to solve 9 wars across the world, and this will be my 10th. So let's get it done. So President Trump announcing that a ceasefire has been reached in Lebanon, going into effect this upcoming Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. So as of me filming this, We now have more unexplained explosions hitting major Iranian targets, specifically their oil infrastructure. We have ambushes underway targeting Iranian security officials, and the Iranians continue their threats to sink all of our ships. And the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, laying out in clear terms what we are doing, what will happen with the blockade. I will continue to monitor the situation as always. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. And also let me know if the audio is better. I'm doing my best here to make sure you guys get the best experience possible. Please make sure to like and subscribe.
All right, this one's the one I hadn't seen.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. I'm filming this on April 16th, and we have some major news. A new report indicates the United States military and President Trump quietly, covertly, and secretly are preparing for the invasion and massive military action against the dictatorship of Cuba. Just like we took down Maduro, now we are taking down the commies in Cuba. So I'm going to break it down, as well explain to you what air defenses Cuba has at its disposal.
How am I going to get my hookup?
Cuban
I ain't going to be able to get my hookup. He goes down there fucking with the Cubans. I like him. What the fuck?
Military is to the United States of America, and how this invasion, if it happens, if it is ordered, might play out. Before we get into it, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Huge boost to the channel. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Please hit the notification bell, all notifications on. You won't miss a thing. And then Instagram, David_Hookstead, XD Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Send me any tips you got. Now, let's get into it. So taking Cuba has long been, or getting rid of the communist regime in Cuba, has long been a goal for multiple different U.S. presidents, going back to when Fidel Castro took power. President Trump has made it clear. We have some comments from him we're also going to get into, that overthrowing the communist regime is top of his priority list. There was a report that came out shortly after the Maduro raid that said Trump told his people in the administration they have until the end of 2026 to overthrow the government of Cuba. It is now the middle of April, so the clock is ticking. And USA Today publishing a piece saying, exclusive, Pentagon ramps up planning for possible military ops in Cuba. And it says military planning for a possible Pentagon-led operation in Cuba is quietly ramping up in case President Donald Trump gives an order to intervene there. USA Today has learned. Two sources familiar with the order spoke to USA Today on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak to the media. The directives appear to be an escalation of recent tensions between the U.S. and Cuba that began in January when Trump administration curbed oil shipments to Cuba as part of a broader campaign to force sweeping political changes on the communist front island. So remember, Cuba got most of their oil from Venezuela, almost all of it. They get a little bit from Russia, but they got almost all of it from Venezuela.
I don't understand how them small countries like that don't have like small fracking systems in place. Hell, they got it in the fucking mountains. I don't know why they wouldn't do it there. That don't make any sense to me.
Venezuela, after we got rid of Maduro, we stopped the Venezuela oil from coming in, the Venezuelan resources, to apply maximum pressure to the regime. In a statement to USA Today, the Pentagon said its plans for a range of contingencies and remains prepared to execute the president's orders as directed. Reports of plans to escalate first appeared on Zito Substack and made rounds on Capitol Hill and across Washington. The United States and Cuba acknowledged they're in early stages of trying to find a way out of the crisis, but it's not clear how much each side is willing to compromise. So right now, according to USA Today, the United States military is planning for imminent military action to target, just like with Maduro, the dictatorship in Cuba. That could be ground operations. It could be airstrikes. We're going to get in and get at the end of it
now. They're starting to open up investments, and that's what he's not going to let happen. He's not going to let Russia or anybody else invest over here, and he shouldn't. That's off our coast.
Video, the air defenses that the Cubans can bring to the fight. But while this is going on, I want to remind people of this. This happened in late March. Mysterious fires started knocking out all of Cuba's infrastructure. You can see some photos here of these fires that no one really could explain. Very similar to in Iran before the war started on February 28th. What happened in Iran? What happened? All these mysterious fires, explosions. I said this as the fingerprints of covert ops, clandestine ops, all over all over. And now we are learning that you have the same situation unfolding in Cuba. And again, this is what you call setting the table, setting the conditions for whatever is coming next. Now, we've got 2 clips of President Trump, some comments. Then we got some comments from the leader of Cuba as the crisis intensifies. And then we're going to break down the situation with their air defenses. So let's watch Trump right here.
And Cuba's a failing nation. And we're going to do this. And we may stop by Cuba after we're finished with this. But Cuba.
So that is President Trump saying after the war with Iran is over, Cuba might be next. And then right here, further comments. These were back in the middle of March where he was explaining his outlook, which seems very relevant right now. Given the news, we may be planning for an invasion. I will speed this up slightly for you.
You're talking to Cuba. What do you want to hear from them?
Well, I am holding Cuba. Cuba's a failed nation. Cuba also wants to make a deal. And I think we will pretty soon either make a deal or do whatever we have to do. We have a lot of great people that happen to vote for Trump. Not that that matters, but we have a lot of great people from Cuba that were violently and viciously thrown out of the country and worse. Their families were killed. And so we're talking to Cuba, but we're going to do Iran before Cuba. And what is that? And, you know, people have been waiting
The
50 years to
first
hear this
picture
story.
I
When
pulled
I
up
left Palm
on
Beach
this
today,
fucking
there were
app,
thousands of
I typed in Cuba, maps of Cuba, and the first picture I pull up's got a big old weed plant in it, growing next to a fucking stream, a koi pond or something. How crazy is
people
that?
on the road. I'm sure you saw them. And they were from Cuba and from Venezuela, all friendly, waving the flag and waving the American flag. They've been waiting 50 years for what's happening with Cuba. So I think something will happen with Cuba pretty quickly.
So there's President Trump weeks ago saying something will happen with Cuba. And now we know invasion plans are underway. And then right here, we have Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel. He appeared on Meet the Press. And let's watch some of his comments he said about what could happen if there is an invasion.
Our responsibility entails the conviction and the commitment that we're willing to give our lives for the revolution and for the cause that we defend. So for me, that is not a matter of concern. If the time comes, I don't think there would be any justification for the United States to launch a military aggression against Cuba or for the U.S. to undertake a surgical operation or the kidnapping of a president. If that happens, there'll be fighting and there'll be a struggle. And we'll defend ourselves. And if we need to die, we'll die because as our national anthem says, dying for the homeland is to live. But sometimes they try to personalize the leadership of the revolution with a single person. At one point, it was equalized to the commander-in-chief, at some other time with the army general. And now they try to do that with myself. But
so he is saying that this is the leader of Cuba. He is saying that they are all ready to die in a U.S. invasion. Remember, we killed 32 Cuban special forces guys. They're Black Wops, which is their version of Delta Force, which is, of course, not at all like Delta Force in terms of capabilities, training. They are living on different planets. We killed 32 of them. They were Maduro's bodyguards. They got wiped out in a matter of minutes. That's just a fact of the matter. And now Cuba's leaders saying they are ready to die. And then right here, furthermore, similar comments.
I have no fear. I am willing to give my life for the revolution. Of course, I wouldn't like that to be the attitude of the U.S. government. I think the American people is a sensitive people, and they wouldn't allow or they wouldn't see with good eyes that their government, the country, would invade a very small island that does not pose any concern in terms of national security for the United States.
So right there, further comments. Now let's talk about what air defenses the Cubans have. It's not good news for the Cubans. So they have essentially 4 different layers of air defenses, but they're all extremely old, and they will stand no chance against B-2 bombers, F-22s, F-35s, the B-21 Raider. They simply have no ability. So the main one is the S-125, started in service in 1961. So that is what it looks like right there. This is the S-125. It was Soviet produced. This is their crown jewel of their air defense system right there. It is from the 1960s. They also have the S-75 that came into service in 1957. Another one of their air defense capabilities, also Soviet produced. And they have the 2K-12 Cub, which came into service in 1967, right there. incredibly old and outdated technology. And then the shoulder-fired Igla, which came to service in 1981, which you can see right there. Those are their air defense options. So their oldest ones are from the 50s. Their newest ones are from the 60s, and the shoulder-fired ones are from the 1980s. Of course, the shoulder-fired ones are extremely limited in range. So their air defenses don't stand a chance. If this invasion happens, you would clear out their air defenses, then go in with helicopters just like we did with Maduro. And that's just the snatch and grab. If we land troops, obviously it would be much more than that. So as of me filming this on April 16th, we now know the United States military and President Donald Trump are secretly drawing up plans for imminent and overwhelming military action in Cuba. The Cuban government is vowing to fight to the last man, saying they are all ready to die. And this is going on as the Iran war is still not over yet. We are in a ceasefire phase. So we got a lot of stuff to monitor here. I will continue to keep an eye on it for y'all. Please let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Please make sure to like and subscribe. And as always, guys, thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time with more updates.
Now, how could Cuba go back?
You know what, George?
Cuba don't have anything. They couldn't stop us, right? Not saying nobody wouldn't get hurt, but Cuba can't stop us. If we wanted to go into Cuba, there ain't nothing they could do. I mean, not shit. Now, here's this boat they're saying ran the blockade over there. It's funny how the news reports shit, but there's the story still sitting in port. Click on it. Still sitting there. Ain't that crazy? 18 minutes ago. But yeah, CNN, they ran a blockade. They bucked on them. I don't know. I worry more about things going off at home. You know what I mean? I worry more about stuff like lone wolves and tear cells and stuff like that. False flags. I don't know. I've had that feeling like something was going to go on like that. I hope not. Let me see if I can find this one other thing before we go. How crazy is it that an Amazon worker dies and they leave the body in the floor and just make people work around them, man? Yeah, but it's not going to take that much, Copper Top. You're talking about 200 men. I'm looking for this one thing I wanted to show y'all. I may not be able to find it. I may have to do this later. Yeah, they're setting fire to warehouses all over. That's wild too, man. I was somebody set the fire, toilet paper fire in like a Costco's or something. Oh, it's crazy. Mm. I don't know. Let's check and see what fucking. I don't know, Tex. I don't know. I think it may just be a strategic place because of the oil, which I know I just said a while ago it'd take a long time to do it. But if they liberated Cuba and went in for the oil, it would just. I don't know though, man. I really don't know. I need to do some more investigating about that, I guess. Let's go see if we can see what Alex Jones is saying before I go. And you ain't slow, dude. You've been around a long time. Nobody can really bullshit you. You just set in your ways, which is nothing wrong with that. I for one appreciate that. Pulling this up right here.
Pay to play, shady land deals, and a rigged gambling law. Career politician Burt Jones.
Let's be honest. The math just isn't adding up lately. Between groceries and everyday costs, families are feeling
destroyed Trump's re-election through mail-in voting. I mean, this was always the intent of all of this. It's not a coincidence that all these things are happening at the same time. Yes, the procession, the holy and sacred procession of the fat dweebs and their utterly ridiculous and fraudulent thing. And like, they all know it's fake. That's what I mean. It's just, this whole thing is just.
If they can prove that shit about the elections, they need to go to.
There was never a genuine complaint. It wasn't an opportunistic hit job either. It was something far more deliberate, a coordinated effort. That's what the Federalist says. New documents revealed Democrats' plot to frame Trump with Ukraine call. After 7 long years, key documents surrounding the Ukraine impeachment saga have finally been released by the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Following Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard's declassification, they include previously unreleased interview transcripts with the Inspector General, as well as related materials. They tell a story many of us suspected at the time, but which now appears even more disturbing and more elaborate than we originally understood. The newly released documents show a coordinated effort to frame President Trump over a phone call with Ukrainian President Zelensky. A manufactured narrative was elevated and then used by Congress in an attempt to overturn the outcome of an election and effectively shape the next one by pursuing impeachment over a routine diplomatic exchange. Inspector General Michael Atkinson, who should have acted as a neutral gatekeeper, instead enabled the process by allowing a completely unverified third-hand and politically motivated complaint to move forward. Of particular note is the timing. The call took place on July 25th, 2019, the morning after the disastrous congressional testimony of special counsel Robert Mueller, which effectively collapsed the Russiagate collusion narrative. Many suspected at the time that this timing was not coincidental. It was as if one hoax had collapsed and another was needed to take its place. The new material strengthens that view. And it goes on, and you can read about it. But again, you knew all of this already if you were watching InfoWars. Like, none of this is new at all. And of course, it's not a coincidence that Trump was framed as a Russian collaborator. That would scare him away from any communication with Russia whatsoever, because he didn't want to contribute to that lie, the perception of that lie. Likewise, they didn't want figuring out what was going on in Ukraine, because the plan was always to go to war with Russia over Ukraine, and Trump was interfering with that and could have put a stop to it. And so they launched the Russiagate conspiracy to try to keep him out of office, but at the very least associate him with Russia to scare him away from doing anything with Russia.
I want to see what's going on over here in Ireland.
this not only at the petrol stations in recent weeks, but also in terms of energy costs for businesses, whether in the form of fuel.
You know how wild it'd be to wake up going downtown and you see some fucking farmer with a manure spreader just going pulling up to the mayor's office, the mayor, and fuck just slinging shit all over him. That should be hysterical, wouldn't it?
Or raw materials.
How can we reduce the demand? Because, of course, the least expensive energy is the energy that is not used.
While in the UK, the British economy continues to circle the toilet bowl, according to the IMF.
The International Monetary Fund has downgraded Britain's economic prospects more than any G7 country in its latest update on the state of the global economy.
Front and center, the fallout in Ireland continues after a week of fierce nationwide fuel protests that saw farmers and truckers block refineries, ports, and highways, bringing supply chains to a grinding halt over punishing diesel prices, global shocks, and Michael Martin's coalition carbon tax machine.
Government is now extending the temporary measures to reduce excise duty on petrol, diesel, and marked gas oil from the end of May to the end of July, postponing the increase in carbon tax from May until the budget in October.
The willful obstruction of public roads
in Ireland
and the
right
movement
now,
of vehicles.
Gas is $7.26 per gallon. They sell it in liters. It's $1.91 per liter. Holy shit.
And persons are offenses under various statutes, including the Public Order Act and Road Traffic Acts.
$7.50.
As part of our well-established graduated policing
We just think we
response
got it right.
in dealing with protests, and Garda Síochána is now moving to an enforcement phase in relation to those impacting on critical infrastructure unless they desist and disperse from these blockades.
How can meetings and meetings and nothing for the people? There's thousands and thousands and thousands of Irish farmers and truckers, business people, builders of every corner of this country are all over the place. Absolutely frustrating. You don't know whether they're going to be in business in a few months' time. And this is the results. Nothing.
Gas stations ran bone dry, traffic chaos choked Dublin, and emergency services scrambled while ordinary citizens bore the brunt. In a desperate bid to calm the anger, the government rushed out a €505 million support package that included lower fuel taxes and delayed the new carbon taxes, threatening to devastate ordinary Irish citizens. The damage runs deep, igniting raw fury at an establishment that brazenly places climate dogma ahead of Irish families struggling with housing shortages and the chaos of uncontrolled mass immigration.
What did Big Jim James Bond himself go out and do? He said, we'll turn the army on our own citizens, which is reminiscent of something that you would hear in South America. It is reminiscent of a Pyrrhonist. And then we have the man that turned away from the woman in Kentucky not so long ago during this election, and we didn't want to hear. And all of a sudden, he's gaslighting the country, saying he's concerned. He's concerned about the 900,000 people on waiting lists. All of a sudden, he's concerned about the 60,000 people on housing lists. He's concerned about the 116,000 people that are waiting for HAP. That's what this government is concerned about. You're concerned about nothing, only serving yourselves.
Irish political party Sinn Féin rammed the no confidence motion. The government countered with its own confidence motion and held the line, defeating the challenge.
Don't forget, folks, what's happening here in Ireland is happening everywhere. The amount of messages I get saying it's happening in Canada, it's happening in Australia, it's happening in Europe. This is a global agenda, 2030, right?
Taoiseach Michael Martin clings to power for now, yet the votes exposed a rattled regime scrambling amid public outrage as the Emerald Isles people question how long distant globalist agendas will override their right to affordable fuel and basic national sovereignty. John Bound reporting for InfoWars.
As any regular listener or viewer knows, I only promote products that really work. It's no brainer.
We don't want to buy that now.
They work, so you take notes, research this for yourself, and then take the journey I've taken.
But he's holding up this 1cc syringe. And listen to what he says. These are actually the nanobots, and you can control them with RF emission.
So this syringe has inside it 1,000 billion robots.
So if you put that camera in there, you see how it says probably silicone? That means it's an electronic component. And should be very concerning to everyone. This particular patent is put out by AT&T, and it's routing policies for biological hosts.
So it's creating the connector, the launch pad for it.
Correct. We are the hosts. We are the nodes.
So going back almost 8-9 months ago, I got a chance interviewing different scientists and researchers into the nanotech being put into the so-called vaccines and into the chemtrails that's being sprayed on us, that I really began to understand just how important zeolites are. But let's be clear. I've been on here 32 years. I've had zeolite sponsors for over 20. Zeolites are amazing. It's naturally occurring in volcanic soils. It's got heavy metals and toxins in the body. It's a natural chelator. Zeolites are absolutely key in targeting the spike proteins, the nanotech, the microplastics, all of it, and it's so incredibly good for your brain. So I've taken zeolites before for detox and had some effect. It's overall good for your skin. You see the clarity, makes you feel good. But this particular zeolite is patented, and it's integrated with the special for yourself, and it's on screen right
now. He trying to sell us something. Nobody give a fuck about buying that. Yeah, I know it. I know it. Hey, Dina, how you doing, baby? Mm. What the hell is going on over there? That's crazy. That is fucking sickening. 2 hours. Did it disconnect? All right. Oh shit! I was sharing the wrong thing down.
Burning up warehouses, and I think
we need to know about how Zelensky's involved. I mean, we could have prevented the Ukraine forward. Of particular note is the timing. The call took place on July 25th.
Who they are yet?
Listen to this shit. I'm sorry,
Are
y'all.
lying.
My
The
bad.
police know
I
this
wasn't
for.
sharing the right thing.
They know who they are. And when they arrest them, they're going to turn around
I'm sitting here watching.
and say they're under 18.
Y'all listen to
They
this
can't be
shit.
named. The police are lying. Police can come and arrest me if they like. Now is the time for action. Hold them accountable. Illegal migration is killing our country. I'll do another video about that shortly. But I can tell you 100% the police know who the four are. The police will arrest them and claim they're under 18, and they're not. Don't be gaslit. The good people of Epsom go to the police station, demand justice. And I'm not asking people to riot or take into their own hands, because then I would be held accountable. But what I'm telling you is the police are lying. And if police want to arrest me for stating that, we'll have a court case. And the court case will showcase they're lying. Police are lying.
Carl, you ain't got to send me
You know
a
who they
reel.
are.
You can hit the
For
link,
them.
dude.
So for justice for this young lady,
You ain't got to sit back
and
here
we
in
have
the
to stop this.
shadows.
We have to stop these politicians fudging with police and stop the whole cycle of the satanic group They're trying to kill all of us, the good people, invading our country, in Parliament not doing the job, pontificating about all other things.
Yeah,
that are
Carl,
not
you're
important.
a
It's all
whole
theatre.
country away. There's nothing I can do to you, bro. You ain't got to send me a link on Instagram. He's in the shadows in the bushes watching. He's sending me a link on Instagram wanting me to watch something, which I'll play it, Carl. But you're more than free to hit the link, bro. I'm not going to mess with you.
We need to make sure Labour, the Greens and Lib Dems don't get in next election.
Love you.
It doesn't matter who you vote for, but don't allow them in. Allow them in.
What's up?
And we're a goose.
What's up? Hello? All right. You ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna kick you from the studio then. Bam. Bye.
We need them out. I don't care whether it's Reform, Conservatives, whoever it's going to be. It cannot be the Greens, Lib Dems, and Labour. Do not let them in. Police, Sorry, you're lying.
All right, let me reshare that shit again.
4 men, illegal
Maybe
migrants,
that's what it is.
flip-flops. Sure.
Okay.
We'll sue you.
So there you go, Epstein gang rape. And of course, not only is the place where the gang.
So y'all ain't been hearing that the whole time? Let's try it again.
Victimized for 2 hours
Well, it
straight.
said lying texting. I didn't know who it was.
And somebody, we can go to clip 2 here.
Can y'all
B-roll
hear
real
that or
quick, 'cause
no?
This is a video from UK Sploosh. And what they did was retrace the steps of the Epsom rape victim from the nightclub to the scene of the heinous attack itself. And
It said lying texting on it. I didn't know who it was. Can y'all hear this program playing or no?
basically what they are doing is showing that the entire route is covered in
My bad,
surveillance.
You didn't say nothing.
Every step of the way this woman walked has a CCTV camera covering it, and even the place where the attack happened has a CCTV camera covering it. So it's not possible that they don't have these people's identity.
All right, so
They
let me
are
back
lying.
that up again then. Y'all gonna be disgusted by this shit.
An impeachment saga have finally been released by the House. Politically motivated complaint involved in the corruption in Ukraine, and the corruption in Ukraine is facilitating, strengthens that view. I'm sorry, where have you been the last?
Go to the police station.
Listen to
demand
this
justice.
shit.
And I'm not asking people to riot or take into their own hands, because then I would be held accountable. But what I'm telling you is the police are lying. And if police want to arrest me for stating that, we'll have a court case. And the court case will showcase they're lying. Police are lying. They know who they are. 4 of them. So for justice for this young lady, and we have to stop this. We have to stop these politicians fudging with police and
British
stop
Bulldog, this
the
is
whole
some of the stuff
cycle
you're
of a
talking about.
satanic group that are trying to kill all of us, the good people, invading our country, in Parliament not doing the job, pontificating about all other things that are not important. It's all theatre.
What's up,
We
88?
need to make sure Labour, the Greens and Lib Dems don't get in next election. It doesn't matter who you vote for, but don't allow them in. Allow them in, and we're goosed. We need them out. I don't care whether it's Reform, Conservatives, whoever it's going to be. It cannot be the Greens, Lib Dems.
Why is
or
all the
Labour.
world? Why?
Do not
Let me ask y'all something. And anybody that's got this, the answer to this, I'd appreciate it if you tell me. But why is it all over the world that they're doing all these transfers of people and then treating these people that get brought in better than the people who's already there? Something there doesn't make sense to me.
let them in.
I don't get what the plan is.
Please.
I'm missing something.
Sorry, you're lying. 4 men, illegal migrants, flip-flops. That girl needs justice. And we need to hold you accountable for lying to the public, malfeasance in office. You have a court case coming soon, I'm sure. We'll sue you.
So there you go, Epstein gang rape. And of course, not only is the place where the gang rape occurred, by the way, it was 2 hours long. This woman in her 20s was victimized for 2 hours straight. And somebody, we can go to clip 2 here as B-roll real quick, because this is a video from UK Sploosh. And what they did was retrace the steps of the
it's all over the country.
rape
Now,
victim
it's not
from the
just
nightclub
here.
to the scene
That's-
of the heinous
that can't
attack
be the
itself.
answer to it.
And basically what they are doing is showing that the entire route is covered in surveillance. Every step of the way this woman walked has a CCTV camera covering it. And even the place where the attack happened has a CCTV camera covering it. So it's not possible that they don't have these people's identity. They are lying about that with absolute certainty. I can say that.
Gang rape.
And that guy's like, I'm not going to say to riot. I am saying to riot. I'm going to say right now, I think rioting is actually the only thing that works. And I'm not just saying that. I'm saying that because it's evident that that's the case. So we can go to the clip I just put in there from Alex Armstrong. Incredible how quickly riot police respond when it's English people gathering. We can go ahead and go to that video, play that as B-roll. And you can see this was the atmosphere at the British people protest. You know, they're staying there politely, but the police are there with their endless ranks of riot police and the riot shields, just hundreds of police officers standing there in formation. We can go to the next one from Russian Garbage Human, also similar look and with a similar title. This video is posted, you know, white people get the full on, you know, militarized response.
They're not scared of white.
And
What
of course
it
nothing
is.
happens,
White
right?
people
They
being
get
so
condemned.
obedient.
Anybody that participates in the protest risks jail time. Anybody talking about it could be sent to prison for years over their tweets or Facebook posts. Meanwhile, clip 19 here, this is how Muslims react to police in Britain. Let's watch. So there you go, kicking the police car, saying they're in charge, driving the police out. So I'm not even kidding. The UK police are basically operating on a system that says if the population fights back and attacks them, they leave them alone and let them do whatever they want. If, however, they behave themselves and are respectable and proper, then they will be crushed because they don't fight back. There's a lesson in there. It's a lesson don't have a long time to learn.
Here at the InfoWars studio in Austin, Texas, there's not a single desk, workstation, or studio where you can't find a half-empty product from thealexjonesstore.com. That's because we all put our money where our mouth is.
We're not buying that shit, bro.
And you too can be confident.
aren't paying them a living wage. It's that the dollar is collapsing rapidly. And because the dollar is collapsing, the wealth of individuals is collapsing. And because that wealth is collapsing, you know, the purchasing power of the dollars, they're not able to afford groceries. They're not able to afford insurance or to afford housing or rent or to purchase a vehicle or to raise a family. And so they are becoming increasingly desperate. Now, they are lashing out at their employers by burning up warehouses. And I think there have been, 7 or 8 warehouses set on fire in the last couple of weeks. That number is probably going to increase, but their anger is misplaced. It's not the employer, it's the Fed. And as I've said numerous times online, if you want to end the wars, you have to end the Fed. And if you want to bring back peace and abundance domestically to the American people, American families, American workers, you have to end the Fed, which means you have to end the currency printing, the counterfeiting operation that is the Fed money printing machine. But Trump is insisting that the Fed should lower interest rates, which would only increase money printing. And because that's the plan, they're going to massively increase money printing by the trillions to fund a new world war. We're going to talk about that coming up today. A new world war that will target China primarily, will target China. As this is happening, gold and silver will skyrocket in dollar denomination, but the American people will become impoverished as their own infrastructure and nation crumbles around them.
And that's what's
Trump is
happening right
requesting
now.
a $500 billion increase of funding to the Pentagon, wants to make it officially $1.5 trillion, while your local roads have potholes in them and the bridges are falling down and the schools don't function and your society is crumbling. The airports look like third world country airports all across America. We're going to cover all that.
I don't know if this motherfucker's ever flew into Jacksonville. It don't look like no third world.
I'm Mike Adams, and we'll continue right after this short break.
We have 2 new products at thealexshowstore.com that are guaranteed to work and deliver healthy results. One is Ultimate Energy. It's very simple. High-quality fusion of organic caffeine that is top.
For a moment, if you go back to the 2008 subprime housing collapse, that impact on global GDP was about 1 to 2%. So that was called the Great Financial Crisis, right? The GFC. And, you know, we didn't go into a Mad Max scenario at that time, thank goodness. That was something that we could all survive. And we didn't run out of energy. We still had oil flowing in the subprime housing collapse. And by the way, if you haven't seen the movie, The Big Short, you should definitely check that out. But as that movie depicts and as reality showed, we could recover from a 1 to 2% reduction in GDP. Now then, you fast forward to the COVID years, which we all lived through. The COVID years, starting in 2020, massive contraction of economic activity around the world. Everything was shut down because of all the, the forced lockdowns, the shutdowns, the governments, the freaking concentration camps in Australia, you name it, right? It was insane. Oil went negative price at that time. I don't know if you remember that. Oil went to something like minus $45 a barrel, which meant they were giving it away if you could take physical delivery. That never happened before or since. But there was so much oil in the system. There was so much energy available. They were freaking giving it away. And all the storage was completely full because nobody could take on any more energy at that time. Well, that entire event, the COVID-19 event, the economic impacts on the world were about 3% reduction in GDP, okay? So worse than the Great Financial Crisis of 2008, not nearly as bad as what's coming, which I'm about to explain. So using modern economic modeling and understanding that understands the role of energy in enabling everything else, capital, labor, technology, etc. If you have a 20% reduction in energy, you will have at minimum a 10% reduction in GDP. And the real number is probably more like 12% or 14%, something like that. But I'm just going to say 10% to be conservative here, and it's an easy number to work with. So 20% loss of energy, which is where we are now, that's been in place for, 6 or 7 weeks now. And it looks like it's going to continue because Trump and Hegseth are bragging about how they've closed the Strait of Hormuz now, even though a week ago they were bragging about how they had opened it, so nobody can keep track. But it remains almost entirely closed. It used to be 120, 130 ships a day would sail through the strait. Now that number is single digits, right? And only typically with Iran's permission. So it's basically closed. So we are going to have at least a 10% reduction in GDP based on this once all of the existing oil buffer in the system runs out. And by the way, when I say oil, I'm using it generically. I also mean other hydrocarbons. I mean gas, oil, petroleum products, etc. Okay, different kind of refined products, diesel, kerosene, gasoline, you name it. I'm just going to use the word oil in a generic sense. So what this means is that we are about to face, you and I, we are about to face triple COVID in terms of the economic collapse that's coming. 3 times worse than COVID. Actually, more than 3 times. COVID, let's say COVID was 3%. We're looking at 10, maybe 12%. So let's say 3 to 4 times worse than COVID. And most of you watching, you lived through COVID. So you remember that. You remember everything was shut down. Heck, they even shut down the churches for some reason. It was hard to shop for food, and they made you wear masks. They made you get jabbed if you wanted to fly on an airplane, all this crazy nonsense. That was a test. That was a test of obedience to see how many people they could get to go along with the new rules that the government was putting onto you through a completely fake hoaxed pandemic. It wasn't even real. Now, it was convincing. It was, believe me, it was convincing. I mean, it had me fooled for, a couple of months also. But very quickly, it became obvious that the whole thing was fake and rigged, and they were using it as an obedience test. So those were the COVID lockdowns. That was the COVID GDP destruction. Now we're about to have, like I said, 3 to 4 times worse. What do you think that's going to look like? You are going to see, wait, let me add one more statistic to this. Every 1% reduction in global GDP thrusts about 40 to 50 million people worldwide into extreme poverty. Every 1% reduction, let's say 50 million people, extreme poverty. Not just in America, I mean globally. So if you're looking at a 10% global reduction in GDP, you're looking at 500 million people thrust into extreme poverty. That's 500 million people. And by extreme poverty, what do I mean? Can't eat, can't afford food, can't afford clothing, can't afford home, rent, shelter. I mean homeless, living on the streets, dumpster diving for food, okay? That level of extreme poverty, that will strike America and other countries all around the world. So we're talking about thrusting 500 million people into that level of extreme poverty. What happens from there, especially as this closure continues to play out and gets extended in time, is that the desperation spreads. All the buffer of energy and oil and gas in the system and all the supply chain of spare parts, that all evaporates just within a couple of months. I mean, depending on the parts.
Damn.
But that mostly
$1,000 a
evaporates
year
to the point where people can't get tires for their car. They can't get, air filters for their tractor. They can't buy food. I mean, even the transportation companies can't get tires for their trucks. Things like that. Okay. I can't get lubricants. Lubricants come from hydrocarbons, of course. When you lose all the lubricants that power the diesel fleets and the transportation fleets, guess what? Yeah, you have a standstill of transportation. So that scenario is also coming if the closure continues for a period of time of several more months. So when that happens, then all over the world, you get this incredible gap between rich and poor, this chasm of wealth, where you've got the top 0.1%, whatever it is, that own all the media, they own all the companies, they make all the decisions, they fund all the campaigns, they have all the influence in Washington, and they control all the media. I mean, it's just a handful of people who control like 99.9% of the wealth in this country. You've got those people, and then you've got the great masses who are impoverished and increasingly desperate and homeless and starving and dumpster diving. And then the middle class is gone. And what history shows us is that when this chasm becomes very, very large, which
how many people
the left would call
y'all would be shocked that how many people has fucking ridiculed me over this shit right here, over fucking talking about stocking up food and rice and all that shit.
Inequality, but they mean something different about that. Oh yeah, look at that. Are those scenes from Venezuela where they're dumpster diving for food? I don't know where that is, but that's going to be happening in America. You're going to see people chasing like garbage trucks, looking for lunch, things like that. So when the chasm becomes very wide, what you end up with is uprisings, social revolt, all of that. And then revolutions in some countries. Historically, this is what has happened. And especially this happens when the people in charge are perceived by the citizens as being arrogant and detached. And I can't think of a better example than where we are right now with, Carolyn Levitt at the White House telling us that over the last year, fuel prices have gone down, way down. And you and I are filling up gas at the gas station. Like, what are you talking about? You're completely living in a fantasy world. Or Trump telling us grocery prices have gone down. What are you talking about? Do you not shop for food? Well, no, he doesn't. Or just the horrible visual of having that DoorDash grandma show up at the White House delivering a bag of McDonald's.
Yeah, no,
and
most
Trump handing
definitely
her
cover top.
a tip.
And that's why I've
Like,
been trying to tell
why are
people this
grandmas
day was
having
coming.
to
I
work
can
into
see
their
it, man.
70s, apparently, in this economy, when this is supposed to be a golden age? People in that age range should be able to retire and live comfortably on their savings. The problem is their savings are being obliterated. So that brings me to another infographic here. So to the producers here, go back to that one you were just showing, the real arsonist infographic that I have on one of my articles on Natural News. It shows that the money printing is burning your wealth. And as the living wage becomes impossible for people to obtain, even though they are still working, then the fiat currency is funding debt and war funding and bailouts and corruption. But they're abandoning honest money. Honest money is gold and silver. That's why it's so important. But the problem is then the US dollar, which is based on this pyramid of power, and it's a giant Ponzi scheme, then that begins to collapse as more and more countries move away from the dollar. That's where we are now. And you are going to see a lot more people lashing out, setting warehouses on fire, engaging in felony arson and other, similar operations. Okay. So that's going to be a disaster. Now, the first story that I have there, again, to the producers on Natural News is that has an infographic called The Coming Collapse. And I just want to walk you through this one next. So the coming collapse is when you examine, go ahead and scroll down to the infographic on that, please. It's the energy, economics, and systemic fragility of the system. And this is what I was just talking about. You see that right there. It talks about capital, labor, energy, and then there's technology in there. This infographic isn't perfect. It's AI generated with a long prompt. So sometimes it has typos in it. But anyway, that's the neoclassical error. And the reality is that energy is the prerequisite that makes all of this possible. So if you scroll down to the second part of that, as I said, it's going to be more than 3 times worse than COVID. So you see the 2008 crisis.
You ain't got your camera
it says here roughly 2% of GDP is actually considered 1%, 1.5%. COVID pandemic, about 3% of GDP. The coming energy shock will be at least 10% of GDP will be cut. And then the bottom panel there is modern system fragility. We live in a just-in-time, interconnected, and highly dependent network of supply chains and commodities and rare earths and minerals and so on.
Okay.
That is going to collapse. And what it means is that, and this panel on the lower right there, the reason I put that in there is because, see, let me back up. The only time in our history that it was worse than this was the Great Depression. I mean, in history of anybody who could be living today, that was the Great Depression. In the Great Depression, we had a minus 30% GDP contraction. That was devastating. But at that time, the American people were a whole different generation, and they had skills that most of us don't have today. At that time, maybe it was your great-grandparents or grandparents or whatever generation it was. They knew how to do things. I'm going to go through Mongolia, right?
Pure geopolitical conflicts, but into the future of artificial intelligence, automation, and yes, transhumanism. By the way, if you want to give me a follow on X, a heavily censored platform, all of them are, guys. I hate to tell you. This isn't freedom of speech land. As I stated earlier in the week, when I was on the War Room, we broke the chains this week on Monday.
What you think about all that, Tex? Texan. See, when you don't speak to me, Tex, I don't know if it's you or not. I ain't going to take the cover photo down until I know it's you.
Mark, have my analytics changed at all? Nope. I was getting no boost, no reply boost. Same numbers.
Something's wrong. See, if you're you probably have to exit and come back.
And I would get
try to do that
through this platform, a true free speech platform. No one tells me what to say. Nobody asks me, hey, Jason, what are you going to be talking about today?
Yeah, reboot your phone, Tex.
None of that. I am off the cuff. There's no script. So I would
Yeah, but I
assume we'll
couldn't
probably
hear
get
you,
another
Bubba.
100, 200 followers.
And
And
you
this
know
is
how
where,
people
again,
are.
you might not see my stuff. You might have to actually go directly to /Jason Burmis. But this is where a lot of the stuff I talk about is in the raw. So you don't have to hear me talk about it or any of it. You get to see the baseline documentation. And that's where you can find this right here. And we're going to read. Skelton, again, nails it. This one's probably one of his shorter pieces on the matter, but I think that has a lot to do with the fact that there was literally no coverage. None. I was so glad to see that
turn
he
your
actually
phone off
published
and
this
turn
on
it back on,
Tuesday,
Bob.
because he's usually publishing over the weekend of the actual event. So let's read it top to bottom. This year's conference had plenty of newsworthy aspects, but it's a mystery why the press fails to talk about it. I
They
guess it
don't
might
wanna
not be
scare
a
nobody.
mystery when you
That's why.
realize that Warner Brothers, Spotify, CNN Twice, Bloomberg, The Economist, I believe the Financial Times, The Atlantic, all there. All A. Ann Applebaum, A. Fareed Sagaria, all of them there. You know, what are they doing there? They're setting narrative perimeters. That's what they're doing there. Okay? So let's go down it. The 72nd
I was hoping Alex
day,
Jones was going to talk
as he
somewhere
is
in here.
today, and just no account.
I guess Alex don't do too much of his own shit anymore.
Paid to play, shady land deals, and a rigged gambling law. Career politician Burt Jones made a fortune in public office, but it gets worse. Jones.
Let's be honest. The math just isn't adding up lately. Between groceries and everyday costs, families are feeling the squeeze. Right now, mortgage rates are in the low fives. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are using home equity to pay off high-interest debt. On average, they're saving customers $800 a month. There are no upfront fees or obligations to see how much you can save. American Financing, America's home for home loans. 866-890-7811. Or check out americanfinancing.net/Tim.
We have to be realistic about the Republican Party. The Republican Party needs burned to the ground. It's completely controlled. As a matter of fact, much of Congress is controlled by AIPAC and by Zionists, and that is a serious problem. I fear that we will see a nuclear bomb used on Iran, and I think that'd probably be the worst thing we could see in our lifetimes, is a nuclear bomb used on anyone. You save American troops' lives by get the hell out of the Middle East. We had no business there to begin with. And the truth is, look, you may have supported President Trump for 10 years like I did, and like you have, but this is not the same man. This is not the same man that we supported, which Doge was one of the most popular things, along with border security, mass deportations, Doge. These were in America First, lower inflation, lower the cost of living. Those were the core components of the campaign. That, and my God, gut the deep state. That was what we wanted so bad. Hold people accountable, for the love of God.
No doubt.
The Israel lobby really taking control of him, not just on foreign policy, but domestically. And so they give me the information. And so when I bring this out today, it's really horrible, but there's a silver lining that people need to be aware of it and understand what's happening. And I know we need to be the bearer of bad news, but it's good to know, if you wake up and the smoke alarm is going off and you smell smoke, at least you woke up and didn't burn up in the house. So
Base 44 super agents, the next thing you can't live without. No setup, just say hello. Every tool you already use, plugged in a click. And away it goes. Analyzing the competition. and delivering a brief before you finished your morning coffee. Sit back while it understands your portfolio, builds and tracks dashboards, and finds your next big thing. Scaling your voice, turning your vision into the perfect post, the perfect timing, and every bit of data into a decision. All while clearing up your email, scheduling meetings, and reminding you of the important stuff. At night, it keeps on going, doing it all. So when you wake up, you're already one step ahead. Time to update what you think is possible. Base 44 Super Agents.
Well, let's get into it. I don't want to come after Trump. I don't want to. I've gone through hell supporting him for 10 years. But at the same time, he's made so many bad mistakes and he's changed so much that responsibility to this. So a good place to start is, though, with 3 days ago or so, he does a Truth Social post, his most viral ever, a long screed attacking myself, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and Candace Owens, and saying we're low IQ with no audiences and failures and losers. Of course, we're the biggest shows there are than Joe Rogan. I mean, if I had to say in the order, really looking at long-term metrics, it's Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, and then consistently, even though I've been restricted and censored myself, I've been number one, 2014, 15, 16, 17. I don't really care, but that's the facts why the system came after me. And you got Candace Owens and others there. But just to say that that is just a lie on its face. So Tucker Carlson's probably 10 times bigger than he was on Fox. His average show gets about 40 million viewers. Now, bigger than all of us, just technically, is Elon Musk, but he actually does shows, like one with Trump, 1 billion listeners. Nothing's that big. But so Trump still thinks old. And the reason I bring this up is it goes in his mindset. He still thinks cable TV is important and says, ha, you're not on cable TV. And, when Tucker got fired off Fox for telling the truth on Big Pharma and wars and all of it, he had the best ratings they ever had on Fox, which 5 million.
It's the best thing that ever happened to him.
Yeah, but that's 5 million. And they restricted his online videos then to really control him. But it just shows the delusional nature that, you're not on cable news. The average CNN hour has about 80,000 viewers. The average MSNBC has about 500,000. It's a little bit bigger. The average Fox about 1.5 million. Okay, Fox's biggest show right now is 4 million on average. So this shows Trump, who's 79, a total boomer, and he really believes that is everything. He basically hires people out of Fox for his administration. Yeah. Like Hegseth, he thinks that that's everything, and that's an example of his blind spot. And now Mark Levin's on 6 days a week, and he says, tune into Mark Levin, this Israel firster, and this neocon, George Bush acolyte, and you will get what I stand for. Well, he's up there, Mark Levin, promoting nuclear war and total destruction. Then Trump puts out a post last week saying, give up now, total surrender to Iran, or you will face the total destruction of your civilization, never to return in one day. Only nuclear weapons do that.
Yeah.
And he just said, tune into Mark Levin, this is my message and my warning. And Mark Levin says we need to use nuclear weapons like on Japan. So just totally wild. So I came out and he's also Allah Akbar on Easter morning. F you, open the effing strait. But he just said the day before, I don't need the strait. We keep it closed. Where roughly 30% of the world's energy comes through each day, and fertilizer, which is already inflation 5 weeks into this just came in. It's exploded charts, which then kills his recovery plan. I've had the economist on. He had a great recovery plan, but now they're going to raise interest rates. The Federal Reserve saying all because he thought the war would last 4 days, all because Israel told him to do this. So I've gone on air in the last 50 days or whatever, how long this has been going on. And I said specifically that Trump was given a report 5 days before by the Pentagon intelligence community. I broke this.
Text in. You're on stage, Tex. I can't hear you, Bubba. Yeah, I got you, but I can't hear you, though. Something's wrong with your setup. Something's going on, Bubba.
It was a 92% chance of failure, no regime change, they could close the strait. Now, that didn't break until a day after the war started, but I specifically broke that. It's on record. I also broke that a few weeks ago, he was going to fire Tulsi Gabbard, head of national intelligence, because she warned him probably about the war and how that happened. That now broke New York Post today. It was indeed Roger Stone. Talked to the president, got him to stop it. Point is another huge inside thing I broke. He talks to Stone basically every day. The reason I'm saying all of that is this new information I have is bombshell, and we need to have some kind of intervention, or Trump is going to totally not destroy himself, but the whole future of the country.
Hey, son.
His administration's panicking internally. That's why he's offering them all a blanket pardons right now, because of the stuff that's going on. But just going back to this attack, I come out and I say, listen, the Israel lobby and literal AIPAC and Mossad, and they're bragging about it, is running our foreign policy. Trump, when he got that intelligence report 5 weeks ago, made the decision not to strike. They were going to strike that Saturday. Israel then went and attacked Friday to drag us into it. That's on record. Even Marco Rubio said that. Then Trump came out and said, no, that's not true. But then it was declassified. It was true, and Israel bragged. Then he gets this 10-point plan with Iran, basically admitting that his plan didn't work and really a strategic defeat, but he could still pretend like it wasn't. And then instantly Israel bombs Lebanon and starts hitting Iran again and says, we're not going to do the peace deal, even though Trump had got them to agree. So they're keeping us in the war. Netanyahu has said that. So that's an example of this country that I've never had a hard on for, that I don't hate, but I do dislike their current leadership. Every former Israeli intelligence chief from all their 3 intelligence agencies have gone on record in TV ads saying Netanyahu is insane and needs to be removed. He only has 50% approval rating, but he manipulates their parliament to stay in power. And Tucker just a week and a half ago did the BB files and interviewed all those people. So it's not Israel that I hate. He interviewed every former intelligence head of 3 agencies, like 15 of them or something, all the living ones, and said this is insane, including right-wing ones, because they said Iran's not going to fall. They're going to close the strait. People go, well, in a few years we can do a workaround. Well, we in a few years, to build other pipelines. So it's been war game like nothing else. I'm simply telling Trump all this. I have a huge audience. Everybody else is telling him this. And Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro, who in my view are Jonathan Pollard's 2.0s, Israeli operatives. We know they're Israeli operatives, but I think they're actual spies. That's my opinion. But they certainly work for Israel's interest. They came out and demonized me, Tucker Carlson, everybody else, and now they're saying we're foreign agents of Qatar, and we should be arrested. I mean, that's in the news. I mean, just crazy stuff. Don't just censor us. We're foreign agents, all because we care about the country and said we're not fans of the mullah, but you're not able to carry this out. According to the Pentagon. So I'm going with Pentagon assessments. Why I told you 5 weeks ago when I started, we're working out. I said, no, it's gonna be a failure. We're gonna close the strait. The regime won't fall.
Yeah, you called it.
And I said, and you said, well, I hope they do. And I said, I do too. But A, because they're bad guys overall in this dictatorship. But B, if we get into a big failure here, this is going to really kill our superpower status. Some empires die, very slowly, but this is what they do. Britain started World War I. They won it, but then it was a Pyrrhic victory. They ended up their empire collapsing the next 20 years. And their historians admit that's what did it. So just some background pieces before I give you the big news. And so Trump comes out when we said, this is insane. You can't say, I'm going to destroy a whole civilization. You'll never return. The definition of genocide is destroy a whole civilization, people or group.
Yeah.
And it's terrorism too. I thought we're liberating these people. So now I'm going to blow up your water plants, your desalination. I'm going to blow up your power plants. I'm going to blow up all your bridges, which I started doing. That, though, civilian infrastructure. Imagine if all our stuff got blown up. Just the sanctions on Iraq that the Clintons tripled in 2003 and through, or even before that, in the 90s, that killed at least 4 million Iraqis, half of them children. You type in Madeleine Albright, 60 Minutes, says 500,000 dead kids, good price to pay. That was just the start of it. Later it was 4 million total people, 2 million kids. So blowing all this up will cause the collapse of civilization and society when you have sanctions on them as well. Just imagine if we didn't have all our infrastructure now. Almost none of us know how to farm or operate or be independent. So it's insane. It makes us look horrible in the world, and we're losing this war. So they won't ever say what the objective is. The real objective was regime change. To be a loyal American, to try to save the recovery and admit this wasn't going to work, we need to admit this. So the Israel lobby starts saying, send in troops, nuke them. Jonathan Pollard says nuke them. The Knesset starts saying, we'll nuke them to keep U.S. in the war. This is really being discussed. This is really being done. So I was forced to come out. And listen, the left's like, oh, look, you admit Trump was always bad. You were wrong. No, in the 10 years, we got better Supreme Court justices, border controlled when he was here, banning men and women's sports. The biggest thing was killing the carbon taxes and the Paris Accord that would cut half the world's carbon. Actuaries showed kill about 2 billion people over 10 years. Fabulous things Trump did. Great economic recovery plans starting to work. Job numbers, 170-something thousand new. They thought it'd be 30,000 new.
Fucking BB.
That came in a week ago because it's always month-old news.
But no matter if BB did this shit or not, Trump's going to bear the fucking blame of it. Oh shit, I done backed it up.
But it's good to know, you know, if you wake up and the smoke alarm is going off and you smell smoke, you know, at least you woke.
My bad, Joe. I accidentally.
I sent them all a ton of cash. Politicians, good and bad. President Trump doesn't play by their rules. That's why I gave him $1 million. Trump wins. I'm running for governor because that's what I'll do for Georgia.
So fuck, nobody gives a shit about governor fucking racist.
On Easter morning, you know, F you, open the effing strait. But he just said the day before, I don't need the strait. We keep it closed. Where roughly 30% of the world's energy comes through each day in fertilizer, which is already the inflation intelligence report 5 weeks ago, made the decision not to strike. They were going to strike that Saturday. Israel then went and attacked Friday to drag us into it. That's on record. Even Marco Rubio said that. Then Trump came out and said, no, that's not true. But then it was declassified. It was true. And Israel bragged. Then he gets this 10-point plan with Iran, basically admitting that his plan didn't work and really a strategic defeat, but he could still pretend like it wasn't. And then instantly Israel bombs Lebanon and starts hitting Iran again and says, we're not going to do the peace deal, even though Trump had got them to agree. So they're keeping us in the war. Netanyahu has said that. So that's an example of this country that I've never had a hard on for, that I don't hate, but I do dislike their current leadership. Every former Israeli intelligence chief from all their 3 intelligence agencies have gone on record in TV ads saying Netanyahu's insane and needs to be removed. He only has 50% approval rating, but he manipulates the parliament.
I'm wondering right now, I'm wondering why fucking Israel has left them in the fucking damn thing.
And Tucker just a week and a half ago did the BB files and interviewed all those people. So it's not Israel that I hate.
Hey, I can hear you now. Say
something. What's up, man? Intelligence head.
There you go. You might.
And all the living ones.
What you have to do?
Including right-wing ones. Because they said Iran's not going to fall. They're going to close the strait. People go, well, in a few years we can do a workaround. Well, we in a few years, you know, to build other pipelines. So it's been working like nothing else. I'm simply telling Trump all this. I have a huge audience. Everybody else is telling him this. And Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro, who in my view are Jonathan Pollard's 2.0s, Israeli operatives. I think they're actual
I'm
spies.
holding on to my money.
That's my opinion. But they certainly work for Israel's interest. They came out and demonized me, Tucker Carlson.
I don't know if I should go fishing or not because I need to hold on to my money. That's fucking sad, bro.
I just come up here to ask you a question, man.
Go for it.
Who is giving you crap about storing up some food?
Oh, bro, I've heard so much shit over that shit. Nobody gives a fuck about this. They just trying to troll is all it is. I usually just block them and keep on getting it. But I've heard it probably shit for 2 years now. Ever since I first said that shit.
Well, when that belly hits that spine, they'll be saying, Uncle Will, can I have some beans and cornbread and freaking rice?
Bro, it's sad that dude, we're joking right now, but I'm afraid within a couple months, the average person is going to feel that way.
Oh, I'm not joking, dude. I got food. I get you. I understand it. But it's the same people who poo-poo that bullshit. They're going to be the ones knocking on the door.
Yeah, well, they can knock all they want. I'm not letting nobody in. If you ain't in my immediate circle, I'm not. I mean, I feel bad for people and stuff, right? But I'm sitting here warning people, and people ain't paying attention. They're not listening. Hey, I did my part. If they can't hear, if they don't, people don't want to listen. Here's the thing. I think people don't want to recognize that there's a problem.
Oh, no, they don't. They got the head in the sand, bro, like the ostrich.
Yeah, well, a lot of people are doing good right now, right? Or they were until this is the start of the decline for a lot of people. And once they come to terms, okay, this shit's fixing to be bad. It's going to be too late. Now, some people have already stocked up, like all your preppers and stuff, they're going to be okay. They got their shit. You know what I mean? They may not have what they want, like steaks and all that shit, but it's the people that spend all their money drinking and partying and hanging out every week instead of putting back money or buying supplies that they need. The ones that just piss their money away week to week are the ones that's going to be in trouble. Like the ones that's on a set budget with food stamps and stuff like that, them food stamp balances ain't going to go up. They're not going to increase their food stamps because of the economic downturn. They're going to be in trouble. And we may listen to Tucker's thing where he's interviewing them. I may play it through my phone.
Everybody else, and now they're saying we're foreign agents of Qatar, and we should be arrested. I mean, that's in the news. I mean, just crazy stuff. Don't just censor us. We're foreign agents, all because we care about the country and said we're not fans of the mullah, but you're not able to carry this out, according to the Pentagon. So I'm going to Pentagon assessment. Is why I told you 5 weeks ago when I started, we're working out. I said, no, it's going to be a failure. We're going to close it straight up. The regime won't fall.
Yeah, you called it.
And I said, and you said, well, I hope they do. I said, I do too. But A, because they're bad guys overall in this dictatorship. But B,
my son is my son.
Good question right off the bat.
I did it again. My son is a gun fanatic.
To drag us into it. That's on record. Power plants. I'm going to blow up all your bridges, which I started doing. That, though, civilian infrastructure. Imagine if all our stuff got blown up. Just the sanctions on Iraq that the Clintons tripled in 2003 and through, or even before that, in the 90s, that killed at least 4 million Iraqis, half of them children. You type in Madeleine Albright, 60 Minutes, says 500,000 dead kids, good price to pay. That was just the start of it. Later it was 4 million total people, 2 million kids. So blowing all this up will cause the collapse of civilization and society when you have sanctions on them as well. Just imagine if we didn't have all our infrastructure now. Almost none of us know how to farm or operate or be independent. So it's insane. It makes us look horrible in the world, and we're losing this war. So they won't ever say what the objective is. The real objective was regime change. To be a loyal American, to try to save the recovery, and admit this wasn't going to work.
Important thing to me.
We need to admit this. So the Israel lobby starts saying, send in troops, nuke them. Jonathan Pollard says nuke them. The Knesset starts saying we'll nuke them to keep U.S. in the war. This is really being discussed. This is really being done. So I was forced to come out and listen. The left's like, oh, look, you admit Trump was always bad. You were wrong. No, in the 10 years, we got better Supreme Court justices, border controlled when he was here, banning men and women's sports.
That's like the 5th time I've heard him say something about something that really could damage Trump that he's not talking about. So something's got to be up.
The biggest,
and if it's something to do with them fucking Epstein files, it's gonna piss me off because Alex has sat here and said over and over again, Trump's not in the Epstein files like that.
They was killing the carbon taxes and the Paris Accord.
I said, I hear you.
Yeah, you've heard him say it, ain't you?
Oh yeah.
See, and I honestly kind of want to hope that it is the thing with Melania, right? Because that's embarrassing for her. So he would go out of his way to protect her. You know what I'm saying? And it would explain the strange shit that he said about it because he's trying to protect the image of his wife. But really and honestly, I don't give a fuck about that. She's of age. They're married. They've got kids together. Whatever's in the past as far as that goes, who cares? But when you go to fucking with kids now, that's a different story.
That would cut half the world's carbon. Actuary showed killed about 2 billion people over 10 years. Fabulous things Trump did. Great economic recovery plans starting to work. Job numbers, 170-something thousand new. They thought it'd be 30,000 new. But that came in a week ago because it's always month-old news. Now the numbers came in this week, and it's devastating inflation. So that's all baked into this. And BlackRock and the globalists want austerity. They want a collapse of the West to bring in their social credit score. Larry Fink is so happy right now. This is a disaster. So I had to come out to Trump and really get stern with him and say, if you keep saying you're going to totally destroy a country in one day, only nukes do that, then you need to be 25th Amendment, Article Section 4 in there.
Yep.
You need to have your cabinet say you're not fit, and then they can have the Senate vote, and you need to be removed, and J.D. Vance needs to be put in. That was to get his attention. When he saw the backlash 2 days later, he went, okay, no nukes, and we'll do a peace deal. But then again, Israel starts attacking Lebanon, blowing up all the Christian areas,
the
and hitting Iran, hitting their oil facilities.
So fucking fast. And they did it so fucking fast that I actually thought everybody was back at war again. I actually went right back live, and I was like, oh shit, it's on. We got to.
So they said no.
Not be the Israel people, right? But why in the fuck is Israel letting Netanyahu stay in there if they're wanting him to stand trial for some shit and he's only got 50% approval, and the people are saying, hey, he's unhinged, he's fucking crazy, but he's using political games to stay in, there's got to be a way to get him the fuck out of there. You can't just let somebody come in there and just bring down the whole world economic stage because he doesn't want to face trial.
Off.
That's fucking
so
crazy.
Now we're in the stalemate. The strait is not open. They're letting through who they want: Chinese, Pakistani, North Korean oil, and others, Indian oil, that they're selling them. They're letting their oil they sell through. Everybody else is held up. They have us by the balls. And so Mark Levin, everybody says ground troops. And Mark Levin goes, I don't know anything about the military, but, you know, and Lindsey Graham, we got 2,500 Marines and 10,000 Army, airborne. Well, for anybody that knows, it took 110,000 Marines and sailors to take Iwo Jima. They only had 22,000 defending Japanese. We lost 24,000 troops. It took 32 days. The famous American flag getting raised.
Yeah.
And even with all our modern weapons and attack helicopters, the Pentagon estimated it would take about 100,000 troops, bare minimum, to take all those islands of Strait of Hormuz. And they estimated tens of thousands dead. So Mark Levin literally said, well, you signed up for this, you're professionals. Well, you didn't sign up to be sent on missions that are going to fail. As you know better than me as a Navy SEAL, combat veteran. And he and then Lindsey Graham said, I just believe in the Marines. Well, I mean, if you look at the Strait of Hormuz, dozens of islands, 2,000-foot cliffs, 5,000-foot mountains, armored weapons everywhere. Sure, when they pop up and shoot at us, we're going to blow them up.
Yeah.
But they've got 100-to-1 troops, so they don't care.
Yeah, and they say they ain't sending their kids over there. That's for sure. It's not their kids that are going to go die. It's our kids. Yeah, fuck this.
So getting to the new stuff, but finish up with your first question. Just some background for everybody to get this. Trump comes out and just viciously says we're nobodies. Nobody's watching us. Well, then why are you saying this? I don't care about the junior high stuff, except it's the president. And he, just talks about how great everything is and how wonderful everything is. And we're just failures. And we're mad because he doesn't talk to us. I don't even try to talk to Trump. I was invited to the White House 8 months ago. I didn't go. I was invited to Mar-a-Lago 6 months ago. Didn't go. To be given awards. Trump comes out and gives Flynn an award. And I was invited to that. Must be given an award. I didn't go. Just because I don't want to be in the middle of that political stuff because I could see where this was going. It also 8 months ago when Elon Musk left and said, no, Trump's in the Epstein files. That leads to Melania in a moment, which did 2 days ago. So that's the background. And yeah, one of the most viral things ever, constantly all over the news. But it did have the effect of making him come to his senses a little bit. And then the neocons all ran out and said, no, don't listen to them. Continue the war. So there's a tug of war with us giving him the hard love, giving him the tough love. And then them over there telling him whatever he wants to hear. And the Israel lobby and the Adelsons that gave him hundreds of millions of dollars for the campaign, trying to drag him into something that's killing his recovery, that's making us horrible in the world, that's getting U.S. troops and other civilians killed. And that we're losing. And so I did what I did, not to side with the Democrats who could have blocked him in Congress. They didn't with the war powers resolutions. They let it go through. They're hoping he fails, which he is. And so I'm not on their side. I'm not with them. People try to spin it. And you've got all these hopium people were talking about this morning. They're all hierarchical. And they just look at Trump and say, he's the boss. He can do no wrong. And just say, get behind whatever he says and it's going to work out. And that's what he told Tucker 3 weeks ago. And Tucker's gone public about this to the New York Times. Tucker said, this is going to fail. With the war already started, he said, the numbers from the Pentagon, it's not going to work. And he said, listen, anything I do always works out. And he said, so trust me. And so Trump has a normalcy bias of success so much, even when it looks like things are going bad, because he had the populace behind him, he could say God on his side, whatever, that he really thought he was invincible.
Yeah.
And that's why I kept saying, we've won the war, the strait's open, all this delusional stuff. And that's when I started saying, do you have dementia or something? And then behind the scenes, the vast majority of his cabinet, and I said this week before it came out, Susie Wiles, I'm not even a big fan of. She's just a big lobbyist, but she started putting out a week ago, we got to end this. We got to shut this down. She told the cabinet, you got to challenge him. You can't just agree to everything he says. Because used to, he listens to people. He starts screaming at people now that say no.
Yeah.
And so this is all stuff directly in there. And so I'm told this stuff because these people can't put it out themselves. I was the one that broke on September 16th, 7 months ago, after Charlie got killed 6 days after. The Kash Patel came in with Tulsi Gabbard, Joe Kent, the head of counterterrorism center, and the National Counterterrorism Center, and the vice president was there, and others. And just to give people the credibility of what I'm about to tell you, this is all on record. I broke this. And he screams at him and says, we're not going to look at Charlie, any foreign action with Charlie Kirk, even though they found intel on that. the Office of National Intelligence and the Counterterrorism National Center of Counterterrorism, and he blew up at him and screamed at him and everything. And then months later, exactly what I said came out, that was indeed the deal. Well, of course, I always told people that who wanted to get it out. So there's this battle going on inside. There's a tug of war to get Trump back to what made him successful, what was helping America, what we voted for, versus the neocons and the Israel lobby and Lindsey Graham, who were all never Trumpers and hated his guts and tried to put him in prison and supported all the attacks on Trump for years.
Right.
And then he lets them attack dog us, which we don't mind. It just shows that he's out of his mind or been demon possessed. I mean, I say that sarcastically. It's just he's really not done a 180, but he's done like a 100 degrees from where he was. He's over here now.
Yeah.
And if he keeps going that way, I mean, he'll be worse than Joe Biden soon. So that's why this is so serious. This isn't like Iraq or Afghanistan where it costs $20-something trillion over decades and we lose thousands of troops and buddies, people getting injured like yourself in combat over there. You were telling me some great stories never told on air. You can tell those sometime. It's really scary stories. This is the real world. But with Iran, it's much bigger, 90 million people. They're way more high tech. They got a country like built for war with mountains 360 around it. And they're dug in. And the CIA funded a 7-year war
He fucking
using
they went
Iraq
and attacked
and killed 2 million of them, and they didn't give up. So this is the reality. I love when Trump got this peace deal that all fell through. A bunch of his supporters that are just influencers that just parrot stuff went, oh, it's a total victory, more 3D chess. No, it wasn't. So the cons panicked and said, no, Trump, use nukes or invade. You're giving up. This is a total victory for Iran. Yeah, it is. And you guys walked him into the trap and want us to get deeper into the trap. But for those saying this is a victory, it's not. Even the neocons in Israel say it's not. They sold Trump on a line. We've lost. We can still face save and pull out of this quickly. But now we have the new information and why he's offering blanket pardons to everybody in the administration, and the fact that there's full panic in there for a whole bunch of reasons. And then his wife, the first lady, comes out 2 days ago and totally contradicts him and says Epstein is real. He's an abuser. He's a pedophile. He abused these women. There's a cover-up. It needs to end. And there needs to be congressional hearings, and all the victims need to be out there, and everything needs to be released. When he's the one saying low IQ people, talking about me and Tucker Carlson, won't say this is real. It's a hoax. He had his FBI director, deputy director say, oh, no, there's nothing there. He wasn't even a pedophile. He killed himself. The shooter and Butler acted alone. There were no accomplices, even though his girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison for human trafficking and this stuff. And it's just absolutely crazy. So now his wife is contradicting him at an unannounced speech, press announcement, where she walks in all elegantly, speaks for 6 minutes, and then Trump said, no, I didn't know she was going to do that. She just totally contradicted him. So I said that day, it was live, we saw it, we went to it. I said, she's totally contradicting him. People have juxtaposed,
She must be low IQ.
She must be, or a Qatari agent. And so I just said, this looks like Melinda Gates, who found out that Bill was hanging out with Epstein and doing all this stuff and lying about it. She broke with him. And I said, this looks like she's getting ready to leave him. So I made some calls to a bunch of sources. And I've known this for a while, but Trump's been a lesser of two evils, night and day. So I don't just dish dirt to get a bunch of headlines. I wanted him to succeed.
Yeah.
Now, if something was corrupt, I had to report on it. Because it's just to be done by the heavens fall. But on this, okay, if he's got marital problems, and I know the inside baseball from all these sources, it's pointless just to go there. The left will just use that. I'm not going to do it. So I've known this for really 6-7 years. But she came out and contradicted him. I said, sounds to me like she's getting ready to leave him or making a clean break, that she's not with the Epstein cover-up and the Epstein Howard Lutnick class. Sure enough, I started getting contacts, and I also reached out to people, and they said, these are people that, let's just, very close to the president, all of them. I'm not going to get into specifics. I don't want people to know who we're talking about, but it's multiple people. And
today's episode is proudly sponsored by Grizzly Coolers, the only cooler I trust when I'm out there. Roto-molded, bear-proof, and holds ice for 10 days straight. And unlike the overseas knockoffs,
and she, quote, despises.
What's up, babe?
One thing I was going to say before I jump down, I just got up here on the prepping deal, but everybody needs to either go get one or look up and see what a water chuck key can do. All the municipal buildings in your city and state have them shut off water, but you can unlock it with that Chuck key, and it's only like $8. Yeah, but a lot of people don't know that, man.
Yeah, no,
I
no,
mean,
they
when the
absolutely
water
don't.
ain't coming out of their tap, they're gonna be looking around like, what to do, what to do. Well, I guarantee you, them government buildings ain't gonna be shut off.
No, no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely
You know,
right.
and that's
Those
the
the little round key things you're talking about.
Well,
Little
it's like a 4-way tire iron. It's got 4 different fittings on, but it'll turn on lots of water supply, dude.
Right.
And they're at Home Depot and Lowe's and whoever else sells them, but it's a good deal,
Yeah,
man.
The problem, I think, Tex, is getting people to the water. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, they had to scope it out, man. I mean, even in your commercial buildings have those. So, I mean, can somebody not walk to their convenience store? I mean, they're everywhere, dude. All you got to do is drive around and start looking, you know, at the water on the back of the buildings or whatever.
Oh,
They're
yeah, I get you. I understand.
I mean,
understand.
you know, if people ain't going to walk to water, then let them sit there and die, man. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean,
No, I'm saying that, like, people, if they're in that need of water, they're not going to be able to get to it anyway. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah,
In the city, they're going to figure it out.
They need to think about it before they get in that dire need. I mean, that's what prepping is about. I mean, I don't care. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm callous. I mean, I care about the people who can't afford it and don't understand it, but I got people in my family, dude. They be buying boats. I'll be buying food. They be buying sports cars. I'm buying food. Well, when they need food, it's like, screw you.
Right. I got you.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
But
yeah.
I'm going to bounce down and just be listening.
Appreciate you, brother.
All right, bub.
Him now. Yeah, she absolutely despises him. She is extremely angry at him. She stood with him during the Stormy Daniels and all of that crap and all the stuff he's pulled. And here's the key. And Tucker's got the intel, and I know he's accurate. And I've said this hundreds of times the last year. She was a supermodel. She wasn't part of Epstein's circle, but she was in New York.
Oh, she was definitely.
She did do those soft porn lesbian photo shoots, which I'm not judging her for. I think it's great art, poetry in motion. She did know Epstein a year before, but they all had that data and had emails she sent to Ghislaine that are pretty, cozying up to her. Oh, so great in Palm Beach. I can't wait to go back. And Trump knows all that's there and didn't want that information coming out. So they've been using that because they got more. And I don't know where there's smoke, there's fire. I don't know. But the point is that is one of the main things they're using. When he told Marjorie Taylor Greene and others, this embarrasses my friends, I want this shut down. So that was a big betrayal covering up the Epstein stuff. Yes, we put pressure on Trump. He released the $3 million. They say that's 2% of what Epstein had. It's confirmed he was Mossad, MI6, CIA. That's in all the emails. New ones they just found is, and Bill Gates talked about killing all the poor people, getting rid of the poor people. That came out 2 days ago. So this is more than just pedophilia and underage girls and blackmail. This is the globalist system. This is the Rockefeller Foundation. This is the Trilateral Commission. He on the board of it, Epstein was. So they're using this on Trump and on his friends. He was using it kind of as a way of blackmail the establishment. Okay, I'll cover it up. I'll be your buddies. But Israel double backed and still blackmailed him with it, even though there's never been any evidence of him. All the Jane Does and stuff turned out to be fake. But by extension, he joined the cover up. So there's not a civil war in MAGA. He betrayed what Make America Great Again was about. He went with all of his Never Trumper enemies. He did do a major war he promised not to do. It's failed. His wife is literally contradicting him in an unannounced speech press conference or presser. She didn't take questions one way in his face. And I questioned this 2 days ago and said, looks like she's got her foot out the door and she is contradicting him. He can't, and all his operatives ignore that and just say, oh, no, it's not true. She loves him. Everything's great. Okay, well, she just contradicted him and said Epstein's real. There's a cover up. Needs to stop. So that alone shows you where we are. So that's really you've been very quiet doing this. Jump in any time. But this is all inside baseball, absolutely real. And she's Eastern European. They're very loyal. He may be able to convince her not to publicly leave. But notice right after she did that press conference, he attacked us within an hour. Even the news noticed it, put out a bunch of other diversionary stuff because that really hit him.
So you think that was a diversion from what Melania's put out?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. He's already the speechwriter for Sean Hannity. We know he's a speechwriter for Trump. I believe Mark Levin wrote that email. I mean, on that Truth Social. And so he had it on the shelf. They had a bunch of stuff on the shelf that when that hit as a diversion, that's how you kill a story with stories.
Yeah.
I mean, he launched like 10 diversions as soon as that happened. So, yeah, it hit, we're hurt. And I'm saying the administration's in crisis. Now he comes out yesterday and says, I'm going to give everybody from cabinet members down to the chef all total immunity, blanket immunity. Now, look, Biden did that. Never before. But there's also mass insider trading. You know, the Democrats are kings, but Trump's giving them a run for their money. All the sons of cabinet members, Bassett doesn't have a son, but all the other ones literally are engaged in insider trading, war profiteering, all sorts of weird, Bitcoin stuff that the Democrats are going to come back on them. But now they're being given total blanket immunity. In the first Trump administration, we saw very little grift, very little scams. He was really true to what he was saying. He had a lot of neocons around, but this is far worse. So the administration is crashing and burning. He had a 56 approval rating, his highest ever 8 months ago. Now it's at 33. He is in free fall. I believe when new polls come out, it'll be even lower. Mark Mitchell's a pro-Trump, one of the top pollsters in the world at Rasmussen. He was the first to say he's seeing a slide. Trump won like 80% of new independent voters. Now it's 80% against him. He's lost over a third of between under the age 45 males. All his margins are going away. Well, he doesn't have to run again. Midterms, we're going to get slaughtered. Probably lose the Senate.
Fucking right.
And then the Democrats are going to go totally hate. That's why, with the numbers coming in their internal polling, he says, don't worry, they get back in, they can't put you in prison because I'm going to give you all blanket immunity. So this is absolute panic mode. I already knew what was going on inside. I told you a month ago or longer. So I just have to report to you, lying to everybody and saying the house isn't on fire when it is, it's just going to get us destroyed. So we need to have a real come to Jesus moment. When we put pressure on Trump, he starts making the right decisions. That's why the neocons in Israel are so mad and attacking us and calling for us to be put in prison. Claim we're foreign agents because I put pressure on his ass to get him back on track.
Yeah.
Because I have a responsibility to do that. I have a responsibility to tell people the truth. Not like, why does Jones do this? Who's paying him? I've been on air before there was social media. I tell you what I know, what I believe. I'm Tomorrow's News Today. What I told you, you can take to the bank. So I just gave you a bunch of examples of stuff I broke from inside. Okay, this is directly from people in the meetings.
Well, Alex, I think he did you a huge favor by putting your name in that post. And I told you during our workout yesterday, I mean, I'm glad he didn't single you out. He threw you in a group of 3 other of the best influencers on the planet. I don't care what he wants to call them, low IQ or whatever it is. Those are not low IQ people. Those people have millions and millions of followers that support them. They believe in them and they ask the right questions all the time. Are they always going to be correct? No. Nobody's 100% correct, but are they stupid? Are they low IQ? Do they not have followers? Are they just starving for clicks? Absolutely not. And everybody fucking read through that.
And I know I'm not picking on you, and I totally agree with you, but I'm trying to get people to stop. Here's the deal. In rhetoric, with the first Greek philosophers about 2,400 years ago, they had different type. They had people that used rhetoric, and then they had what they called influencers, and they had what they called philosophers. And then they had alchemists that was kind of proto-science. An influencer uses emotion and rhetoric and doesn't use truth. A philosopher uses truth. We call that, I guess, a journalist. Now we're pundit hats. I give my opinion. I give analysis.
I see.
But no. The system's given us the name.
Right.
You guys are citizens. You are minds. You are statesmen, and you are people engaged in the debate. You can go wear a journalist hat, do an investigation. You can give your opinion. You can, do a play-by-play on boxing or something or whatever. I am an American patriot, a filmmaker, a talk show host, a journalist, an analyst. Also, I do some, comedy, and I'm a Renaissance man, and so is everybody else. What you're getting with the podcasting, the proliferation, is the filter going away, and we're getting to see a diversity and a college of thoughts,
right,
and seeing what the true body politic and group, subconscious and unconscious collective is, and it's a beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so the old system can't deal with the fact that the new media is decentralized and winning, and already 100 times bigger than them, literally in the aggregate. I mean, Joe Rogan's like 40 something times bigger than CNN. It's a joke. So they give us the name influencers. That's why we started this with Trump, saying, "Oh, they're just on the internet." Well, what does that mean? So it's just cable.
Yeah.
You know, it's cable that's dead. It's dinosaurs holding onto their perches. You are the future, Sean Johnson, with these unfiltered discussions. But sorry, go back to your saying.
No, okay, that's a much better way of explaining it. But no,
we're the future that's already here.
The first time I saw this, and it takes you back. You see this post, and I mean, all of you guys are a huge reason why he got reelected. We all know that. You all supported him in some form or fashion. We were trying to break free from 4 years of Biden and the chaos that ensued with open borders and lockdowns and everything like that. But without you guys, he wouldn't have gotten reelected. So for him to turn his back and throw you under the bus like that, we were all pissed off for you. You know how many people messaged me like I'm throwing away my MAGA hat instantly? All right. But when I read that, it took me back for a moment, but I thought about it and I said, he actually did you guys a favor, right? He's the captain of the ship. The ship's sinking. You guys are his executive officers that helped him. And he just yelled at you and blamed everything on you. What he did, he exonerated you from the reason this ship is sinking now. And that's all. I mean, that's huge, dude.
I guess it was just yesterday. You were so excited. And I totally agree with you that I want to be clear that I'm not with this new Trump. I supported a lot of the good stuff he did before and helped get him in, was instrumental, they admit. Like the pollster said, it was InfoWars. It was the biggest thing at the time, pushed him over the edge to keep battleground states. There's like New York Times articles about that. So the word you're looking for is betrayal. But this betrayal of us for just telling the truth is about his overall betrayal of what MAGA was. But I've said I've never been MAGA. I like Make America Great Again, but how about make it free, prosperous, and how about make humanity great again? I am 1776, the spirit of individuals, populism, and liberty, overthrowing tyranny and building a new system and what founded America. And I want that for the whole world, not through forced military and things, but through soft power. And so, yes, I've been persecuted so much for supporting Trump. And then when I criticize him, but don't totally abandon what he's doing, people go, well, which is it? You're supposed to be for or against. No, he was a lesser of two evils. Now when he wants to have a nuclear war and is listening to psychotics that are pushing it, I have to say, that's it, bro. And so they're mad that we put pressure on him. But instead of admitting he's wrong when he pulled back, he says he's pulling back because it was unpopular. No, it failed. And so, yes, he did me a favor. I even said that the first evening 2 nights ago when that broke. I said, thank you. But I mean, I'm going to go join the Democrats either. I'm going to, for credibility on issues, be on the issues and oppose issues.
Yeah.
And when Republicans are doing good, I'll support an issue. When Democrats are doing good, which they never seem to do, I support it. But Trump's so out of control, he makes the corrupt Democrats look good now.
Mm-hmm.
When they didn't block him with the war powers, they could have joined some Republicans. They had enough votes, so they joined the Republicans. They didn't do that. So they had a majority of Democrats and Republicans go for it. So I don't want to hear it from them. I've been opposing this in all these major wars consistently. And I predicted what would happen to you the first day it started and predicted to everybody on air, which it wasn't hard to do. We have the military analysis. That's why it was so crazy. He's mad Tulsi Gabbard. She said, don't do it. Now, once it was the war went, she says, I won't publicly say what I told him to Congress. That's private. But she backed it once he did it. He wants to fire her just because he told her what he she told him what he really thought. So again, this is about integrity. It's about doing what's right. But yeah, that letter sounds like a petulant seventh grader, wrote it to his girlfriend that broke up with him. And I mean, here's the deal. You already got off track. We're still going down the track we were on. Just because you jumped the tracks and went down another way, and then you're saying, oh, you wish I'd call you. You wish I'd talk to you. I mean, he calls Tucker Carlson until about 3 weeks ago. All the time I've been with Tucker when he calls. You've been with me at Tucker's when we step out and he's talking to the president and Netanyahu calls him yelling at, I mean, I'm sitting there watching these calls happen. I'm not listening to it. But the point is that Tucker probably could have, is one of the only guys who probably could have beaten Trump. They want him to run. He's not doing it. Democrats are begging him. He's not doing it. Okay, he likes to hunt all day other than doing shows. He doesn't want the power. He doesn't want to be part of DC. He legitimately hates it, just like I do. I can't stand it. And so that's why I really admire Tucker. And he's been consistently anti-war for about 15 years. He admitted he was wrong before. He came to me to apologize 14, 15 years ago to Austin to say, I'm here to apologize to you. You were right about 9/11, Building 7, all that. And you see the interviews, him saying it. So he's been consistent since that happened. I'm being consistent even longer. Not comparisons here. And it's Trump that changed, not me. But again, why is he changing? 79, all that pressure, 3 campaigns, not sleeping, sleep deprivation. I mean, dude, you see me or you when you have to work late with all the companies and things you got. And when we're like, ooh, this morning I left the house and left my bag to go meet, I had to like turn around and go back and get it. and I even forgot my wallet on top of that, all because I was doing political news this morning, getting all these calls and freaked out that I was like a zombie. Well, imagine him with all these huge decisions and all these huge things. Nobody could do this. So he means well. And overall, he's a good person. But he's turned into a mean old man, whether it's dementia or whatever it is. And he just screams at everybody. And so I know people that know Melania very closely, that everything they've ever told me is accurate. And they say she despises him. She's only for the good of the country, stayed with him. And
hey, I was saying
so,
that the other
that's
day,
where we
it's
are.
like,
And I'm sad to do that. I'm like, oh, I got a big story. Great. CNN will put me there. I get nothing from a CNN article except populists and conservatives thinking I'm with them.
Yeah.
But I can't not report this just because the left jumps on it.
Yeah.
I have to tell the truth. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm not wrong about this.
Well, you handled it very professionally. I think everybody was holding their breath to see how you were going to respond more than any of the 4. I think everybody wanted to see a response. And then when you came out, you know how many people came up to me and they're like, wow, dude, that Alex's response to that was so mature. It made you look better than Trump. It was incredible, dude. Like, we were so impressed with it because you could have taken it any which direction, you know what I mean? And nobody would have been surprised. But that direction was like, wow, like that's like.
Well, I mean, just imagine, I'm not going to get into what's happened to me, but it's declassified. And I got this from Sheriff Arpaio at the time because he was the former head of the DEA in Mexico. And so the DEA gave him, right when Trump got in 2017, the NSA database of being Trump being spied on. And I gave it to Trump. Arpaio's like, I used to know him. He campaigned, I campaigned for him, but I can't get through to him because we're gatekeepers. I got it to him. And it was, my personal number. I never used a fax line. It was Trump's Mar-a-Lago private suite number, them spying on us. It was Crossfire Hurricane, we now know. And Obama put $2 billion into the Defense Authorization Act right when he left in 2017. They signed the Defense Authorization. There was a couple billion in there for the Countering Foreign Propaganda Disinformation Act. And it just basically said, Trump's a Russian agent with no evidence. We're going to keep all these people in the government, and they're going to work against Trump like he's a coup. And then Alex Jones, I was treated as a foreign asset. They never say in the documents. These came out last year. Got declassified. I was declared a national security threat. And you know about this in the Navy SEALs, where you get sent in to frustrate and stop and block an enemy. So it's like, when you hear about sanctions on a country, it's not just the stuff you see, it's behind the scenes, all sorts of sabotage.
Yeah.
Debanked, attacked, lied about. I'm like, why am I in hundreds of articles a day some days? Hundreds. Why am I on all the news? Why is all this going on? And it was all because they wanted to demonize me, to then say, and Alex Jones is Trump, and do all this. And I got no defense from Trump, but everybody got deplatformed and taken off the internet. I was the first. Trump didn't do anything. He said, well, I'm still big enough. He did nothing for us.
Yeah.
I still bit my tongue and put up with that. And then everything else that went on and all the stuff that happened. And then Arctic Frost, 27 people on the list. I'm one of the only people that's on there twice. Okay. So I had Jack Smith investigating me. Jack Smith illegally got my telephone records. And then they leaked to the press dick pics that my wife had taken. I mean, look this up. Jack Smith leaking dick pics. I mean, it's just full-on harassment, full-on government assault, absolutely insane. And I just bite my tongue. Don't make it about me.
That's crazy.
Hey, move the ball down the field. Trump's going to kill the carbon taxes. Trump's going to secure the border. And he, first 6 months, he was doing great. And then he went sideways 8 months ago.
Yeah.
And so, and a lot of my listeners are pissed. They're like, hey, he's not doing this perfect, that perfect. I said, hey, stay the course. We're going to save billions of lives. Not having this war with Russia. He's trying to stop that. He killed the carbon tax. That is falling apart. And so I'm still very torn. I wasn't happy. I mean, I learned about him attacking me right when I went off air at 3:00. I didn't shoot anything and post it on X till like 6:30 because I had to go in my office and just turn the lights down and just sit back with a glass of iced tea for about an hour And I'd sit there in the little lamp and read it. And I was just like, all the stuff, him taking the Democrat talking points that was run by the FBI and the CIA, declassified, they ran that Sandy Hook stuff. I was never mentioned in association with Sandy Hook until they began that for the first 5-6 years, which is made up. I had some business in this, did a couple interviews with people questioning it. And then they raised $300 million off my name. The Justice Department funded the lawsuits against me. The judges produced it with HBO. It was all scripted. I was made to be there. I'd be arrested.
That's crazy.
It was into the second trial in Connecticut that I was sitting up by the judge while I'm on the stand for a day. And I look over and I go, wait, that's the same bullet points I wasn't allowed to talk about. I'm not innocent. I'm not bankrupt. I can't say I'm, all these things. I'm like, that's the same font, same script that I saw in Texas. Because the judge there would go, this is the list to my lawyers. I'm like, wait, it's the same list. Texas and Connecticut scripting with HBO, the judge is putting makeup on and big TV cameras in the thing. And it's all scripted.
This podcast is brought to you by
That's
StopBox,
fucking
the instant access handgun retention device trusted by over 500,000 responsible parents. Patented hand gesture code lock gives you lightning fast access with no electronics.
wow.
Made in the USA.
Mixed feelings about, I use the analogy of my mom's dad, my grandfather, Army Air Corps, super smart, lease hound, UT football player, best friends with Tom Landry, played football, just classic Americana, prospector after that, inventor, so smart, taught me about the New World Order, everything. He has a heart attack. Then he has a stroke. We had to put him in a nursing home because he would act like a 3-year-old and he'd fall down and he would, and he would be terrible. It's because he had his brain was gone. That man, the last year was not my grandfather. And so when he went sideways, I don't go, God, this guy's a jerk. This guy's horrible. It's the brain's gone.
Yep.
And so when I'm sitting there criticizing Trump, it's hurting. Because I bled for this, and we got so much done, and we could do so much more. And now these evil, out of control, neocon, warmongering Israelis have hijacked our country, and they're dangerous as hell. And they're calling for my arrest, and I'm just putting my nose down to the grindstone and just moving forward what the truth is. But that's why.
Can you give us an update on your trial?
Well, I mean, they had 2 show trials. They had a $1.5 billion judgment in Connecticut, a $45 million one here. They told us they wanted to settle for years so it wouldn't go to appeal. Then they said, we're never settling with you unless you shut up. And that was another thing. I could have joined them anytime hell to stop.
Yeah.
I mean, before this happened, right before I got sued by all these groups, this is an off-record meeting, so I can't get into the details, but this top Republican law firm, hey, you need to come up to D.C. or when are you here next? So I was up there a lot. And the first day meetings, they wouldn't even tell me who. They go, this is the richest guy in the world. We represent him. Once you go to this other law firm, meet with these people, and they go, well, you know who this guy is? It wasn't Elon Musk. Richest guy in the world then. Look up 2017, you want to know. They go, you're about to get sued, and big time. It's all been prepared. You know they're coming for you. It's them saying this to me. You need to go ahead and take this money and work with us, and we'll pay you $50 million a year. And I'm in. You mean
starting a custom business is easy, especially with
Last night at 6:32 Eastern Time, right in the middle, Donald Trump sent out a truth post, his version of Twitter, in which he announced a ceasefire with Iran. Here's exactly what he said. This would be 1 hour and 28 minutes before the total destruction of Iran that he'd been promising, the implied use of nuclear weapons or some other weapon of mass destruction, a weapon powerful enough to eliminate an entire country in one night, as he said. So that's what people were expecting to see. That's what he'd promised to deliver. And instead, this statement. Subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. We've already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with the definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the U.S. and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America as president, and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it's an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Well, amen. Cold water on a hot day. The nation, the world breathed a sigh of relief, and particularly pleased were people who have fought in previous wars. People in the GWAT generation, people who are conspicuously absent from the Fox News analysis of this war, people know what it is to fight wars. Because one of the things that people who fight wars, who see them up close, learn is that almost anything is better than war. Even a step back or a step down, even giving up something you want while bitter, is better than total war, because there is nothing worse in this life than total war. And that's a generational lesson. Every generation that experiences total war learns that.
Yeah, later MOL.
Eloquent writing about why war is bad is written by people who have seen it and experienced it. Every big war produces a generation of writers calling for no more wars. And then, predictably, inevitably, cyclically, the next generation forgets that lesson, maybe the key lesson of existence, and the cycle of wars continues. So last night seemed like a victory for the United States, even though it was, strictly speaking, probably a loss. Now, the president didn't explain what's in this 10-point plan, this proposed agreement that he'd received from the government of Iran, but we know roughly what was in it. There have been a bunch of versions of it floating around. Are they real? A 10-point, 15-point? It's impossible to know. But the big picture points are known. And first among them is the current government of Iran will stay in power. That's the first point. So regime change did not work. Everyone admits that now, including the Israeli government with whom we're embarked on this adventure. Everyone understands that there is no way to dislodge the current government short of nuclear weapons. And so when this ends, whenever it does, the regime, the Ayatollahs, the terror regime, as they say on Fox News, will be in place. And that's not a win.
They say you're being. Hell no, it ain't a win. Killed the dude's dad. He's going to be fucking pissed.
That's a loss. U.S. military bases in the region have been destroyed, certainly badly damaged. From some of the U.S. military personnel have withdrawn, retreated. That's not good. That's not a display of power. That's a display of weakness. So there's no way to spin that. That's a loss. This war has cost hundreds of billions of dollars of U.S. dollars, taxpayer dollars. That money comes from debt, from selling our debt, our treasuries to other countries. So that's a loss. That's a big loss. Commodities prices have risen, not as dramatically as they might if this were to continue, but they've risen a lot. That's a loss. That's a tax on people who buy things in the United States. And then, of course, Americans have been killed. It's not clear how many. There's an awful lot of lying about it, but it's a substantial number, more than a dozen, and maybe much more than that. We don't know yet. We will know at some point. So Americans have died. America's gotten poorer. America's become weaker demonstrably. We can't open the Strait of Hormuz, which is the overriding objective of this war. We can't do it by force. That's been proven. And the regime that we described as illegitimate, this crazed theocracy, these Stone Age people, are going to, when this is all over, remain in control of Iran. So again, those are losses, just objectively. And yet, and here's the point, a ceasefire would still be a win for the United States because war, total war, is just that bad. It's so bad that even absorbing some humiliation and some measurable losses is still better than that. And most people understand that intuitively. You don't need to be ideological or interested in geopolitics to understand that Americans getting killed, the country going bankrupt, commodity prices wrecking the global economy, the uncertainty itself is a cost. You don't know what the future holds, so you can't plan for it. All of this is much worse than what we'd be getting with an agreement that diminishes us to some extent, because it's very obvious we could be still further diminished and further wounded by this. So that was the state of play. At 6:32, the president announces what is, objectively speaking, not a win, and yet most reasonable people accept it as a win because, relatively speaking, that's a win. A ceasefire is a good thing. And anyone who doesn't think it's a good thing has to explain why it would be in America's interest, the tangible interest of the United States, to continue this. To what objective? What is the goal? No one has ever really explained what that is. Degrade Iran, change the regime. What does that mean? Open the Strait of Hormuz. How? Tell us how. There's not one person in the Pentagon who can figure out how to do it. These people wage war for a living. Not all of them are stupid. Some of them are pretty smart. They can't figure out how to do it by force, so they would have done it already. What's your plan? Well, there's no plan, of course. So anyone who opposes the ceasefire is not an ally of the United States, but an opponent of American interests, maybe even an enemy. So with that in mind, it's worth assessing what happened to the ceasefire. Well, it seemed to last a very, very short time. Now, not in name, no one is saying there's no ceasefire, but certainly in practice, because very shortly, within hours of the president announcing this, Israel, our unmentioned partner in this war, decided to bomb civilians in Beirut, Lebanon. Bomb civilians, apartment blocks. That's not anti-Israeli hyperbole. That's not blood libel. That is measurably true because there's video of it, a lot of it. Because Beirut is one of the greatest and most civilized cities on the planet. It's not Yemen. Lots of people have been to Beirut. Beirut is also, by the way, the capital of the only country in the Middle East whose president is a Christian. The president of Lebanon has always been a Christian since the founding of the country, over 100 years. So in some basic sense, this is a Christian country. It's certainly a Christian-led country. And it's not a primitive country. It's probably one of the top 3 most beautiful places in the world. But it's also one of the most civilized places in the world. And for many years, the southern portions of the country have been controlled or at least influenced by a Shiite militia group, which has become, in effect, the government of those parts of the country, called Hezbollah. You've heard of Hezbollah. I think the U.S. Congress has declared it a terror organization. No one's defending Hezbollah. But Hezbollah's the main thing to know about Hezbollah is that they are sworn opponents of Israel. And that's why you know their name. That's why it's not just a regional problem in the Levant for you. It is an ever-present slogan that people are shouting to you all the time. Hezbollah, they're bad. Well, why are they bad? Well, they're against Israel. That's why. They're also the people, apparently, who perpetrated the 1983 barracks bombing against U.S. Marines and killed almost 300 American Marines. The United States was in Lebanon at the time. Why was the U.S. there? Well, because Israel had invaded Lebanon. And so the Reagan administration, in response to what Israel did, decided to get involved on behalf of our closest ally. And almost 300 American Marines were murdered by Hezbollah. Now, blaming Israel for that, apparently they had advanced knowledge of it. That's pretty clear. It's been documented. But Hezbollah did it. They did it, not Israel. But we were there because of our alliance with Israel. Fact.
Trump ran on no regime change.
No more stupid, senseless wars.
No more wars. No more wars.
We're now getting the exact opposite.
We find ourselves bombing Iran. This is a mega disaster.
Blow people up with drones and missiles. 13 dead Americans.
MAGA went from being America first to now it's America last.
The war is costing $1.9 billion per day.
America's gotten poorer.
Gas prices, which are starting to skyrocket.
Diesel is at $6. Milk, bread, and eggs. It's going to cost substantially more money.
How the does this benefit? We're destabilizing the globe, you psychopaths.
You don't threaten to wipe out an entire civilization. Shut up about that.
Committing war crimes every day. Changing stories every 5 minutes. He's a liar. He is completely losing his mind. 25th Amendment is.
He is a coward for doing this, and that's going to be his legacy.
Old, disheveled, evil person. He looks really unhealthy. His belly's swole up. His calves are swole up.
The Antichrist is president.
So Hezbollah has, for many years, been active in the southern parts of the country, south of the now famous Litani River.
You know, Tex, the other night when I was watching the air raids, I said, how in the fuck did this place, if it's such a third world country, why does it look like this? This looks like New York or somewhere like that. I mean, but cleaner. And I was kind of asking myself, so that makes sense. Like, nobody in chat knew, you know what I mean? I didn't know. But I was just looking at it. I was like, this don't look like the fucking desert. This looks like a beautiful city. That explains it. Damn phone locked.
So it's a concern for Israel. But Beirut is a separate question. Beirut is a Mediterranean city that is not controlled by Hezbollah. In fact, it's filled with Christians. They define the life of Beirut. They may not be the majority, but they're in charge. And they certainly have defined it culturally. And Israel is bombing apartment blocks in Beirut, Lebanon. You know what the name of the military operation was? Eternal Darkness. Israel named this operation, killing hundreds of civilians in Lebanon, mostly in Beirut, Eternal Darkness. Because, like, why even pretend anymore? Eternal Darkness, by the way, is mentioned extensively in the New Testament. It's a euphemism for hell. And that's exactly what Israel brought to Christians in Lebanon today. Here's a video of it. Looking a little bit like Gaza. And of course, that's the point of Operation Eternal Darkness. But what does it look like on the ground? Again, these are civilians who were murdered by the Israeli military using American weapons and American tax dollars to do it in order to stop a ceasefire that the American president happily announced to the great relief of the American people. All of it stopped by Operation Eternal Darkness, targeting civilians. But if you were a civilian on the ground in Beirut, what did it look like? Well, we have this video, which is distressing. This is a little Lebanese girl walking out on a sunny day with her father in a residential neighborhood in Beirut when the Israelis come
What's
in
up,
and
InfoWars?
level the city. Here's what it looked like. Operation Eternal Darkness. That's for sure. So the net effect was to end the ceasefire. Again, it hasn't been announced, but the Straits of Hormuz are closed once again. Not open, totally closed apparently. And the Israelis are continuing to blow up Christians, murder Christians, and other civilians in Lebanon. So this afternoon, the administration announced, well, there's been some confusion here. An agreement that Israel would stop destroying Lebanon was not part of the agreement with Iran. And so clearly they thought it was. They thought somehow the United States would get Israel under control as its patron. We never promised to do that. So this was all a mistake. And we'd love to negotiate the terms, but exclusive of Israel's behavior. Israel's going to do what it's going to do. And, you know, they may kill more little girls in Beirut, but that has nothing to do with the bilateral we'd like to have with you. Well, it raises a couple really interesting questions that need to be resolved before we can fix this and fix our country. And the first is, why would you ever go into a war with another country when you don't have aligned interests, when you don't have the same goals? Iran, a husk, a civil war between various ethnic groups, just a bleeding wound, and therefore permanently weakened. They don't want a coherent nation state in Iran because that wouldn't help them. The United States, of course, doesn't want that because you can't open the Straits of Hormuz unless you have someone in charge of the territory of Iran, because then pirates will close it. Anyone with mines or drones can close the strait. You need a central government in Tehran to keep the strait open. And the United States, being, of course, subject to international commodity prices like everybody else, and with a big economy, doesn't want that. Doesn't want the refugee crisis in Europe and the US that will inevitably result if Israel gets its way. The United States went in there with goals that weren't exactly clear. I don't know, somehow ending the nuclear program because it's such a threat, even though US intelligence had repeatedly concluded that it was not an imminent threat. They didn't have a nuclear weapon. They didn't have ICBMs. Just didn't exist. It's the WMD story from 2002, Redux. But the idea was to apparently brush them back a little bit and let them know that you can't do anything crazy in the region. That's not Israel's goal. So the first mistake was lashing ourselves to another country with separate goals. But more immediately, the mistake would be, if you want to wrap this up with a ceasefire and a peace agreement, you would, of course, tell Israel to get on board, because Israel is a tiny, insignificant country with
and we fucking pay 'em.
Population and economy that only
That shit
exists
pisses me
because
off
you
even hearing
protect
that
it
shit.
and pay for everything. Israel is your client state. This is like taking orders from your housekeeper, which you would never do. Why would you do that if you had self-respect? So the first thing you would do, if you were sitting down to come to terms with your opponent, this big country, Iran, that you haven't been able to beat militarily, would be to tell Israel, hey, we're suing for peace. We're going to get this done. You knock it off. But the U.S. didn't do that. This administration did not do that. In fact, apparently, according to the Israelis, they never even consulted Benjamin Netanyahu. They did not tell him that we were right on the cusp of ceasefire talks. Why? Because they were worried that he would do what he did with Operation Eternal Darkness, Operation Hell, and scuttle the whole thing by doing something crazy like bombing apartment buildings in Beirut, Lebanon. So apparently getting Israel under control so that the United States could save its economy and the lives of its troops was not even on the table. Like, the one thing we know we're not going to do is tell the Israelis to behave. And that's why there is, in practical terms, in effect, if not name, no ceasefire right now. The one that everybody in the United States desperately wants. So the question is, and it is the question, unfortunately, why can't the United States get its proxy, its client state, effectively its employee, Israel, under control? Why is that the one thing that's never on the table?
Well, this is a masterclass of bad decisions.
Yeah, that shit pisses me off.
Renault, but forgot the one asset that would.
That's the question. It's the question that Joe Kent, one of the top U.S. intel officials, asked when he resigned a few weeks ago. We got into this war at the urging of another country, Israel. The war did not go well. Now we can't get out of the war because of the behavior of that same country, Israel. Why? Why can't president or any president say no to Israel? And we have a right to know why. It's not just because we love Israel and it's the only democracy in the Middle East. And if it is, then our leaders are dumber than we thought they were, but it's probably not that. Because they understand perfectly well how bad this is for the U.S. And there are, believe it or not, a lot of people in the White House who care about the United States. People with power in the White House. They're not all whatever you think they are, zombies doing Bibi's bidding. Some of them can see very clearly where this is heading. It's heading toward a nuclear strike by Israel on Iran. That's obvious. And that would be a world historic disaster. It's also clearly terrible for the American economy, for the American people, not even to mention the Americans who will die in numbers if this becomes a land war. So there are people working really hard, really late, trying to fix this, to get a peace, even one that diminishes us, where we have to take some lumps. They are doing that. That's the reason we got to where we were yesterday. It's because people in the White House, taking no credit for it whatsoever, were working to end this, because it's bad. But those people predictably were undercut. Our country was undercut by Israel, and there's apparently nothing we can do about it. So again, why is that? And once this is over, even before it ends, every American has a right to know, why does this tiny country have so much control over our government? Is it consent? It doesn't look like it. Now, Joe Kent said point blank when he resigned. And by the way, the day he resigned, he retained highest level security clearance. They tried to tell you, oh, he was a leaker. He was under investigation. It was a lie. They admitted it was a lie. He wasn't under investigation by the FBI. Untrue. And you know it's untrue because he held his security clearance till the day he left the building. So there's no intelligence in the U.S. government that Joe Kent couldn't see. None. He was one of the most informed people in the world. And his conclusion was, there's something weird going on here. And one of the clues is the Butler shooting, the shooting in the summer of 2024 during the presidential election, where President Trump was shot in the ear by a gunman a little over 100 yards away in the roof of a building called Thomas Crooks. And according to Joe Kent, who would know, that investigation was closed before pursued every possible lead. We can be fairly confident that Thomas Crooks pulled the trigger. We cannot be confident at all that he acted alone. And of course, we can't know because that investigation was shut down. That's what he said. And Joe Kent, who you can dismiss as a wacko or a traitor, but you can't say he doesn't know what he's talking about. And you can't say the Trump administration didn't trust him with all available U.S. intelligence until the day he left. You can't say that because they did. He has said out loud, he thinks the failure to investigate the Butler shooting, the shooting of our now president, Donald Trump, and why wouldn't they investigate that, by the way? That alone is baffling. Why wouldn't they release all the information they have about Thomas Crooks? They haven't. Why? If it was a lone gunman, why didn't tell us all you know? But they haven't. Why? He believes that is connected to the control that Israel has over the United States government, the demonstrable control. He said that. He also pointed to a couple of pretty shocking violations of the president's personal security by the Secret Service. They allowed things to happen that never happen around a president. Now, maybe they were mistakes. You want to think they were. But who's been fired at the Secret Service over those mistakes? No one that we're aware of. There's not been a wholesale reordering of the Secret Service. Their job is to protect the president, the elected president of the United States. And you do that not just because you love the president, but because our entire system hangs on the idea that the people get to choose their president and he can't be removed by force. That's democracy. If you could just take out the president by force, then how is democracy real? People choose someone that larger forces don't like and they kill him, then you don't have a democracy. So protecting the life of the president is essential to the functioning of our system. And yet, on at least 2 occasions, they've proven that they haven't been able to do that. And yet, has there been an investigation into that? Has anyone been fired over that? No. Now, those of us who don't work there have no real idea what that means. But someone who just worked there until the other day, Joe Kent, said, I think that may be related to our inability to say no to Israel. Now, maybe Joe Kent's a total wacko, in which case, why was he head of the Counterterrorism Center for the Trump administration? That's another question. But let's just say he's a total wacko. But what's the answer? The facts, the known facts, have been explained. And at this point, watching Israel once again, not for the first time, hardly for the first time, short-circuit American diplomacy, the expressed will of the American president, elected by the rest of us, to have some foreign country of 9 million people to say no, exercise veto power over our president, short-circuit our interests. This is bad for us. We're doing it anyway because Benjamin Netanyahu wants to. You see that enough times. This is, again, not the first time we've seen this. It's not the 10th time we've seen this. We've seen it generationally. You have to ask, what is this? And you have to find out, and you have to air it publicly because it has to end. We cannot be a free and prosperous country until we are a sovereign country. What does that mean? Our leaders elected by us have to be able to make decisions in our interests. Not to the exclusion of everyone else. You don't have to end other people's civilizations in order for your own country to prosper. It doesn't work that way. But you have to put your people's best interests first, or it's not a legitimate system. And if there's another country and an arrangement with another country that's preventing you from doing that, you have to fix it. And then there are also moral questions. If that partner, your closest ally, the only democracy in the Middle East, is killing kids in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Iran, and doing so without apology, if it's committing war crimes every single day for years with your money and your weapons, at some point you're implicated in those crimes. And you have to stop that too. It's all bad. There's no upside. Where's the upside? And so the United States has to, and hopefully the first thing we do when and if this war is resolved, is detach from Israel. Not declare war on Israel or treat Israel as an enemy. They may treat us as an enemy, as they have before. When they tried to sink the USS Liberty, an American naval vessel, a surveillance vessel, they treated us as an enemy. We don't have to treat them as an enemy, however, and we shouldn't. But we should treat them like we treat every other country, as an ally, but with restrictions and reservations and red lines. No, you can't act against our interest. And this distancing should begin with a total end of aid of any kind, military or economic, to Israel by the U.S. government. And people who love Israel, some of whom are pretty successful, can send all the money they want to Israel. But the U.S. government should send not one more dollar to Israel and not one more piece of military material to Israel, not one more fighter jet or bomb or missile defense system or small arm or ammunition of any kind. Because Israel is aggressively acting against our interests. And so to continue to arm and finance them, their generous welfare state, for example, or their military, defend their nation.
What does shopping at Galco get you?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Of over 2 million
That's
Is
fucking
not
crazy.
only contrary to core American interests, it's just masochism. Watch us hate ourselves as we fund a country that's killed more Americans than most other countries have. That's just a fact, and not just on the Liberty. Every war that Israel has pushed us to join has resulted in dead Americans. And the fault lies ultimately with our leaders who are going along with this. It's their fault first. It's not the Israelis' fault. It's our fault. But they're implicated in it. This relationship has resulted in a lot of dead Americans, a lot. And it's time not to end it, not to set up an adversarial relationship, but to set up a healthy conventional relationship where Israel can pay its own bills and fund its own military and act within the constraints imposed on it by its own economy and population. That's what normal countries do. Most countries live with neighbors that don't like them, with whom they have testy relationships, but they make accommodations because they have no choice. There's no country in the world that acts with total impunity because it knows a much larger country will backstop it no matter what it does. That just doesn't exist in the natural world because it's not natural. It's grotesque. And it's terrible for the United States. And now it's obvious. And by the way, unless our lawmakers, unless the US Congress restrains this relationship and changes its nature, there's going to be political turmoil in this country. So no mas. It is really clear. Israel's pursuing what it thinks its own interests are, but those are not the same as our interests. Now, one of the problems with changing that relationship is, well, you're going to have to deal with Israel's agents and advocates in the United States. And there are many of those. There are many of those. And by the way, just to be completely clear, they're not all Jewish. Most of them aren't. This is not about Judaism. It's about blind support for a nation state called Israel to the extent that it harms our interests. And you saw that on full display in the last 24 hours. So the president excitedly announces a ceasefire, a pause in the fighting in a war that cannot result in American victory, but only in further American defeat and degradation and ultimately in bankruptcy and possibly.
I'm not taking
So
my
this is a great
sneakers off. I am Sneakers O'Toole.
What the fuck? Okay. Oh, shit.
Immediately, advocates for Israel appear on Fox News telling you that this is not acceptable. This is a loss. This is cowardice. Here's 83-year-old former general Jack Keane on Fox telling you that this is disappointing, that the killing has paused just for a moment. Here he is.
So there's a lot wrapped up in the deal. My preference would have been to keep the war going as leverage to make that deal. But we are where we are now. And I really do think if the deal blows up, it comes down to Carg Island and forcing either take control of Carg Island, of oil, or destroy it and force an economic collapse.
I mean, what do you say to something like that? Most people watching him are like, oh, he was a general. He was a general. He knows what he's talking about. He's probably war gamed this whole thing out. He knows what it is to take Carg Island. Talk to anyone who actually has been to Carg Island or understands the geography of the Persian Gulf. How do you take Carg Island? Is General Jack Keane of Fox News the first person ever to think, hey, we should take Carg Island?
I have no idea,
Cop Top.
I have no idea. Somebody with stinky feet didn't want to take their sneakers off.
Quite a few times through history, various empires have controlled it because geographically, it's a critical state. And it's extremely hard to control it already. Oh, really? Hadn't thought of that. How would we do that? And of course, no one ever asked a follow-up question. How exactly would you do that? What would it cost us to do that? How long could we hold it? How far from mainland Iran is Carg Island? Is it within, I don't know, artillery range? Have the Iranians thought this through too? Do they see Carg Island, through which 90% of their energy moves, as a key piece of real estate? Have they taken extraordinary steps to defend it? What are those steps? And how do we mitigate those?
That's why, let me tell you something. That's why Israel wants,
well, then what happens?
That's why Israel wants Iran so bad. Because Israel knows if it gets Iran, it has the oil. It can take care of itself, and then it can fucking turn on anybody and anything it wants to. You think what you want, that's what that is.
And then what? Does that open the Straits of Hormuz? Where does that leave us? Where does that leave the 7 countries that face Iran? No thought to that at all. Just do it. And by the way, it's kind of cowardly not to do it. They're children. And not only they're children, we know they are because they have a decades-long track record of bad decisions. Not just bad, but disastrous. These are the very same people who've gotten the United States into every pointless conflict really since the Second World War. How many have we won? 0. Just a fact. A fact that you admit with sadness if you love the United States, as most of us do. None of this has worked. And if it has, tell us how. Just explain what the United States got out of any of these conflicts. With accelerating absurdity, each one more absurd than the next. You can understand you don't want China to control South Korea. Okay, let's do the Incheon landing. You could sort of understand why you wouldn't want Ho Chi Minh sweeping into Saigon, which is now called Ho Chi Minh City.
I used to use strip lashes, but the way my eye is shaped, the strips would always make them go droopy. And
Can you really understand why we invaded Iraq? Not at all. And this war makes the least sense of all if you view it through the prism that most Americans would, which is this good for us? No, obviously not. And there's no way to achieve it. And you know there's no way to achieve a military victory, meaning a return to the status quo of February 27th, because they never explain what those means might be. Because they have no idea, because they're children. And really, it's incumbent on the rest of us to increase our self-respect and stop giving airtime or any attention at all to people with a long proven track record of failure and absurdity and silliness. Listening to 83-year-old generals who couldn't find Carg Island on a map, pretending that they're experts on the subject. Because they're not. And again, they've gotten it wrong again and again and again. Would you take real estate advice from a homeless person? No. Because they're not good at real estate, so they're homeless. Like, this is nuts. And so for this government to function, people who've gotten it wrong again and again and again cannot persist in positions of leadership. Doesn't mean they have to be imprisoned. They'd like to imprison their enemies, but in a free country, you don't imprison people because of disagreement.
That's Tucker Carlson.
Anyone who disagrees with us should be in jail because they're authoritarians. But it means...
He said, would you take advice from a homeless person?
Why?
I'm going to have to
because
use
they don't
that.
have the best interest of the country at heart. That's why. Obviously. Or they wouldn't be calling for military action that is by definition fruitless and Sisyphean. It doesn't work. Who does that help? Not us, helps Israel. That's the whole point of the program. So why do they still have positions of authority in the U.S. government? Well, that's a really interesting question. But we could start, the great sorting could begin by disqualifying anyone from government service who holds a second passport. That's really simple.
Yes,
not just an Israeli
I
passport,
agree.
but a Belgian passport, a Sierra Leonean passport, any other passport. If you're
I
a citizen
agree.
of another country, obviously you shouldn't be running our country because you have by definition dual loyalty. You can just leave and go to your other nation. No normal country would allow that. Why would you allow that? Doesn't mean people with dual citizenship can't live here, though there's an argument for that too. A strong argument for that. Pick a country. If you don't like it, leave. That's fair. You can't use this as a place to park your money, a place to hide out or hang out until you get in trouble and then flee to your other country. Like, why would any nation allow that? Most don't. We do. We got to stop it. But you could begin with, no, you can't serve in government if you've got two passports. Sorry, period, at any level. DMV up to DOD. No. And if you've served in a foreign military, Come on now. Especially when the U.S. is at war.
No shit.
You can't serve in the U.S. government if you've worn a foreign uniform. Of course not. You can't hold elective office if you fought for somebody else's country. Because by definition, you have fought for aims.
Yeah,
that
why in the fuck would you let somebody in the military that served? Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous because they could be, a fucking spy. I mean, that's simple. Shit.
2 hours. You may have fought against what's good for the United States. Certainly, if you served in the IDF, you fought against what's good for the United States, knowingly or not. Probably didn't mean to, but you did. You shouldn't go to jail for that. But you can't be allowed to work at, say, the Pentagon. But right now you can. And by the way, there are IDF officers working out of the Pentagon because they have an office within the Pentagon, as they do at CIA in Langley. A foreign government has offices in our critical executive branch headquarter buildings.
That's fucking crazy.
That's just not healthy. That's crazy. And it cannot be allowed a single more day. Why would it? Oh, that's hateful. Of whom? Would Israel allow that? Would they allow Americans, I don't know, to open an office in the Dimona complex? No, because they're not insane, but we are. So we should stop that immediately. But the main problem with neocons, of all religions, just to be totally clear, is that not only are they not on board with the interests of the majority of our country, they work in opposition to those interests. Wars you don't need, mass migration into this country and the West, and that would include Canada and New Zealand and Australia, Western Europe and the United States. That migration, which I think even liberals would acknowledge has not been good for anybody, in fact, just destroyed these countries because a sovereign country has control over its borders. Can't just change the population in a generation. Can't do that. That's all been abetted by the neocons, 100%. Now, why is that? Well, that's another question. But the whole thing is dark. The owner of OnlyFans is one of the biggest contributors to AIPAC? Tell me how that works.
What?
I don't know the answer, but it's not good. It's not healthy. It's not good for the United States. None of it's good. AIPAC's not good. OnlyFans is not good. So maybe it's not surprising there's some nexus there. But above all, what is degrading to our country, bad for our strategic objectives, and just rotten for the nation is the lying, the nonstop lying, the refusal to be straightforward about your aims. What are you actually arguing for? You never know, because lying is totally acceptable among neocons, completely. You always cloak your real objective. You saw this in the 12-day war. Oh, no, we're just going to get rid of their nuclear program because it's an imminent threat to the West. Okay, it's an imminent threat. And some people piped up and said, I don't know, this looks like the opening salvos in a regime change war. Oh, shut up, racist. Of course, it turned out to be. But nobody ever apologizes. Well, actually, you're right. You caught us the first time, and now we know because we're in a regime change war or an attempted regime change war. Yeah, just keep lying. Just say whatever it takes, whatever's expedient.
We see you out there coming up with original ideas, which is why you shop at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Because when seeds of inspiration sprout,
To get to whatever the goal is. You never know what the goal is because they'll never tell you.
MOL.
It drives people crazy. It makes people conspiratorial. That's the other problem with it. So many conspiracy theories. Well, there happen to be quite a few conspiracies. What's a conspiracy? Well, it's a group effort to achieve something whose goal is never stated in public. That's what a conspiracy is. And there's obviously a lot of that. Here's one example. This is from Fox News yesterday, one of its top shows. Here are two neocons talking about what they think the U.S. should do next in Iran.
Hopefully, if we can get arms in the hands of the people, they'll take over. I'll give you the last word. We have about 30 seconds.
That to me is very key. I've been talking about that in multiple appearances here and on radio. We have to arm the people because if we're not going to do regime change, they need to have the ability to do it. Reagan did it in Afghanistan. He did it in Nicaragua. He did it in Honduras. He did it in Angola. Donald Trump can do exactly the same thing. Somehow, some way, those people need to be able to get armed and need to take their future into their own hands.
It's like they can't even hear themselves. I mean, the other problem is, and one of the reasons you have to laugh at all the conspiracy talk about the neocons is a lot of them are not super bright. They don't really know very much. So here you have that guy just said, Reagan did it in Afghanistan and Nicaragua. So what happened? Well, let's see. When Reagan did it in Afghanistan, he sent weapons to a group of freedom fighters called the Mujahideen, Islamic warriors. This was back in the 80s when we were on the side of Islamic extremism against the Soviets. And now you fast forward 40 years and who's in charge of Afghanistan? Well, Islamic extremists, the Taliban. Nicaragua, 40 years ago, we sent arms to the Contras. A lot of people supported it, including me, by the way, to be clear, because the Soviets are making inroads in Nicaragua. They're a funding group called the Sandinistas, led by a man called Daniel Ortega. And we were going to regime change Daniel Ortega. So 40 years later, who runs Nicaragua? Anyone got Wikipedia? Oh, Daniel Ortega. So whether you support it or not, it didn't work. It didn't work. You're pointing those as successes? Really? Countries that 40 years later are run by the Taliban and Daniel Ortega, and that's the argument for sending arms to the opposition?
See, I said the same thing.
But what's
arm the
so
people,
revealing about that clip is how the actual point, the object of the strategy is never stated. In fact, it's hidden. And it's hidden in the most sinister way in the language of idealism and ideology. We have to end Islamism. We have to stop the threat of the terrorists. We have to bring freedom to the poor, benighted people of Iran. When, of course, the actual aim is Israel's aim, which is chaos. The whole point of this from an Israeli perspective is not an attack on Israel, by the way. I mean, it makes a kind of evil sense. If you want to eliminate a threat, you can't kill everybody, even with nuclear weapons. But what you can do is set them at war with each other. And this has been the way that Israel has conducted asymmetrical warfare since its founding. You sow chaos among your opponents. You get them to fight each other. And that's the goal for Iran, which is just a little bit over 50% Persian. Not everyone who planned the war seemed to know that or advocated for the war seemed to know that, but the Israelis know it. And they know that the goal is to stow ethnic conflict and to some extent religious conflict in Iran. Most Americans have no idea that there are up to 5 million Christians in Iran. They have no clue. But of course, the Israelis know that. There are lots of Jews in Iran. The Israelis bombed one of their synagogues yesterday. Why? Unclear. Maybe just the love of bombing things. But it is a multi-ethnic country with religious minorities. And countries like that are ripe for internal division. So the point of the exercise is not to get weapons in the hands of freedom fighters. Who would those be? How do we identify an Iranian freedom fighter? No, the point is to stoke an endless civil war, which once ignited are famously hard to end. That's the point. How does that serve our interest? Well, of course it doesn't. Israel, which seems to have an interest in destroying Europe, certainly a desire to destroy Europe. Prime Minister said it himself. Rome is our real enemy. Still angry about 70 AD, 2,000 years later. His words, not mine. So clearly Israel wants to harm Europe. They've said so. They've helped do it. That would definitely harm Europe and the West. How does it help the United States? Well, not at all. But here you have two prominent analysts on Fox News telling you that for the sake of the Iranian people, we need to do this. Really? The same people who are being bombed, whose infrastructure, civilian infrastructure is being destroyed, the same people who will starve to death if this keeps up. We're really doing this for them? How is starving me to death in my interest? Are you really trying to help me? No, of course not. How much better it would be, how much more Christian would it be just to say what you're trying to do out loud, to tell the truth for once, and then the rest of us could assess it. We could argue against it on good faith terms. We could probably even accept it, even if we disagreed with it, if we knew what it was. But you never know what it is. With liars, with people who are committed to saying whatever it takes to get their goal achieved without explaining what the goal is. So that mode of communication, of operation, that whole worldview is totally corrosive to our country. It is totally immoral. Lying is bad. And because lying is now the currency of government, thanks to people like the people you just saw on the screen, some of us have lost track of this. You can't accept anything the government says at face value. You have to parse every statement. Well, maybe it's that, or it's a bank shot intended to achieve this. You have no clue. That is so bad for your society. Living in a hall of mirrors gives you vertigo after a while.
That's fucking crazy.
Your style. Discover and customize world-class original art in clicks. Your first.
Say what you want. Tucker's fucking real educated. You know what I mean?
Any decision the U.S. government
Yeah,
makes
I was reading that, Copper Top. Iran was Persia up until
the freedom fighters of
1937.
Iran,
I don't know the exact date,
If
but
they
I
start
was reading
overthrowing
that.
the regime, let them fly there themselves and attempt to do that if it's that important.
That's just like the Palestinians and Gaza has been there centuries, thousands of years before Christ. So they're not on a land that they just took from somebody. They were there. They've been there. These people are literally trying to steal their land. And for some reason, the United States is helping them. I don't understand that.
But for not one more day should people like that have access to levers of power in this country, and they should absolutely not be allowed to write our legislation. This country needs to free itself from the influence of a foreign power and restore freedom to its own citizens. The freedom to criticize a foreign country, to boycott it if they so choose, to speak their conscience without the fear of being arrested or accused of a thought crime. People like that have made this country increasingly authoritarian, where people who are born here no longer feel free to say what they really think. The last election was supposed to end that. Instead, it accelerated it. How did that happen? It's not even clear, but it did happen. And so the first thing we need to fix when this is all over is the system that produced this disaster in the first place. Not just a change of presidents. That won't be enough. We've just proven it's not enough. You need to change the system that acts on not just this president, but every president to produce results that are terrible for the United States. That's the first thing we need to do. The second thing we need to do is figure out how exactly Iran was able to do this. How did that happen? It'd be fun to go back and look at the tape from cable news in the months preceding this war and just clip the portions where they describe what Iran is like. All experts on Iran, not a Farsi speaker among them, but know a lot about Iran. This is before anyone had heard of Karg Island. Didn't know the population. Knew nothing about the country, except that it was a primitive country. And so when the president said we're going to bomb them back to the Stone Age, most Americans must have thought, well, I thought they were already in the Stone Age.
I did.
Well, who knows what age they were in, Stone Age or medieval? Who knows what their caliphate was really like? It turns out that their military power and their economic power, we vastly underrated. Vastly. They've done, and this is noted with real sadness, much better than anyone expected, including the Israelis, apparently. No one saw this coming. So how did this happen? How did this primitive country that shoots protesters in the street and beats up women because they're women or whatever they were telling you on TV, how did that country chase away U.S. aircraft carriers that aren't anywhere near the coast? How did that country shoot down some of our most advanced aircraft, Warthog, Blackhawks, et cetera? How'd they do that? We have gotten, as a society, into a very bad and self-destructive habit of not allowing questions like that, honest questions about our own failures. And the reason that's bad is because unless you understand what you did wrong and repent of it, promise not to do it again, you tend to keep doing it. And yet in this country, for some reason, the reasons are pretty obvious, we have allowed the people who make those mistakes to browbeat the rest of us into silence. And whenever someone pipes up and says, well, wait a second, we're spending $1 trillion a year on this military and we can't get our aircraft carriers within striking distance of the coast of Iran because why? Shut up, Islamist. Were you siding with Iran? Well, no. I'm siding with the United States, but what's the answer? We pay for the
that's what it's looking like. Even if they ain't
of the skies, but then they shoot down our.
Even if it's through betrayal, Info Warriors. Even if it's through fucking betrayal, Trump trusted his ass too much. Trump trusted BB too fucking much.
Apparently, a lot of them we can't know.
And told him some shit that he should have never told him.
Apparently, a lot of them, but one is shocking. How did they do that?
His need to be
worth having an aircraft carrier in 2026. I don't know. But the people who build aircraft carriers certainly have an interest in telling us we need them. During the Ukraine war, at the point, maybe a year or two in, when the public was starting to ask, like, wait a second, our airports are filthy. Our schools don't work. I have to work 2 jobs just to pay my bills, and I still can't afford a house. Started to add those people, which is most people, started to ask the question, why are we sending all this money to Ukraine? And by the way, where is Ukraine? And Putin bad, okay, Zelensky's Jesus got it, but like, what does this got to do with us and why is it good for us? And the answer that we all received from members of Congress, Republicans in the Senate and Democrats was it's a great deal. Actually, it turns out, this is like congressional accounting, actually that money, which seems like it's going to a foreign country, actually comes back to us because it goes to American defense companies, Raytheon and the rest, Lockheed. And so what we're really doing is funding American jobs. This is an industrial policy, really. And so it's a kind of sleight of hand where we seem like we're being generous, but actually we're benefiting. And there may be some truth in that, by the way. It's not totally, I mean, you can assess whether that's like the kind of country you want to live in where the only real manufacturing base is weapons. Probably not, but that's where we are. And it's not a crazy argument to make on a practical level. I mean, there are military contractors in every congressional district, or always were. And so it does produce American jobs. But it also sets up an incentive for those companies and the lawmakers who fund them to maintain the status quo. And the status quo is, of course, always going to favor larger, more expensive weapons systems because those are the most profitable. A system like that will never invest meaningfully in, say, drone technology because there's just not enough money in it.
Secret is MVP Asia Wilson's go-to.
40-odd days of the war with Iran, and you realize, well, wait a second, maybe we should have invested more in drone technology or taken a big picture look at what the United States would need to project military power beyond its shores, and maybe aircraft carriers and the whole suite of weapon systems, the most expensive in the world, aren't really the way to project military power because it doesn't work. And they can be defeated or at least constrained at 1,000th the cost by less technologically advanced countries like Iran. That would be a very obvious conclusion. In fact, that was the conclusion of any smart, non-aligned person for the last 5 years.
And now, our commitment to quality is a bit of an obsession. Simply because we conduct 31,000 tests each month to ensure our vitamins and supplements are the highest quality, purity, and potency.
Is it really worth having an aircraft carrier if you have to open the Straits of Hormuz? Maybe not. Well, apparently not. But we have been unable to have that conversation because the vested players in the whole economic chain coming from the United States Congress through the Pentagon and out to, well, the entire economy of Northern Virginia has discouraged it. So we've continued to do the same thing, the same way, except at a higher volume for a very long time. And now we are seeing the results, which are embarrassing. And we actually can tell ourselves we're the strongest military in the world. And you want to be the strongest military in the world because that's great. But if you are the strongest military in the world, why can't you force Iran to open the bottleneck at the end of the Persian Gulf and let vitally needed commodities out to the rest of the world, including you? Like, if you're so powerful, why can't you get it done? And so what we've learned is we're really not as powerful as we said we were and probably as we thought we were. And that's bad for us, but it's also dangerous because it invites aggression. We need to fix that by being honest about what just happened. No more lying. We should learn something from what is happening right now. And that process will require the people who made bad decisions to be punished for them, not imprisoned or killed, but certainly humiliated because they deserve it. When was the last time a public official was ever really humiliated? Even the ones who get fired with like a statement like, we thank you for your service. You're so great. You're doing something more important. How about you committed dereliction? You did a terrible job. You don't have to kill yourself or anything, but you can't work here again. And we're not going to endorse you. We're not going to pass you on to the next employer with like a fake letter of recommendation. Oh, you did such a good job. No, you were terrible. That's why we fired you. Only in a system like that, a true meritocracy, can you have excellence. But that's the opposite of what we have. No one is ever punished. No one is ever criticized. No one ever takes the fall. No one is ever humiliated. Only the people beneath him who carried out his orders. That's the definition of a perverse system that produces, not surprisingly, perverse results like the ones we're experiencing now. So that's the next thing we need to do. Be honest about how Iran, this primitive country, just humiliated us. That's not anti-American, that's pro-American. We love our country enough to want to know, and we need to know. And the final thing we need to learn from this particularly ugly experience is that you have to have leaders who care about you. Because that really is the basis of good governance. It's not brilliance or superior planning. Those are important sometimes. But what really matters is intent, is the will, center of your agenda, the people who put you there, the people in your country. A love of those people gets you a lot farther than the best funded government program ever made. It's a lot like parenthood. You don't have to know a lot, but you have to be totally committed. And the commitment has to derive from the love that you have for your children. And if that is the case, you'll be a pretty good parent, good enough for sure. And if you don't have that, it doesn't matter how much money you have, your kids are going to be screwed up because you will do a bad job. So it's about intent. How do you define intent? How do you know what a person wants? Well, by the way he behaves. You judge the tree by the fruit. And so any leader whose focus is outward rather than on his own country is going to be a bad leader. And this is the core problem with maintaining a global empire. You are never going to find a leader. You will never find an American president who is more interested in governing America than he is in governing the world. And honestly, would you be? What job would you rather have? King of the world? The world. King of the world. Colossus. Astride. Here I am. I'm king of the world. I make all the decisions. I'm going to eliminate your civilization for breakfast. I'm going to overturn your economy for lunch.
Yeah.
And tonight we may have Operation Eternal Darkness. I mean, there's an appeal to the megalomaniac, to all of them.
The only way they're going to be able to pull up is to go through Saudi Arabia and come around through the mountains. And there's just a way. It's not technical possible. The terrain is what stops us. Can't hardly find. We should have learned that in Iraq, right? That was the problem. The mountains were the problem. That's why we lost so many people.
Not just this one, it's all of them. That is irresistible to leaders. I run the world. Now, running
one way to fight them, and that's
and messy. And you know a lot of the people.
That's why everybody's so worried about the nukes, because that's really the only way you can get them out. It's like bombing for roaches.
In the short term,
sure, you can put a roach motel down, but is it really going to fucking work?
How'd you like to fix Baltimore? Be responsible for Gary, Indiana, or Detroit, or Los Angeles, or New York. These are hard problems. How do you fix American schools? They're totally useless. No one's even trying. And the reason they're not trying is because they're totally distracted. Well, because it's hard, of course. The solutions are not obvious, but they're not even being attempted anymore. And this is a generational thing. 30 years ago, people still talked about our schools. We gotta think of a way to make our schools better. School choice. Sound like a good idea. Did it work? I don't know. No one ever mentioned it again. Nobody cares. Our leaders don't care. They don't care. And that's why the country is withering. Because people who don't care are inattentive. Sometimes they're actually a little bit hostile. Sometimes they're very hostile. But no matter what their disposition, they're never going to save you because they don't care enough to save you. No leader who really loved his country, no matter what they tell you, would have embarked on this disaster. They kind of nod to caring. We're going to save you from the nuclear threat of Iran. Was there a nuclear threat from Iran? Shut up, hater. Was there a nuclear threat? Shut up. Okay. There's no even real attempt to tie what they do outside our borders with most of our money to any benefit to you whatsoever, because that's how little they care. And that actually has to change. And it's not just a matter of the looming debt crisis, which is real, or the fact we spent hundreds of billions this war that diminished us. It's not even about that. It's bigger than that. Coming out of this, we have to demand, regardless of party or even ideology, leaders who have a gut level love and concern for the American people. That
Secret is MVP Asia Wilson's go-to antiperspirant. It's earned Allure's Best of Beauty Award 3 years running.
I wonder if anyone's ever won it 4 times.
you're going to have to join the neocons in doing something else.
No pressure.
So that's what we've learned so far. For where we're going, whether this ceasefire, assuming it even is a ceasefire, will hold, we want to talk to someone called Alistair Crooks, who is not famous in American media by and large, but is...
The truth is, your mouth is most vulnerable when you're asleep. That's why you wake up with...
Outside the United States, I think regarded as one of the most experienced and wisest observers, mostly non-aligned observers, of what's happening in the world, particularly in the Middle East. He spent most of his career as a British diplomat, intelligence officer. It's not an endorsement of British intelligence, which has been much discredited in the last 25 or 30 years. But certainly one of the most knowledgeable governments for most of its existence. I mean, they managed the world and they sent people out into the world who really understood how things worked at a granular level, not just a 40,000 foot level, but understood the languages and the cultures and the geography of the nations that they were trying to influence. So he has spent his entire life outside his own country and has actually personally negotiated ceasefires in the Middle East and knows it very, very well, lived for years in Beirut. And so we asked him, where do you think this is going? Here's the conversation. Mr. Crook, thank you very much for joining us. Do you believe that the ceasefire that the President of the United States announced last night can hold?
It's very tenuous. At the moment, it's very tenuous. It's already eroding somewhat. And I'm not sure that the contradictions in it, the tensions, the underlying tensions within the ceasefire can hold. It may be that it's already...
You too, Copper Top. I appreciate you hanging out, man.
Attacking Lebanon. There is some dispute as to whether Lebanon was supposed to be a part of the ceasefire or separate to it. Initially, it was definitely a part of it. Now, Mr. Netanyahu is saying it is not. And it seems to be that that is being confirmed by the press secretary at the White House. But the Iranian reaction to that is that they have an equation. Either there's a ceasefire for all, or there's a ceasefire for nobody. I know that what's happening in the Majlis at the moment in the parliament in Tehran is that the security committee there are saying, okay, if Hezbollah is a target and is being targeted and being killed at the moment, and it is not part of the ceasefire, well, then maybe we'll consider that the whole of Israel is not part of the ceasefire and will continue to target there. So it is quite tenuous, and I understand that in the last period, the Iranian authorities have refused to allow ships to pass through Hormuz. They've stopped that at the moment.
Well, here's something that thieves count on. Security cameras usually stop where Wi-Fi stops, right? Makes sense. So if you've got a barn, a job site, equipment parked outside along driveway, criminals know there's a good chance that nobody is watching this because there's no Wi-Fi. And that's why we like Defend by Tacticam. It's a new sponsor of this show. Defense cameras don't run on Wi-Fi. They run on cellular, just like your phones. They work everywhere. If you've got cell signal, you've got security. Middle of nowhere, edge of your property, construction site, wherever you need it. You don't need Wi-Fi. Big difference. And you can see why it matters. So we use these cameras in places where Wi-Fi doesn't reach. The setup is super simple. You mount the camera, open the Defend.
We got to figure out how to get the fuck away
footage, night vision alert sent right to your phone.
We got to figure out how to get the fuck away from Israel.
Face the situation, to break the paradigm. They want to get out of the cage. What do I mean by the cage? Well, it's not the sort of physical cage of Gaza where there are fences and drones flying over, but nonetheless, it's been 74, 75 years of caging. If you look at a map, you'll see all around Iran, every side hemmed in by military bases, all around. It is hemmed in by sanctions, by tariffs. by siege, economic siege on the country, by political, even cultural isolation. And they see this, therefore, not as an attempt to, not as a process that will lead, if you like, to new deterrence, a new form of a sort of, we'll go back, there'll be a ceasefire, then it'll end, and then there'll be another round of military. They want an end to war. They want this to bring about an end to the war. And they believe they're on a strong position. In fact, I know this will be seen counterintuitive to many of the audience, but actually Iran has emerged stronger from this month of war than it did at the end of the 12-day war last June, in many ways. Firstly, because in economic terms, they are benefiting. For example, in the first month of this war, they have earned more revenue from their oil sales, from tankers passing from Karg Island through the Hormuz and being sold. In this 1 month, they have earned double what they've ever earned in previous years in 1 month. And just to take as an example, for example, on Sunday, they loaded 5 tankers in Karg Island at the terminal there. That was 7.7 million barrels of oil. And they earned $850 million in 1 day from that. So the revenue from, if you like, potential revenue from Hormuz will be enormous. It would be probably in a year just under $1 trillion on the basis that they're charging at the moment. They're not only charging that, but they're also demanding it in yuan, which is part of the bigger, if you like, plan they have, which is to break the sanctions. Not only to break the Hormuz, but by insisting that cargoes have to be charged in yuan, the Chinese currency.
If you've been in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app instead. That's what I.
And not in dollars. To get permission to pass through Bar Qasem Island and Jarad Island, and they are then escorted by the Iranians through the element Ziada. But in the other aspects, which will be seen, strike probably listeners as even more surprising, is that their casualties are probably less than in the 12-day war. Why? Well, because what they learned from the 12-day war is evacuate all public buildings that you possibly can, perhaps leaving hospitals, but everything else empty. State buildings, security buildings, educational buildings, all are empty. And so the attacks, which are focused very much on those, have caused far fewer casualties. You know, there may be a caretaker or someone who unfortunately is killed in these, and of course civilians being killed. I mean, many civilians being crazy where residential areas have been attacked. But on the whole, they have had fewer casualties. And the second thing is that their military is in better shape than it was at the end of the war. First of all, the reason for that is, again, a rather strange one. The Iranians bought a lot of these decoys, huge numbers of decoys from the Chinese that imitated airplanes and missiles and so on. But the Chinese gave them a twist, which was interesting. And I didn't know this before, but they have a heat source in it. So that when they're picked up by radar or by sensors, it looks real because, you know, it not only looks the part, but it actually emits the heat of a real missile or an airplane. And so largely the Israelis and the United States have been bombing decoys. They've also been trying to bomb the main missile cities. But if you take a main one like this, it is buried in a granite mountain, 800 meters deep, really deep, and there's sort of concrete. And there's a whole railway system underneath this, tunnels and railway systems under this mountain.
That's fucking crazy.
They deliver the missiles on railway trucks, and the railway takes it right up to the entrance. An airtight door opens, it moves to the entrance, and the missile is fired. The airtight door comes down and the train withdraws. Well, the Israelis have been bombing this, and you know the mountain is getting blacker and blacker, but it's not affecting their missiles. And these missiles, and I've made this point many times, you know, what they haven't understood about the Mosaic system that the Iranians started planning for this asymmetric war 20 years ago is that they are dispersed across the extent of Iran, which is a huge country with mountains and forests the size of Western Europe, effectively. And they are buried deep deep. That was the lesson that the Iranians learned from the attack on Baghdad in 2003. They saw how air power could come in and could destroy the command center and the military capabilities of Saddam Hussein at that time. And they decided we have to manage a way that we will not suffer a decapitation strike. So they implemented this asymmetric role where the leadership is completely dispersed across the country. Again, autonomous, if you like, commands. They have their own missiles. The commander has the initiative to fire those, to use troops, and they are completely immune from any cut-off of communications or an assault or a decapitation strike, because they have preset plans, sealed plans. Each commander has these sealed plans of what to do if the supreme leader is killed. And they tell him what the next proposals are. So it's like a sort of huge retributive machine that snaps into action the second the command is lost. And we'll continue the war, we'll continue with preset plans. And we saw that happen on that Saturday when the supreme leader was killed. Within the hour, those plans were unfurled and attacks were starting on Gulf states or US military bases in the area. So all in all, what I'm saying to you is that, and people I think have been quite surprised at the resilience that Iran has shown in this. And now they're trying to, if you like, leverage this resilience to bring about a major change in the situation. And the Iranians have, some equations that it's best to understand. If you want to understand what their position is, it's like the one I mentioned about the ceasefire, but it is security for all or security for no one. Prosperity for all in the region or prosperity for no one. If we are attacked, we will move up the escalation ladder accordingly. But the aim is to try and bring about a complete change, as I say, to change the region through the control over the Hormuz, to change the region away from being a petrodollar region, away from it being, if you like, part of the economic crazy, of Wall Street. And
Trump ran on no regime change. No more.
All right, we heard all that.
No more wars.
We're now getting
to try and to move to a different economy in the Gulf area. And also, by insisting on one, it is trying, if you like, to change the whole, if you like, basis and the whole geopolitical sighting of Iran, and for it to come back as a major geopolitical power in the region. That's it, essentially.
It's probably pretty obvious by now that you definitely need the Hallow app. You need peace in the Hallow app.
Past has got to confirm that its cargo is paid for in advance. And we're seeing, consequentially, Russia has already announced that in future, any sales, any purchases of Russian oil or gas or products by Europe will have to be in yuan from now on. That's it. Then you've seen a big European bank, Deutsche Bank, now stopping, if you like, the issuance so much of their debts in dollars and are issuing pound bonds. That is, bonds based in either the digital renminbi or the ordinary renminbi, and was a huge success. People have been, it's been oversubscribed, people coming back and taking risks. So what they're doing is actually, if you like, in a small way, but they're trying to catalyze an economic shift away from the very leveraged, financialized economic world, which incidentally has been so damaging to America and Europe too, because it's prioritized the financialized world at the expense of the real economy and real jobs. And it's all about trading and making money by trading or something else. But it isn't from making goods. No one does that now. Not enough money in it. You can make more money in an hour on the stock markets trading across futures markets and other things. So it's also part of, if you like, that greater project that the Chinese and Russians are engaged in of going back to much more self-sufficient economies. that are not just based on financialized products and dealings, but actually produce things for people, and therefore come.
Let's go see if there's been any updates. This kind of tells us 2 hours. All right, so there has been an update. Let's see what Dave got to say here.
Which would likely welcome in everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. I'm filming this on April 16th, and President Trump announcing major news saying Iran has agreed to give up their highly enriched uranium, which would likely be what is necessary for a deal to be reached to bring an end to the war. But can we trust the Iranians on this? Plus, we have several more updates from Trump, as well as more updates with the action going on in the Middle East this hour. So we got a lot to get into. Before we get into it, as always,
what would it be if Trump fucking turned on BB for him doing that shit? Huh? What if he said, hey, I know we had a deal and this motherfucker went behind my back and did that shit. Don't you worry, he's gonna pay. Huh? It might be the break we need.
please make sure to like and subscribe.
Because listen, Israel makes nothing. They do not supply anything to anything as far as financial gains in the world, period. They just don't. They're a country that depends on us for their mere survival. They got free health care, free this, free that. And let me tell you, when you have somebody like that turns around, stabs you in the back, they don't offer you nothing, it's not very hard to disconnect from them. But we'll see if he gets a pair of nuts, and that's what he does.
Subscribe. Totally
That's what
free.
he
Cost you
should
guys
do.
nothing at all.
That's what I would
Huge
do.
boost to the channel. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Should we make this deal? If they offer to give up the enriched uranium, is that good enough to end the war? I want to hear all your thoughts in the comments below. Hit the notification bell. All notifications turn on. You won't miss a thing. And then
That means
Instagram,
if
David
this is
underscore
true,
Hookstead,
that means
XD
we probably
Hookstead. That's where you can find me on
and
social
we'll be
media.
back
My
on
DMs are
track.
wide open. Reach out with whatever you got. And I'm trying to tweak my audio to make sure it's as good as it can be. Let me know in the comments how the audio sounds. Now let's get into it. So President Trump today was speaking with reporters as he was boarding Marine One, which of course is the presidential helicopter at the White House. And what have we wanted from the Iranians more than anything? We want their near weapons grade enriched uranium. And it sounds like President Trump is convinced they are going to hand it over. Let's listen to his comments.
The big thing we have to do is we have to make sure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, because if they
all
do,
up, Tempo.
we
That's
want to talk about
you can't have
problems. You have
somebody like
problems.
that
So
fucking
very important is
stab
that
you in the back
Iran
and
does
then-
not have a nuclear weapon, and they've agreed to that. Iran's agreed to that, and they've agreed to it very powerfully. They've agreed to give us back the nuclear dust that's way underground because of the attack we made with the B-2 bomber. So we have a lot of agreement with Iran, and I think something's going to happen very positive.
So there's President Trump referring to it as the nuclear
Hell yeah.
dust that they're going to give up in return for the war ending and a deal being reached. Here's my issue with this, and I'm going to
They're
speak to you
gonna
guys
fucking
directly.
call-
You guys know I tell
Fuck
you what
that. Fuck that. I know what he's fixing to say right now. Iran's going to charge tolls in the straits. Who gives a fuck? If they charge $1 a barrel for 2 million barrels, them ships going to pay $2 million, right? It's not going to make gas go up that much. You're talking about gas is already fucking $95, $96 a barrel, right? Gas is $4 something a gallon. It's going to go up 20 cents a fucking gallon. I'd rather pay 20 cents a gallon than I would fucking $7, $8 a gallon for God knows how long. You know what I mean? Fuck it. Let them charge. the toll. They need to rebuild their country anyway.
thinking. I'm not here to sugarcoat anything. I don't trust the Iranians. I would encourage you guys to not trust the Iranians. They have lied for 47 years, ever since the regime took power. There is no way, unless we go in and verify ourselves, which certainly can be done peacefully, doesn't need to be done with some black ops raid or anything like that. It can be done peacefully. There's no way to guarantee that they have given up all their enriched uranium unless the international inspectors, the United States, are let in. even though President Trump here is saying that they have agreed they will not ever have a nuke and they're going to give up all their enriched uranium and not enrich any further. So we shall see more comments from President Donald Trump here about floating a 20-year ban on enrichment. Let's listen to what he had to say.
On a 20-year minimum to stop enriching uranium, would you?
Well, we haven't agreed to any. We haven't agreed to any.
To you, sir, if that's the final sticking point.
What we have is we have a statement, very powerful statement, that they will not have beyond 20 years, that they will not have nuclear weapons. That's beyond. There's no 20-year limit.
So again, Trump saying the 20-year plan is not a real plan. Also in the same moment when speaking to the press saying they've already agreed to give it all up anyways. Again, very hard to tell right now what exactly is going on. Further comments from President Trump right here.
We have a very good relationship with Iran right now, as hard as it is to believe. And I think it's a combination of about 4 weeks of bombing and a very powerful blockade. The blockade is maybe more powerful than the bombing, if you want to know the truth.
So, and then right here on that, President Trump further expanding while talking about the blockade.
Probably, maybe over the weekend.
Will you send the vice
Just so you
president?
understand, the blockade has been incredible. It's held. They're not doing any business. They're unable to do business because of the blockade. And so the combination of having no Navy, having no Air Force, having no anti-aircraft equipment, they have nothing. Everything is gone, including their leaders. Now they have a new set of leaders, and we find them very reasonable.
So here's the one issue I have with this. President Trump saying the new leaders are very reasonable. I really don't know who he is talking about, because remember, the IRGC, the most extreme people in the country, are the ones now in complete control. They are running the country with a gun to the head of everyone else, including the political leadership. They are the hardliners, the extremist hardliners. So I wish you would tell us who these people are that we are negotiating with and things are going great. Maybe that's true. We haven't seen any evidence publicly that that is true. I hope that's true, because it would be better news for the people of Iran. But as we learned yesterday from the reporting, the U.S. assessment is that actually the most extreme people in the country are now running it. Now, what if talks collapse? Well, we're going to get to that right here. President Trump addressing what will happen if talks collapse.
If there's no deal, would you be willing to extend the ceasefire, or will the fighting resume, Mr. President?
I would say the fighting. If there's no deal, fighting resume.
So President Trump right there saying if there is no deal, the fighting resumes. And on that note, we have B-1 bombers right here in England. I'll pause it right there. Those are B-1 bombers that are in England, armed to the teeth, locked and loaded, ready to go at this moment if this thing kicks off. We are also moving B-52 bombers over there, as well as plenty of other aircrafts, bombs. We are restocking up the weapons on our naval ships in the Gulf, in the region. So we are using this ceasefire as an opportunity to reload ourselves. And obviously, it does not mean the bombing will resume, but what it does mean is that the options are there for President Trump if negotiations collapse, which again, unclear. A lot of different things are being said. And I always say, don't pay attention to what's being said. Pay attention to the movements on the ground. We are flooding in thousands of more troops. We have bombers on the move. All the pieces are in place for this to get turned back on, and we have to look at that with clear eyes and a clear mind. Now, interestingly enough, remember, there was a ceasefire that Trump announced today between Israel and Lebanon. Amici Stein reporting, he is of I-24 News in Israel, reporting Israeli ministers were outraged during the Security Cabinet meeting as Trump announces Israel's consent to a ceasefire before Security Cabinet approval. So the Israelis apparently are very, according to this report from Israeli media, are very upset with President Donald Trump that a ceasefire has been reached with Lebanon, which is going into effect. And before they can go into effect, this comes from open source intel. Before they went into effect, both sides trying to get their last licks in. You can hear Israeli fighter jets in the sky here, all over the skies of Lebanon. Heavy fighter jet sounds in the air. And then right here, we have footage of rockets that were launched from Lebanon before the ceasefire went into effect by Hezbollah at Israel. You can hear the interceptors right there. So each side attempting to do as much damage as they can before the ceasefire goes into effect. That is very normal for a ceasefire. That is par for the course. And you can see some of the aftermath of the Hezbollah strikes right here. So you can see fire on the ground from a rocket fire, interceptor, debris possibly. And then very interesting, this is a very interesting report. It says Israeli Navy reveals that its elite Shayat, I believe, how's that pronounced? Shayatet 13 unit carried out a rare long-range mission during the war, operating thousands of kilometers from Israel and territory it never entered before. I'm guessing they are talking about the Persian Gulf right off the coast of Iran. No details were provided on the timing, location, or nature of the operation. The Navy also confirms a record deployment with a submarine operating at the furthest distance ever reached by Israel's fleet. Submarines were active across 3 separate theaters at the same time, spread over vast distances. During the conflict, naval forces handed over 40 aerial threat incidents, intercepting dozens of drones. Warships carried out 53 strikes in Lebanon, 6 in Gaza, while naval intelligence supported planning for about 95 airstrikes inside Iran. So Israel revealing that they have carried out a secret submarine mission. We do not know the details, exactly what happened there, but interesting. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Now, an update on the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command announcing that since the start of it's 72 hours ago, the blockade, 14 vessels have turned around to comply with the blockade of the direction of American forces as they continue the ongoing blockade against coastal areas and ports in Iran. So 14 ships attempting to exit the Strait of Hormuz carrying Iranian oil have now been turned back. And then lastly, this is not really directly related, but adjacent. Says the U.S. Army handed over its last base in Syria to the Syrian army and fully withdrawn its forces from the country after 11 years. The only remaining U.S. military presence will be a small security detail at the embassy in Damascus. So the U.S. military has been in Syria for over a decade. After the Syrian civil war started, then you had ISIS flare up in Iraq and Syria. The United States had to go in to put that threat down and set up bases in Syria, and now we have totally pulled out. So as of me filming this, President Trump says the Iranians will be handing over their enriched uranium, but at the same time saying the war could resume. So again, we have a lot of very strange things going on at this time. We're going to continue to follow it. I'm going to continue to monitor it. It's very fluid. This could all change by tomorrow morning, especially because we are moving pieces in place to continue the war. But I want to know what you guys think. Let me know in the comments below. Please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free, huge boost to the channel. And again, let me know how my audio sounds. I hope it sounds great. Trying to get better with it. As always, thanks for watching. I'll see you all next time with more updates.
That's what's up.
Getting hard and getting turned on are not the same thing.
That's what's up. Let's go check out. Damn, I ain't believe I done stayed on this long. Shit, I was gonna leave 2 hours ago. Let's go see what they're saying on Twitter.
Possibly quoting Samuel L. Jackson's famous monologue from Pulp Fiction. Is there any truth to that? Was he quoting Pulp Fiction?
I don't even care at this point.
Well, on one level, yes, he was. Now, the backstory, the full.
They may be poor. They'll have $100,000. What a big difference. So I just want to thank the Dell family. It's great. You know, buy their computer. I said, how did you get so rich? We can't let them back in. They'll destroy the country. They'll destroy our country. But millions of retirees like those here in Nevada, and you know, it's a very important word, Nevada. Don't ever say the other way. I'm not saying because they'll say I won't say it the other way because they'll put it, he said, you lose the whole state. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds pretty good the other way, to be honest with you. Some people, But Nevada is beautiful. And seeing an average deduction over $7,500 this year, which is incredible. The great big beautiful bill is filled with tax cuts Americans are only just beginning to discover. So the tax cuts turned out to be larger than anybody thought, even us. I mean, we didn't think it was going to be as much, but people are getting much more. It's come from that. And the Democrats don't know what to do because they used to ridicule it, the great big beautiful bill. And now they're saying, don't mention the words. Just don't talk about it, because it's been great. But we got to keep it. We have to win the midterms. We virtually eliminated the so-called, so many taxes. We have like 19 different taxes in all different forms that we eliminated. We dramatically expanded a thing called school choice, which is a big deal, We made homeschool expenditures, the homeschoolers. Do we have any homeschoolers here? Right? Very good. Congratulations. Homeschool expenditures tax deductible. We created the brand new Trump accounts with Michael and Susan Dell. The Dell family. They're great. What a great family. But he put up $6.25 billion. Namely, he did a good job in life. He's putting up more. He came to me with the idea with some of his friends. His wife is fantastic, by the way. And he said, these accounts where children will grow up, and by the time they're 18 or 20 or 21, they could have $100,000. I mean, they may be poor, they'll have $100,000. What a big difference. So I just want to thank the Dell family. It's great. Buy their computer.
$100,000 won't be shit, though.
I said, how did you get so rich by doing computers? He said, well, in college, I was good at computers. I'd just sit on my bed, I'd make computers, and people would buy them. And he never stopped. Sort of an amazing story if you want to know the truth. But we have automatically, we have a $1,000 contribution for every newborn child. Think of that. 5 million have already been opened. It's been incredible. People are going out, they're doing it. Some are buying it from many other children. Some are taking some richer people are taking lots of people under their wing. We have one man that took the state of Ohio, and he's obviously pretty rich, and he's made the contribution on behalf of so many children. It's really turned out to be amazing, actually. And we made interest on new car loans deductible, which I told you it's a big deal. I think it's really something, but only if it's made here. And that's only if it's made in America. And we're proud to see it being made in America. We used to have, when I was growing up, it would say everything made in America. It meant it was better. And then over the years, it disappeared. We brought it back, and we make great products now. Today, when you see made in America, it's, generally speaking, I think it's a better product. This tax season, over 1 million Americans already deducted their auto loans and their auto interest. Think of that. And they're saving a write-off. They're having a write-off of over $2,000, sometimes much more. And you get a full write-off. It's pretty amazing. Together, these brand new cuts and deductions in the Republican bill have been claimed by nearly half of all tax filers. So in one form or another, more than 50% have taken advantage of the things that we put into the bill. By the way, we have a lot of other things other than that. We have incentives. We have the expensing for businesses, and the expensing is such a big deal. You have a business, you're allowed to deduct it immediately as opposed to over 38 years and other things. And to me, that's one. We had the best economy in the history of our country in my first term, and we're blowing it out now. We're blowing it away now. And despite our little diversion to the lovely country of Iran, lovely place, but we had to do
Trump
that
is a
because
fucking
otherwise,
troll, I
bad things
swear.
could happen, really bad things. So we've sent out, and I think you're going to see some incredible results, for those people that question it. You're going to see some, the job we've done has been amazing.
We'll know something here in the next couple of days, depending on how far gas goes down, unless he is just manipulating the market.
Don't even think about it. And you have these massive tankers saying, let's get the hell out of here. It's amazing. It's amazing. But we've sent out $30 billion more in refunds than at the same time last year. And employees who adjust their withholding levels now will see an immediate surge in their take-home pay for the remainder of 2026. You're going to see a big surge. The numbers are really tremendous, and that's why I'm out here. If they were bad, I wouldn't be here today. I'd be sitting home watching television, I think. We can never forget that every single radical left Democrat in Congress voted to deny the American people these life-saving changes.
All right, y'all.
They voted for tax
We gone.
increases.
We'll
They
holler.
voted for
Y'all be
taxes
safe.
to go up. I've never seen it before.